Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Becomes Sephiroth's Heir? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 6 years later, Shinare Corporation. A single figure stood impatiently at the door of the laboratory, his glowing emerald eyes carefully surveying all that the room held. There was no telling what kind of dangerous artifacts and creatures the BSRD Hojo kept here, though his superhuman senses had assured him that it is safe to venture within, for now. He was handsome, though a little too cold. Long white hairs cascaded down his back, and twin bangs hang before his sharply chiseled face, casting his unnatural eyes into shadows. The man wore a long black trench coat, and upon it was set 2 metallic shoulder guards, though they were only there for show. Beneath the coat, the warrior wore black leather pants and boots, and no shirt. The ebony coat seemed to be secured in place via several straps. A single nodachi of ridiculous length hung loosely from the man's waist, a giant of a sword that seemed to be around 6 feet in length, perhaps more. His name is Sephiroth, and he is the commander of the Soldier, an organization of genetically enhanced superhumans that acted as enforcers and executioners for Shinare. Though only 20 of age, the name of Sephiroth has attained legendary status, thanks to his exploits in the Wutai Midgar War, in which he had won many a battle almost single-handedly. Already, he has replaced his mentor, the late Zeon, as the #1 swordsman in the world. However, that was all in the past. Right now, Sephiroth felt more than a little annoyance at the late Hojo, who still had not shown up. In fact, if not for the fact that Hojo is still an important member of Shinare, Sephiroth would have been more than willing to sever the scientist in two. "Ah, Commander Sephiroth." The voice sounded behind him, a voice full of treachery and deceit. It was like dealing with a slippery snake. "It is a pleasure to see you." At this, the commander turned to face the scientist, a dangerous glint in his eyes. The man before him is somewhat short, and slightly repulsive to look up. It was not because Hojo is particularly ugly, but rather the way he moved, the way he spoke, and the way he generally carried himself made many people feel rather uncomfortable around the deranged scientist. Sephiroth counted himself one of those people, though he could hide his displeasures with ease. It was one of the things he had picked up on the battlefield. A soldier with emotion is a dead soldier. "Skip the pleasantries." The silver-haired swordsman growled. The malice in his voice made even Hojo a little afraid. After all, this was a man who had decimated entire squadrons with careless grace. "I wanted to know why you have asked for my presence. Keep in mind you have only 2 minutes to explain yourself before I lose my patience." Hojo nodded. He kept forgetting that dealing with Sephiroth is not at all like dealing with the other, less powerful members of Shinare. If he had wanted to, the soldier commander could have taken Hojo's own head without much repercussion. Besides, there are always the ambitious individuals who would have applauded at the scientist's unfortunate demise. "This way, Commander," he said, showing a level of respect he had rarely needed to call upon. "This concern an experiment entrusted to me by your teacher, the previous soldier commander 6 years ago, 1 year before this foolhardy war had started." At this, Sephiroth raised an ivory eyebrow. A legacy of his late mentor? This is indeed unusual. Zeon had never mentioned anything of this sort to him when he had entrusted Sephiroth with his position. "Yes," Hojo continued, unaware of the questions in Sephiroth's mind. "And if I do say so myself, it is one of the most successful projects I have had the pleasure of overseeing. In fact, the specimen displays an excellence in battle rivaled perhaps only by yourself." This statement caught Sephiroth's full attention. Now here is something interesting indeed. An experiment that produced a creature with his level of combat ability? Perhaps Hojo is not as useless as he first had thought. "Really?" Sephiroth's face betrayed none of the emotions he had felt. "Are you quite certain?" Hojo shrugged as he led Sephiroth deeper into his laboratory. "To be honest, I am not sure. Most of the trials the specimen underwent during our testing are mere computer simulations. However, the data suggest that if there are no overt complications, the specimen should perform as we expected it to. Pausing a while to draw breath, the scientist continued. Of course, the specimen's battle ability is severely hampered by his age and his strength, although with time, we should be able to overcome these difficulties. His age. Sephiroth frowned at this new revelation. Hojo smirked as he turned to the soldier commander. Did I forget to mention? He asked with feigned innocence. This specimen of mine just turned 6 this year. XXXXXX. Sephiroth watched the scene unfolding before him with a mixture of anticipation and surprise. The child, for what else could he call the boy within the test tube, is a genius of a fighter, that much was for sure. Never once in the simulation battle that he had witnessed did the child show any sigh of irritation, fear, excitement, or any other emotion that could disrupt one's judgment. The boy fought with the precision and calculating pace of a first-class soldier and the mercilessness of a killer born. Each of his blows was designed to cause the maximum harm to the opponent, or to give himself the greatest advantage. Never once in the battle did the child give in to the battle lust Sephiroth had known so well. This is not just a killer, Sephiroth realized. This is a machine of war. An emotionless, unfeeling creature bred for destruction. What do you think of my most brilliant creation? Hojo asked, a superior smile upon his features. Sephiroth could not help but agree. The man may be a slimy bastard, but his brilliance is not to be denied. Very impressive. He nodded. Give him a few years, and he may become one of the most powerful soldiers in history. His Mako-infused eyes bore into Hojo's own. Provided, of course, that you have subjected him to the same treatment as the rest of us. The scientist chuckled. Very observant, Commander Sephiroth. Of course, the boy had been injected with Mako. I would not have my specimen at any form of disadvantage. Sephiroth stood up and walked over to the container that now held the sleeping form of the child. Did you just call him a boy? How strange that you show such sympathy to your own experimentations. It asked, staring intently at the soft features of the future soldier. Or have you gone soft these past few years? Hojo's chuckle turned into full-blown laughter, a sinister and chilling laugh. I do not deny that I have some sort of attachment to this particular specimen. He admitted, it is the longest project I have worked on since leaving Professor Gast. As he said that, he punched in a few keys on the control panel before him, causing several screens to change the data they displayed. But I hardly regard it as anything more than an experiment. An interesting experiment, mind, but an experiment still. Sephiroth said nothing as he regarded Hojo with those Mako-infused eyes that seemed to be able to pierce a man's very soul. Enough of this foolish debate, Hojo. He spoke slowly, a hint of impatience marring his normally calm and collected voice. Tell me why you have brought me here. I am quite certain it is not to gloat your work in front of me. The mad scientist laughed again, his voice all the more deranged as he then spoke. Certainly not, Commander. You know me too well for that. He admitted. Well, it was fun while it lasted. You see, this experiment is not yet perfected. The specimen performed outstandingly in the battle simulations we ran, but I have no idea how it will react in the real world. Adjusting his glasses, Hojo continued. So I ask you this favor, take the boy under your wing and train him. Consider it as the final step of this project. At this, he smiled an even more unsettling smile. Besides, I am rather eager to see how the boy will perform against the Wutai soldiers that have troubled Inari for so long. Sephiroth's grip on his blade tightened as he came face to face with Hojo. There was killer intent in his eyes, and for a moment, Hojo had though his life would have been forfeited. One does not ask such trivial matter of the soldier commander himself, even if the said matter is quite important in Hojo's opinion. The Sephiroth spoke, and the unnatural silence between them shattered. Very well, Hojo, he growled. Consider this a favor rendered. With that, the commander stalked out of the metallic sliding door, his trench coat billowing behind him. XXXXXX. Naruto said nothing as he followed the silver-haired man. The curiosity and the cheerfulness of a normal 6-year-old not at all present upon his childish face. Then again, when you have slaughtered thousands of enemies, Such things are stripped of you. Naruto knew his purpose, as it had been made clear by Hojo, the scientist charged with overseeing his conditions. He was not a child to be loved or to be pampered, like some of the children he had seen on the television that Hojo sometimes allowed him to watch. They were soft, weak, and useless. They could not last a day outside their parents' care. They were pathetic, wasteful, and ultimately just another link in the food chain. He is a machine born of destruction and designed to kill. The Mako injections that he had received regularly have already dulled his emotions to the point where fear and anger, pain and joy are abstract concepts for the young specimen. More than once the specimen had wondered, what did happiness feel like? Why did those children smile when he saw nothing to smile about? Then again, it took a human to answer those questions. Naruto was quite sure, after a few of Hojo's rumblings, that he was no longer human. Not by a long shot. And so, he followed Sephiroth without complaint, without question, when the silver-haired warrior informed him of the transaction that took place. If he could grow stronger under Sephiroth, then so be it. After all, this is his purpose. This is the fate of those who are denied life. They passed winding halls and dimly lit chambers, until finally, Sephiroth stopped in front of what seemed to be the entrance of a forgery. Not just any forgery, mind you. Within this forge is Shinare technology at its finest. Everything from biometallic weapons to thermodynamic explosives could be found in this little shop of wonders and horrors. Not that Sephiroth or Naruto cared. In this regard, they are quite similar, both are willing to achieve a goal through whatever means necessary. Nothing mattered before that. "Hello, Commander." A large man looked surprised as he came out of the forge. He was an imposing-looking man, a large beard that reached the base of his neck, hair combed in a military fashion, and a scar near his right eyes. The man carried himself with an air of self-importance, and looked like he had been a formidable warrior in his youth. Though judging from the birth of the man, it seems that he had not been in active combat for quite some time. Sephiroth returned the greeting with a curt nod. He did not like wasting any more time than he could. He had come to the forgery for one thing only, and that is that. "Greetings, Heidegger," he replied coolly. "Step aside, please. I have come on business. I am certain that we can catch up on the pleasantries of the day later, when I have relieved myself of my duty." Heidegger, the head of Shinare's public safety maintenance department, asked. He knew Sephiroth, by reputation if by nothing else, and was not surprised by the cold greeting he had received. Most soldiers are like that, completely emotionless, robotic, almost. Mako may have given them superhuman powers, but it also took away the feelings that made a person human in the first place. Duty? I see. His attention was finally drawn to the boy that followed Sephiroth silently. One look at the boy's eyes, however, and Heidegger could not help but shiver a little. Unlike Sephiroth, the boy is complete and utterly inhuman. There is no trace of anything even remotely akin to emotion within those eyes, and that is saying a lot. As the head of Shinare's military branch of power, Heidegger prided himself on seeing underneath the underneath. He could read most people like a blank sheet of paper, just by making eye contact with them. Most people had assumed, when they first saw the large and somewhat crude man, that Heidegger is another one of those people who is, as they say, all brawn and no brains. Most people were sadly mistaken. Hell, Heidegger could even extract bits and pieces of Sephiroth if he tried really hard. But not this boy. In the child, could this really be given the title of a child? Heidegger could see no more than two empty voids, threatening to consume the larger man if he stayed there any longer. What the hell is wrong with the boy? Thoroughly unnerved by those feelingless eyes, Sephiroth looked at the man and smirked, enjoying the fear that danced in Heidegger's eyes. Hojo's experimentation, I would presume. Though to what extent is anyone's guess. An understanding dawned upon the head of security's face. He should have known. After all, Hojo is the only one brilliant enough, and the only scientist with a complete and utter disregard for morality in all its forms, to have attempted something like this. I see. Well, carry on. He said with a nod as he walked away, leaving the soldier and the specimen to their respective silence once again. XXXXXX. Sephiroth looked somewhat surprised as the boy held the nodachi in his hands. It was shorter than his masamyun, but wider, about 5 or 6 feet in length. Judging from its size, it should be rather heavy, though the child seems to be able to wield the blade in one hand with relative ease. True, using the sword and holding the sword was two completely different things, but Sephiroth did not doubt that in 2 years' time, the boy could become a master swordsman with the weapon. Though would the boy succeed him is another matter entirely. Is this the weapon you want? He asked in a voice of indifference. Granted, it made his teaching easier, since the weapon is so similar to his own. But not by much, since Sephiroth had made a point to master other fighting style as well. The boy only nodded. Why? This is an important question. For most soldier, a weapon is far more than a tool of killing. The weapon defined their style, their speed, their strength, and their materia arrangements. It could almost be said that it is the weapon that made the soldier. Besides, for a soldier, the weapon also becomes his trademark. When engaged with a soldier, one could almost always tell his or her identity just from the weapon they used. Speed, strength, accuracy. Came the simple reply. The boy's voice was soft and showed no sign of disuse. Sephiroth nodded to himself. It was a good answer and way beyond what someone of his age should know. Indeed, the sword in the boy's hand seemed a perfect balance of all three once the child's strength has fully developed. Very well, he said with a nonchalant shrug. If this is the type of weapon you wish to wield, then we shall find a proper smith and forge you one. His only response is silence. The boy knew that these weapons served only as models, and the real weapons of the soldier were forged and customized individually, according to their strength and weakness. It was a shame that he could not wield his chosen blade at this moment, but he supposed it was a small loss compared to the quality of the weapon he would soon receive. And so, wordlessly, Naruto followed Sephiroth as they exited the room, the metallic door closing with hiss behind them. 2 years later, unnamed battlefield. Naruto watched the watch with calculating eyes. No fear or hesitation wormed its way into the boy's eyes as he scanned the area all around him. So far, he could detect at least 2 different groups moving about his location, one of them Shinari's troops, but the second. With a soundless leap, Naruto sailed over the tree branches and landed next to one of the Shinari soldier. While the boy had not yet mastered the art of flight like his mentor, he could glide a good distance when he set his mind to it. Naruto sir. The Shinari troop gave an estranged yelp, which was ended when Naruto placed a hand over the man's mouth. He would not have been able to do this, if not for the fact the man was currently in a crouching position. The man recognized Naruto at once. After all, many are the time when he or another Shinari soldier had seen the blonde child in the company of Sephiroth. At first, the men had speculated among themselves whether or not their esteemed commander had certain unique taste, of course, that soon ended when they saw the 8-year-old youth calmly and emotionlessly wipe out an entire squadron of soldiers with a single spell. Then they realized that Sephiroth had taken Naruto under his wing, not because of anything unmentionable, but for the simple fact that the child is very much like the soldier commander, a monster born. Silence. The voice of Naruto may sound childish, but his tone is able to still the most fearless of men. There is another squad of Wutai nearby. Gather your men and take them out. I trust you will be able to handle these soldiers without much problem. The man nodded, still not daring to utter a sound. Sephiroth may be a monster, but at least he is one with feeling. The child, on the other hand, it seems almost as if the boy is not even human. Soundlessly, Naruto left the man, who had no idea how close to the truth he had gotten. You could have eliminated the Wutais yourself. From the back of his mind, a voice just as cold as his own replied. Naruto smiled and shook his head before he addressed the demon fox sealed within his soul. Not a happy smile, but a smile that promised much pain and suffering. I am not powerful enough, physically. Even with the strength you provided, I could barely able to swing my blade, Muramasa. He replied out loud to his fox companion, since there is no one to overhear them. I would have been defeated. If I use magic, it would be sufficient to eliminate the group, but will also draw needless attention. Since the age of 5, Naruto had known about the existence of another entity within the chamber of his mind. Yet, like Naruto, the fox had changed as well by the Mako contamination. Much of his bloodthirsty and evil nature had been worn away, resulting in a persona very much like that of Naruto's own, complete and utterly impassive to all things. The only difference between them is that QB seems to show a greater preference to violence than his host, though not by much. Of course, there are advantages to have a 1,000-years-old demon within your soul as well. For one thing, QB has a much sharper sense than Naruto, and could provide the boy with accurate information on enemy locations, distance, and more. Also, despite the fact that the great demon is just as alien to the world of Gaia as Naruto, he could still prove to be a valuable source of advice. Besides, he kept Naruto company during many of the missions. True, the Mako-infested fox is not a great talker by anyone's standard, but it was better than nothing. I must concur with this observation. QB admitted, "Your judgment exceeds my own." Unlike his previous self, this QB has no reorganization of such things as pride or humility. Truth is truth and nothing more. If someone else had seen the truth, then he would simply accept it and learn from it. This is how QB and Naruto operated. Two machines in human skin. However, you could make use of my other persona. The fox piped up again as the Wutai squad moved closer for the kill, not realizing that they have already been discovered. Naruto shook his head. It seems that when his body was subjected to Mako, the powerful poisonous effect of the energy source not only dulled the fox's emotions, but also actually created a second persona within the fox's mind, one that could be called upon any time for Naruto or the QB to use. However, there are drawbacks. The fox's second persona, deemed by both Naruto and the QB as the Dark QB, is the manifestation of all the fox's negative feelings, such as anger and hatred, only intensified 100 times, making it the literal berserker. When it is summoned into battle, Naruto is granted strength, speed, and stamina far exceeding what most human, save for a selected few, is capable of. Keep in mind he is 8 years old. But more importantly, he is granted a regeneration rate that made all but the strongest Kuraga a joke by comparison. If the wound is not fatal within the first second, his regeneration ability can heal it beyond a trace. Of course, such powers come with a price. Should Naruto call upon the aid of the Dark QB, he will turn into a mindless god of destruction, recognizing neither friend or foe, until every single living thing within a kilometer's radius have been wiped out from the surface of the planet. With his augmented powers and near unlimited mana supply, Naruto could very well accomplish that feat. The last time he had called upon the Dark Demon, it was not until Sephiroth himself had arrived on the scene that his mindless rampage ceased. Since then, Naruto had managed to keep the creature at bay. If I do that, he told QB, it would attract far more attention than if I use a spell. Agreed. The QB nodded sagely in the confines of Naruto's mind. He knew better than anyone what his dark side is capable of. Very well, then let us observe this battle as it plays out. And so the two watched as below them, two opposing sides got ready to fight. Zack swore as he dodged the shuriken thrown at him. Granted, the thing would not have done too much damage even if it does hit, but that is a moot point since Zack did not want to get hit. It ruined his reputation, and besides, shuriken scars are hell to fix. With a well-placed swing of his enormous buster sword, Zack shattered the offending shuriken. As the piece fell scattered to the ground, Zack turned back to face his opponent, a superior smirk upon his handsome features. Oops, did I hit too hard? He taunted as he leaned the sword against his shoulder. Well, that cheap piece of junk couldn't have cost too much, right? His enemy, on the other hand, was livid. The man before him had not only insulted his weapon, he had insulted the Wutai warrior's pride. The soldier will not live to tell the tale, the Wutai warrior decided darkly as he watched his foe, like the graceful hawk, stalking its prey. Tell me, boy. He growled as he begins to work a series of hand gestures. Normally, a spell is cast via an incantation, but through trials and error, The people of Wutai had discovered a different way of spellcasting, mainly thorough rapid hand movements. While this method takes much longer, it does give them an element of surprise, something that had again and again given the Wutai soldiers the upper edge in battle. After all, no one can defend against something that they cannot see coming. "What is your name?" the warrior asked, stalling for time. Zack smirked as he noticed the warrior's action. Did the man take him to be a fool? Zack and the other combatants have been thoroughly warned of Wutai's ability to cast silent spells, and Zack did not get to where he is today by disregarding orders. True, his rebellious nature and his carefree, almost flirty persona had often set him against his mentors, but when it comes down to it, Zack is still a brilliant soldier. Because unlike other people, Zack knows when to follow his orders. Name's Zack. He grinned cockily. Soldier, 3rd class. With that he charged at the surprised Wutai, kneeing the man in the stomach. The hand seals broke midway through, and an explosion erupted from where the Wutai ninja stood. Zack was able to foresee this, and raised up his buster sword like a shield, defending himself from the torrent of raging flame. For a failed fire spell, this one packs a lot of punch. The user of this spell, however, is not quite so luck. Caught in the origin of the burning inferno, the man had been burned to a crisp. Normally, Zack would have found this rather humorous, if not for the fact that he had discovered that at this moment in time, he, Zack the 3rd class soldier, is in very deep doo-doo. The spell was a faraga, and although it was far from being completed, the resulting fire still managed to set half the woods aflame. Now everything within half a kilometer radius burned like the deepest pits of hell. He was royally screwed, thought a dejected Zack. His body may surpass that of a normal human, but in this kind of magic-enhanced fire, he could last 20 minutes, tops. And from the look of things, he'd be hard-passed for time if he made a run for it. Why oh why did he not learn any magic? Zack mourned as he got ready to run, his buster sword abandoned. He didn't want to leave his best buddy behind, but there was no choice. Hell, if he make it out of this alive, Zack would make a point to learn every water spell in existence, unless he was drowning, which means he'd have to learn earth spell, but then if he was caught in an earthquake, gah. Deciding that planning is not his forte, Zack gritted his teeth and was just about to take his first step when a cold voice sounded above him. What era? A sudden torrential rainstorm gathered above Zack's head, dousing everything within its reach with a torrential downpour. Though to Zack, it seemed like the storm had been a godsend. Thanks. Zack yelled to the trees, for that is where he had sensed the presence of the one that had used the water spell. His cheer stopped when he felt the point of a blade pressing against his back, and the same impassive voice sounded near his ears. Are you really a soldier, to allow your guard down after a possible foe had revealed himself to you? The voice held just the barest hint of annoyance, though Zack was not paying the closest attention to it at the moment. So, you are my enemy? He asked, trying to see who it was that held him hostage. From the way the voice sounded, whoever it was, they did not hit PBR2I. He could just die if his fear came true. God, he'd be the laughingstock of every soldier he had ever known, and most of those who he had yet to make acquaintance with. Unfortunately, the gods above took no pity in the poor soldier, and he soon found himself face to face with a boy of about 8. In the boy's right hand was a sword of 6 feet in length, and one that looked awfully familiar. Of course, Zack is far too concerned with other matters, such as his permanently ruined reputation as a warrior. Heavens above, no girl would ever want to go out with him when word gets out about this. The boy spoke again. This time his words caught Zack's complete and undivided attention, all matters of the fairer he see temporarily forgotten. I have no time to waste with a rookie like you. The boy sighed as he drew back his sword. Commander Sephiroth is expecting me soon. Both of Zack's eyebrows shot up as far as they would go, and his eyes widened to the size of 2 saucers. You know Sephiroth? He exclaimed in a state of shock. Hell, he would have been less surprised if Darth Vader himself had dropped in and announced that Zack is in reality his biological son. Of course, Zack's reaction is not unexpected, since he had practically worshipped the ground Sephiroth walked on for God only knows how long. One might even say that our third-class soldier harbors an unhealthy obsession towards the soldier commander. Nothing dirty, mind, so get your head out of the gutter. The boy nodded, not at all surprised at seeing the reaction. Most people seem to acted like that when Sephiroth's name is mentioned. It was only natural, Naruto supposed. In this world, people worshipped power, and by all terms and definition, Sephiroth is power incarnated. Naruto had seen with his own eyes when Sephiroth had sliced apart entire buildings in his wake, and in that moment he knew he could never defeat Sephiroth. No matter what Hojo tried to do to convince his young specimen of otherwise. So when Zack had raised his question, Naruto nodded absent-mindedly, his mind elsewhere at the moment. Zack's face changed from utter depression to exuberance in a second. Naruto was quite surprised to see that he had not injured his muscle from the speed of the movement. Can I? The 15-year-old teen stuttered a few moments before gathering himself. Can I come with you? To see Sephiroth, I mean. Naruto shrugged. As you wish. The boy replied indifferently. Hold on tight. And at the next instance, both he and Zack vanished from sight. XXXXXX. Zack landed panting and shivering on the forest floor. Teleportation is not meant for normal human, he decided. The technique is still in beta, for God's sake. It does not matter what Naruto had said, teleportation is a lot. He felt as if he had just drank 8 barrels of beer, minus the drunken stupor. So now he is left sick to the stomach, and if not for the fact that he had wanted to leave a good impression, would have hurled the entire content of his stomach. Go ahead if you wish. Naruto observed the pale boy, and a rare look of bemusement flashed across his face, and vanished again just as fast. On the battlefield, he had picked up a few emotions. Not very strong, but emotions nonetheless. Now, he supposed he is experiencing something called happiness. Not quite from what I can gather. In his mind, the QB made himself known. It seems this temporary lit in your mood is brought on by his misfortune. Such humor stems from mockery, not the true happiness defined by your kind. Naruto nodded at this. The demon fox seems to be correct in this regard. Still, one emotion is as good as another, for him at any rate. So he finished his sentence, enjoying the look of dismay he elicited from Zack. Commander Sephiroth will not arrive yet for an hour's time. Zack looked incredulous. But that means... A pre-verbal light bulb went off over his head. I could have walked here and still made it on time. Naruto allowed himself a secret smile before confirming the youth's suspicion. The specimen had never laughed before in his life. A smile is all that displayed his elated mood and nothing more. Yes. An ear-piercing scream of "Ginyu" could soon be heard reverberating all through the woodland. Elsewhere, Sephiroth looked up from the middle of the battle he is currently engaged in. I could sworn I have detected a noise not too far off. The soldier commander muttered to himself, before ignoring the sound and went back to the slaughter. XXXXXX. Their swords clashed, and Naruto felt himself being pushed back. He was right. Physically, the 15-year-old boy is stronger, but he is raw, unpolished, and is no match for Naruto skill-wise. Which, incidentally, is why they are locked in a stalemate at this moment, with neither side gaining an advantage over the other. Zack had, after being bored shitless from waiting for Sephiroth, had decided to challenge his idol's pupil to a duel. He had wanted to see just how strong the kid was, training under the greatest swordsman of all time. He had not expected for the match to end in stalemate. Zack had not made soldier by being weak, after all, and he took some pride in his own abilities in combat. But in the face of Naruto, his combat prowess is all but laughable. He knew all too well that the only reason he is tying with Naruto right now is due to the fact that at age 8, Naruto is physically weak. Each of his sword swing could do little damage, even if Zack had allowed himself to be hit. But what Naruto lacked in strength, he made it up with his inhuman skills. Each and every blow is aimed at a vital spot, with the intention to kill. If Naruto is able to pack enough force behind each of his strike, Zack would doubtlessly have fallen 100 times over, which happened to be the number of blow Naruto had dealt with his enormous Nodachi. Zack had honestly no idea why the kid had allowed himself to be drawn into a match like this. From what he could read of Naruto's expression, the blonde kid knew the outcome of the match even before it began, and as far as Zack could tell, Naruto is not the kind of person to involve himself in an event from which he could gain no benefit. The boy calculated every move with computer-like precision and reacted accordingly. Within a second's time, he could see 1,000 different possibilities in a single action and counter each one with minimum effort. It was like fighting against a machine, one that could never make a mistake. Real machines can err, due to the fact that their program is dead, following a set path with predetermined deviations. But Naruto is a living, breathing machine that adapts and changes in response to changes in the equation and recalculates its actions according to such. Unlike a true machine, Naruto can easily accept alien factors into the new equation and react to his environment with ever-changing reactions. In other words, Naruto is a lot more dangerous than anything Zack had ever faced. Which brings him back to his original query: why did Naruto agree to fight? Did the boy wish to experience the euphoria of victory? Zack doubted this very much. If Naruto wanted to win, he could have weaved one of the high-leveled spells in his arsenal and blast Zack to Kingdom Come. If what Naruto had said was true, then even the forbidden spell Ultima is under the blonde's command. If it is victory Naruto wanted, then the boy would not have agreed to bar magic from this battle. But the boy did, to Zack's great puzzlement. Why? He asked as Naruto glided gracefully to another tree branch. Damn it. He wanted to scream. That is cheating. It was not fair that Naruto could fly and he could not. Seriously, how could you even fight against a foe that you cannot even touch? Why did you even bother to fight? I mean, seems to me like you already know what's gonna happen. Naruto nodded curtly at this insightful observation. Perhaps this teen named Zack is not as hopeless as he had first thought. I fight to test my strength. He explained simply. I wish to see how much my physical abilities have increased. Nothing more. Zack swore as he dodged another blow from Naruto, who sailed down from the tree branches and zoomed towards Zack, sword in hand. Well, how much did you improve? Hey, watch it. Naruto turned in mid-air, a feat that made Zack curse his own lack of magic. Holding the long katana in both hands, Naruto aimed the point of the blade at Zack. My strength is growing at an impressive rate, though it is still below my expectation. Perhaps you should speak to that man Hojo. At this, the QB suggested. He is a deceitful individual, but he does possess the technology to improve our battle capability. Naruto nodded at the thought. He disliked Hojo, even if the man had all but created Naruto. However, he could not help but admit that the man is a genius in his own right, especially when it comes to the augment of power. Naruto had seen some of the more immoral project Hojo had been working on, and had he any conscience, would have been horrified. Of course, since Naruto's situation is somewhat unique, he had only been impressed by the result. Some of those creatures could almost be a match for him in his berserker form. Wait! Zack suddenly grasped something in his mind. Does that mean I'm just some sort of test for your power? Naruto nodded in confirmation. He honestly could care less how the teen soldier felt. Well, DMN it. Zack mumbled something about overpowered brats under his breath. Can we stop, since you obviously found out whatever the heck you wanted to find out? If that is your wish. Naruto shrugged and leapt down from the top of the tree. As soon as he landed, however, Zack charged, grabbing the hilt of his blade. The young soldier brought his sword forward in a wide arc, slamming the side of the Buster Sword against Naruto, who barely managed to put up his own weapon in defense, though the force of the blow still caused him to stumble back several steps. That was uncalled for. He observed emotionlessly. Zack grinned a feral grin. Well, consider that a payback. He chuckled at the look of confusion on the boy's face. Normally, Zack fancies himself a very easygoing person who could rarely hold a grudge against anything, particularly against boys almost half his age. But Naruto is different. Whenever he looked upon the blonde, Zack did not see a kid, but someone his equal or even better, in both skill and intelligence. And as far as he was concerned, joking around with his equal is fine. Besides, he was almost certain Naruto could have blocked his surprise attack, since he is the pupil of Sephiroth, after all. And like my teacher said, Zack continued, ignoring the annoyance glance he was receiving. All is fair in love and war. So basically, anything goes. Anything goes? Naruto found the new concept troubling. Well, yeah. Zack nodded and explained. See, unlike a spar, where there are rules and things like that, in a battle, your number one priority is to survive. So when you are out there fighting away, anything that keeps you alive is fine, since there are no rules to begin with, and even if there are, your opponent is not going to obey them, not when they want to live as well. I see. Naruto became deeply engrossed in this strange philosophy and soon forgot all about Zack, who simply leaned against a tree and began to snore away. An explosion awakened them from the distance, followed seconds later by the sudden appearance of Sephiroth. Naruto showed no sign of surprise as he got up and greeted his mentor, ignoring Zack, whose brain had temporarily forgotten for function. Hello, Naruto. Sephiroth acknowledged his young charge and turned to face Zack. Who is this? Before Zack had a chance to reply, Naruto saved him the effort. His name is Zack, soldier 3rd class. He said coolly as he followed Sephiroth. It seems he idolized you in his own fashion. Sephiroth nodded. He was not too surprised. Most of the boys in Gaia, excluding the parts of the world where Wutai hold influence, hero-worshipped the silver-haired swordsman. Why should he care if there is one more? Listen, he said without looking back. There is a large gathering of Wutai near the city gate. Take care of them while I speak to the mayor. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Sephiroth seemed to have sensed his charge's puzzlement and explained. It seems the city is home to a rather valuable artifact, one that our employers wish to keep out of Wutai's possession. Naruto said nothing, but sped away towards the city gates, which stood stoically in the distance. Zack, on the other hand, looked wildly about, uncertain as to where he should go. Follow me if you must. A hint of impatience crept into Sephiroth's voice as he took note of the other boy. But do not make a nuisance of yourself. If there is danger, I will not be there to cover you. Zack puffed his chest a little. Don't worry about me, sir. I can handle my own battle. I am a soldier after all. He added with evident pride. Sephiroth only smirked at his confidence. Think what you will, he said as he begins to pick up speed. He did not wish to use warp, since the enemies that still gathered outside of the city may detect it. Soldiers are not immortals, and you would do well to keep that in mind. Yes, sir. Zack said cheerfully. To be reprimanded by the one and only Sephiroth is almost an honor in its own right. He'd bet 1,000,000 gold that no one else from his town could even met Sephiroth, let alone receive advice from the legendary warrior. The soldier commander could only shake his head, realizing that the boy did not pay a single brain cell of attention to what he had said. Well, he supposed the rookie soldier just had to learn things the hard way. If only the youth was more like Naruto, Sephiroth found himself thinking, who took in everything and forgets nothing. But then again, Naruto is a very special case, as Hojo had repeated over and over again. Forcing back a sigh, the two soldiers disappeared from the clearing. Naruto smiled darkly as he snapped the man's neck. He watched as the Wutai soldier fell lifeless to the floor. The man had been the last scout the Wutai had sent, and without him, the siege force outside the gate is all but blind towards his presence. Of course, he could have just cast a comet spell and sent these men into the abyss of oblivion, but Naruto had other plans in store for the Wutai warriors. The dark Kyuubi is hungry. Naruto could sense the restless stir of the evil creature within his abdomen. The thirst of the devil could only be sated by blood that Naruto is all too willing to shed. It was better to allow the demonic side of his prisoner to have its share of violence here and now, and instead of it taking over at the least opportune time. When Zeon had brought back Naruto, a thorough examination was made of the sleeping babe. Of course, Hojo had discovered the presence of Kyuubi, and a study was conducted in its wake. Zeon had been correct about the creature, of course. The fox is a powerful entity, of that Hojo had no doubt. Not the most powerful creature, granted, but it could put up a fair fight against a summon. Hojo had hypothesized that the fox's strength is around the level of a high-leveled summon spirit. The theory was never proved, seeing as how the QB had no chance of free itself. But even QB itself generally accepted it. Of course, this is all a very roundabout way of saying that as of this moment in time, Naruto possesses a very dangerous ace up his sleeve. Not many people could perform a high summon, and although Naruto had established contract with a few high summon spirit, and even a sacred spirit, it was far easier just to allow an entity that is the equivalent to take over his body for a limited amount of time. Besides, unlike most possessions, the Dark QB has absolutely no interest in taking control of the body any longer than he needed to. And all he need for the body is to deal out as much destruction as possible. With a silent shift in power, Naruto's eyes flickered open, and a dark smile graced the normally impassive boy's face. Eyes the color of the deepest abyss gazed back at the soldiers, twin pools of eternity, devoid of any trace of light. They were the eyes of the demon that dwelled in the eternal darkness, eyes of the shadow that trailed in the awakening of light. Thundiga. A deep, maleficent voice rose from Naruto's throat, one that promised only an apocalyptical end. From high above the heavens, a single orb of lightning formed, casting everything around it into its dazzling radiance. For a single second, the earth stood still, as the Wutais watched in awe at the ball of thunder hanging sinisterly in the silent heaven, and then, the ball pulsed a single time, and the gates of hell burst forth. A blinding light washed over the battlefield, consuming all in its brilliant grasp. Pillar of thunder, like the fist of some angry gods, slammed into earth, shaking the very city to its foundation. Again and again the sky rained judgment upon the earth, leaving enormous craters in its wake. Trees, grasses, and everything else were literally uprooted by the all-powerful electric field, before being instantly incinerated in the blinding heat and light of Thundiga. It was as if the entire battlefield had become the domain of some ancient lightning deity, awakened from its eon-long slumber. Hundreds of Wutais were lost within the raining thunderbolts, and thousands more met their end as electric shockwaves rippled forth from where the lightning pillars had struck land. When the smoldering ash cleared, all that remained of the invaders were a handful of pitiful-looking soldiers, who had survived the devastating spell by sheer luck. Of course, these became easy picking for the waiting form of Naruto, whose mind soon took control again as the Dark QB slid back into its shadowy retreat. It was rather fortunate that nothing other than better held the demonic presence's interest. XXXXXX. Holy dollar #. Zack whispered, having seen the one-sided massacre from afar. Behind him, Sephiroth allowed himself a chuckle. His reaction had been the same when he first saw the potential the boy had in magic, albeit, Sephiroth had hid his shock far better. Most soldiers are either masters of magic or physical combat, but rarely both. Each of the two disciplines required rigorous amount of training and focus. Trying to achieve a degree of proficiency in both areas had proved far too difficult for most warriors to handle. Sephiroth had considered himself one of the special cases, but even then he had favored physical combat over magic. Naruto, on the other hand, may just be that one person who could strike a perfect balance between the two, although at this moment, it seems that the boy had a greater degree of accomplishment with magic. That is only to be expected, since his biological structural did not allow him to reach his full potential bodily. He remembered speaking to Hojo concerning the boy's artificial development, but for once in his entire life, Hojo actually rejected a proposal for more experimentation. Boosting the growth of the specimen artificially, the scientist explained, would severely limit the level of strength the boy would otherwise reach. And I do not intend anything but the best for this project, Commander. That had been that. Naruto would grow strong, but in his own pace. Sephiroth understood the reason behind it, and for once, it was a good reason. Accelerate Naruto's growth would give Naruto strength that he is not ready to handle. Growing up naturally, and Naruto would slowly settle into his ever-developing power, but to reach that power all at once, it would take away the chance Naruto had to balance his skill and his strength. Sometimes, power without discipline is much more a bane than anything else. Still, Sephiroth thought with a satisfied smile as he bounded towards Naruto. Even now, the boy is already a name to be feared. Come along, boy. He said to Zack, who followed closely behind him. "There is no need for us to be here." And with that, Zack, the third-class soldier, entered Naruto's corner of the world. The fate of the world was forever changed on that day, as the planet hurtled towards a path that would either lead to its salvation or its final destruction at the hands of a foe it had combated so many centuries ago. 1 year later, Midgar. Uzumaki Naruto allowed himself a soft sigh of defeat as he waited for his friend Zack to arrive. It has been 15 minutes since the second-class soldier went to, as he himself described it, answer a call of nature, but the raven-haired teen is still nowhere to be seen. The 10-year-old boy supposed that the Buster Sword user is up to his old antics again. After another minute has passed, and after Naruto had absorbed another page of the book he is currently poring over, he got up slowly and made ready to drag the womanizer teen from whatever lady he is now surely engaged with. Though, as he had expected, he did not have to look very hard for the soldier, as seconds later, a rather portly man flew out of the bar, followed by a drunken slur of, "Take that up your and smoke it, biatch." Again the boy sighed. This was going to be a long day. A very long day. When Naruto had spotted several less savory characters got up and made towards an intoxicated Zack, knife in hand. "Should we render our associate aid?" In his mind, Kyuubi asked. His coordination appears to be hampered by the liquid substance. A rarely seen smile graced Naruto's face as he watched the scene coolly. "No. I believe our friend can handle himself in such a situation. Intoxicated or not, he is still of the soldier order. Mere rabbles such as these will not pose much of a threat to him, I think." However, the vessel of Kyuubi added as an afterthought. "If unforeseen complications should arise, then we may be required to act on his behalf." Inside his conscious, Kyuubi gave a growl of understanding and faded from sight back into the chamber wherein the spirit of the nine-tailed fox was housed. It would seem that his aid is not needed, though an amused Naruto as more men were sent sprawling to the floor. It is fortunate that even in his drunken state, Zack had remembered to pull his punches, else a fate far worse than bruise and broken bones waited these men. The strength of one who could swing the Buster Sword in one hand is something not to be taken lightly. Naruto had seen Zack demolish concrete walls with his bare fist. Yet mankind is truly a foolish race, for even after the display of power, the more rowdy customers of the bar is not intimidated in the least. More and more they kept coming, despite the fact that Zack had laid them low with a single blow. Then, Naruto saw the dangerous glint that had appeared in the soldier's Mako-infused eyes, and knew that now, Zack was beginning to get serious. Which would be bad, considering that most of the people here are mere civilians with no training whatsoever. While Naruto cared nothing for the lives of these commoners, Sephiroth had warned him to keep out of trouble, especially since they are at the heart of Midgar. Just when Naruto was about to step in and end the fight, a new voice sounded in the doorway. The voice is young, and still held the trace of innocence that separated men from children, though it sounded oddly muffled, as if the speaker had some sort of clothing covering his mouth. "Enough, break it up. There will be no fighting in Midgar." Into the bar stepped a Shinare guard, bright blue uniform, visors and all. In the young, for judging from the sound, he could not have been any older than 15, guard's hand, he carried one of those standard-issued guns common to all Shinare employees. Some of the men laughed and was about to continue teaching the drunken teen a lesson, when the guard fired off several shots towards the ceiling of the establishment, effectively catching everyone's attention. "Now, you good-for-nothing turds." The youth growled from beneath his mask. "I want no fighting out of you, do I make myself clear?" The men, now thoroughly silenced by the display, nodded dumbly. Drunk as they were, they still knew better than to try to rush a man with a gun in hand, especially one that didn't seem to hesitate to use it. "You too." The Shinare guard turned his attention to Naruto and Zack, who stood out from the crowd much like two herons would amongst hens. "Follow me." Not wanting to attract any more attention to himself, Naruto nodded and pulled the still disorientated Zack out of the door, ignoring the mutter he gotten on the way. Having walked some distance with the guard, Zack had finally recovered from his intoxication experience. "Phew, that was some good beer." He muttered loudly as he stretched his limb. "Now why do I feel like I had just been in a fight?" Because you have. Before Naruto can speak, the young Shinare guard answered for him. And a lot of trouble you would have stirred up too, if I hadn't stepped in. Zack regarded the youth before him for a moment, before turning towards Naruto with a quizzical look on his face. Who's the blue? Oh right. The Shinare guard mumbled as he struggled with his face mask. I forgot to introduce myself, although I really don't see why I should, you two being criminals and all. Spiky, sun-kissed blonde hair that defied all laws of gravity broke free of their confines, as from a handsome face, a pair of cerulean blue eyes gazed back at them. Name's Cloud, Cloud Strife. XXXXXX. Cloud studied the two people standing before him with a cautious eye. These two, his instincts told him, are not at all like the ordinary troublemakers he had to deal with every day since taking a position as a lousy Shinare guard. The pay is good, the young blonde supposed, but the work is shitty and there is absolutely no respect involved. Right back to the two offenders. The taller of the two seemed to be around Cloud's own age, or perhaps a little older. With a mess of spiky black hair and laughing eyes, no one could possibly have taken the teen to be dangerous, or even serious for that matter. The teenager wore a simple white shirt and fade blue jeans, nothing that would have drawn attention to him. He looked like someone that had stepped out of a sitcom, if not for the gigantic buster sword strapped to his back. Cloud repressed a nervous swallow as he glanced at the sword. It looked like it could do some serious damage, if its wielder had put his mind to it. And judging by the numerous scars that adorned the blade, the spiky blonde would have guessed that the weapon, and its user, had seen their share of battle. But the other boy was someone Cloud could tell right then and there that he should not mess with. The boy had similar blonde lock to his own hairstyle, though the spikes are notably subdued. His face, though still young, is already taking on a handsome appearance, and in a few years, the boy would be quite the heartthrob. However, it is the boy's eyes that unnerved him the most. Twin pools of cerulean blue gazed back at the young Shinare guard, twin chip of ice within which a pale blue fire danced. These were the eyes of the void, from wherein born all of creation, and to wherein the creations meet their end. These were the eyes of one to whom life held no meaning, and to whom death meant nothing more than mere words. Try as he might, Cloud could only detect the silver of humanity within those icy depths, the only indication that the boy standing before him is still human. Of course, Cloud had no idea that just a few years ago, even that hint of mortality did not exist. Okay, listen Mr. Cloud. Zack, still with some slur in his voice, addressed the young guard. I appreciate you helping us out of a jam and all, but you know, time is money and we've got to run. His eyes flickered a little nervously to his watch, which read 15 minutes to 10. Ah shoot, at this rate I am going to be late for my date. The soldier exclaimed in mock horror. Listen, Naruto, do you mind cooperate with this nice guard while I go and take care of some, business? Another one? Naruto asked in mild annoyance, though his face is still the same emotionless mask. I have told you, do not allow your personal life interfere with our mission. Zack rolled his eyes with exasperation. You are too young to understand the meaning of the word love, or what a noble, beautiful concept it is. Why, in a few years, you'll be glad I had set a good example for you, my little friend. He said with great enthusiasm as he thumped the younger boy on the back. Naruto was about to retort, when an angry cloud broke through their argument. Look, you two, you can argue all you want once we get to Shinare, but until then... Zack fixed Cloud with a curious stare. Shinare Corp? Why would we want to go there? We just came out of it. It was Cloud's turn to be shocked. You returned from there, how? The surprised young man asked. One thing is for sure, if these two actually got out of Shinare alive, then they are not criminals. No one could get out of that place alive, if the president wanted you dead. Which means that the duo before him is more important than he had first guessed. Zack raised an eyebrow. We are soldier, why else would we even go to that stuffy old building anyway? He asked, slightly peeved that someone did not recognize his greatness, not realizing that as long as he is with Naruto, the latter would inevitably take up all the attention, leaving none for the poor Buster Sword user. Cloud felt his mouth gape. Soldier, these two? How could anyone so young be a soldier, the semi-legendary enforcers of Shinare Electric Company? Scratch that, how could someone so stupid-looking be a soldier? Now, the blonde kid beside him Cloud believes, those merciless eyes were definitely the eyes of one who had slew thousands, but this clown that got into bar fights for no apparent reason. Why the hell did the gods make him a soldier? It offended every fiber of Cloud's being. Naruto felt he had to step in, before the reputation of soldier is ruined by Zack's tomfoolery. While he cared nothing for Zack's image, he supposed that as his only friend, Zack deserved some break. Do not allow appearance to deceive you, Naruto stated calmly as he stared at Cloud. He may appear to be a fool, but he is much more. Ignoring Zack's look of indignation, he continued. He is a second-class soldier after all. Cloud's eyes widened. A second class? Zack puffed out his chest importantly. That's right. Not bad. Cloud turned his attention towards Naruto, who had stayed silent after his words. And are you a soldier as well? Zack smiled. He had so loved seeing the look on people's faces right after they find out Naruto's position. Technically, he is not a soldier. He began, and Cloud raised an eyebrow. Since he is not registered in Shinare database. However, you, my friend, are looking at the equivalent of a soldier first class. At this, Zack paused dramatically, and if he could, would have had drum roll accompanying his next announcement. And the prized pupil of Sephiroth himself. Cloud felt his jaw slacken. Zack grinned broadly. Yep, that's the look he had been expecting. Now his day is complete. Naruto on the other hand simply sighed. He had wished that his energetic friend would not enjoy himself at his expense. Still, there are some things that the young swordsman could not help, Zack's personality being one of them. Say, Sephiroth? Cloud stammered. He did not worship Sephiroth as much as some of the other children in his town, but that did not mean the young blonde does not look up to the legendary warrior. Heck, even someone who does not idolize Sephiroth at all would have been struck speechless by a revelation of this magnitude. Sephiroth's own protege? Yeah. Zack was just about to start bragging, when a sinister voice interrupted the three of them. Well. From the shadows of one of the run-down buildings, 70 or so Wutai ninjas stepped into the sunlight. How unexpected! We had thought that we'd take out a foolish soldier whose mouth is too big for his head, but to have the great Sephiroth own join us is a pleasure we have not had. The one who had spoken, a ninja dressed in an elaborate battle costume, spoke. His face contorted into a snarl as the name of Sephiroth was mentioned. It was obvious to all the depth of hatred that the ninja bore for the great commander. The leader would surely reward us beyond our dreams. And then the ninja struck. Naruto smiled as he summoned his Muramasa, a very useful technique he had learned from his mentor. Carrying a nodachi such as his needlessly waste strength, it is better to store the weapon in the nether region and call it forth when in need. The ninja before him opened his eyes wide as the blade flashed once in the air, severing the man in two. Another, sensing his comrade's death, gave a wild war cry as he charged towards Naruto. The young warrior's eyes darkened as he dodged the wild swing and using his free hand, gave the Wutai a painful blow to the ribs. The Wutai doubled over in pain, stumbling back. Even as he tried to recover from the blow, Naruto was upon him, his sword drawing a silver arc as it sliced through the air. Not a single drop of blood was spilled as Naruto removed the warrior's head from his neck. Even as he stood over his second kill, a third Wutai leapt from his hiding place, a dagger flashing in the sun as he dived for the kill. He did not even scream as Naruto whirled, slamming a fire-infused fist into his gut. The fire-powered blow incinerated the man in mere seconds. Using the momentum, Naruto followed up with a wild slash, sending out shockwaves in every direction. All around him, Wutais fell like mere flies as the devastating attack made contact with flesh. Around him, Zack is swinging his buster blade like a maniac, blood splattering from every direction as the sword broke bones and rend flesh. Naruto shook his head. Zack still had such a messy fighting style, even after having spent a few months under Sephiroth's tutorage. On his other side, Cloud is doing an admirable job despite having no real training. His gun doubled as a melee weapon as he kept his enemies at bay, either by rewarding those who got close with a painful blow or a face full of lead. Naruto frowned as he decapitated another man. These shinobis are becoming an annoyance. Though they had no hope in the world of defeating him, again and again they threw themselves at the blonde, like moths to flame. With lightning speed, he slammed the hilt of his blade against one of the Wutai, dazing him. As the man bent over from the pain, Naruto warped his hand around the man's windpipe. Electric currents surged from his fingers, ending the man's life cleanly. Sadly, this act of power did not discourage his attackers, but rather fueled their fury as more and more Wutai began to direct their focus upon the youngest of the trio, the other two forgotten. Naruto watched quietly as the sea of Wutai surrounded him. He needed to put an end to his quickly. He could still catch the sight of the leader of this group, and judging from the look of fear in the man's eyes, he was about to run for it. Naruto knew that Shinare would want to question the man. The fact that so many Wutai could have gotten into the city is troubling indeed. With a single bound, Naruto shot over the heads of his would-be attackers, yet to their surprise, the boy did not land, but stayed afloat in the air. By now, Naruto had all but mastered the art of flight like his mentor, even if his speed still needed working. Turning to face the throng of faces, Naruto again smiled a rare smile, though a humorless one. A ball of lightning cackled in his palm as he directed it towards the assailants. "Thunder!" he whispered, and watched coldly as the sphere of thunder sailed into the crowd. An explosion resulted as the sphere made contact with the bare earth, followed by screams of pure agony that were soon drowned out by the roar of electricity as it blossomed into life. As the occasional spark dissipated harmlessly, only the leader remained, the rest having been turned to nothing more than bits of charred flesh. With a loud curse, the man fled, his form all but a blur as he made his escape. "Stay here," Naruto commanded in a cold tone to Cloud and Zack, before turning and took flight towards the direction in which the Wutai had fled. His form soon nothing but a speck in the distance. "XXXXXX. You have nowhere to run, Wutai," Naruto said coldly as he watched the man edging back against the railing. The two of them now stood atop a 100-story building overlooking an empty construction site. The Wutai's escapade had taken him as far as here, at the edge of Midgar, before Naruto had caught up to him. "Give up, or I shall be forced to resort to more drastic measures." "In your dreams, freak," the Wutai growled as he pulled out a dagger from his belt. Naruto raised his own blade as he readied himself for the fight. "I'd rather die than becoming the prisoner of Shinare." And with that, the man placed the dagger's hilt in his mouth and jumped. Naruto did not express his surprise, but followed a fraction of a second later. Upon reaching the railing, he threw his sword down, the sharp blade scoring against the man's shoulder, causing him to hiss in pain, though it did not dislodge the knife. With a dull thud, the sword passed the Wutai and buried itself deep into the brown earth below. Even as it landed, Naruto had dived after the man. Pressing his arms and legs together, he dropped like a speeding bullet, overtaking the surprised Wutai with ease. The fact that Naruto had perfect mastery over the element of wind did help matter as well. Flashing the man another of his rare smile, Naruto passed the startled ninja. It was not a friendly smile. It was the smile of a predator who had just overtaken a helpless prey. At 50 feet above ground, Naruto twisted in the air, so that he now fell parallel to the earth, with his back facing the ground. Pressing his legs against his chest, the young swordsman pushed off against the building, launching himself in another direction, his right hand extending forward, as though to grasp something unseen. As he sailed over the buried sword, his fingers wrapped around the hilt, pulling the blade free of its earthy confines. Ending with a graceful flip, Naruto landed harmless on the ground with sword in hand as he waited for the Wutai. The Wutai landed with a thump, his injured shoulder causing the man to growl in pain. As he tried to escape via another route, Naruto stood before him. "You have lost." The boy spoke calmly, as though nothing out of the ordinary had happened. With a snarl of rage, the Wutai's hand shot up, and would have scored a heavy blow had not Naruto stepped away at the last second. Taking the dagger in his other hand, the man made a quick slash, only to realize in shock that his blow had passed through Naruto. An illusion? The man swore as he looked around for the real Naruto. But even as he was about to turn around, a voice stated icily behind him. No, an after-image. The man barely managed to bring his dagger up and block the lightning-fast slash of the Muramasa. Steel and steel met with a resounding clang, and several cracks appeared on the Wutai's weapon. The Wutai cried in anger as he jumped back. "And you boy," he roared, and 2 fireballs appeared before him. "Die!" The twin ball of fire suddenly grew in size, turning into 2 gigantic fire dragons that towered above the clearing. With an earth-shaking roar, the dragons dived after the 10 years old, burning everything in their path. "Water!" The boy, amidst the chaos the dragons have made, stated calmly, as from the earth, twin geysers shot up, extinguishing the fiery serpents with a smoky hiss. Looking at the astounded man, Naruto's eyes narrowed. He was wasting too much time. He had wanted to bring back the man unscathed, much, but it seems that he would need to incapacitate him. It may be a few months before the Wutai would be of any use to the interrogators, but that is their problem. The boy charged at the Wutai once more, his blade whistling as it sailed through the air. Again the Wutai sought to block the powerful blow, only to discover, too late, that the strike was a feint. Even as his knife rose up to meet the non-existent danger, Naruto's knee shot upward, slamming hard into the man's gut. "Gah!" The Wutai screamed in pain, for the blow was laced with thunder element. Yet unlike the others, the man did not pass out from the attack. With a series of hand gestures, the man cleared himself of the paralysis and attacked once more. Leaping high above Naruto, the man dived towards the young swordsman, a coat of blue flames covering the blade of his dagger. "Now taste the power of the Wutai!" The man roared as mana exploded from the blade. "Gauntlet!" A brilliant blue vortex appeared under Naruto, which soon erupted into a single beam of radiant azure. The blast of the attack ascended the height of the heaven itself, parting the dark clouds that have gathered overhead, bathing the world in a cataclysmic indigo. When the technique faded, nothing was left of Naruto, not even atoms. Or so the Wutai had thought. He did not expect the boy to have emerged from the catastrophic blast unscathed. Dusting off some imaginary debris from his black overcoat, Naruto addressed the man calmly. "So, a gauntlet technique. Only those of high positions in Wutai are granted the knowledge of such an attack. Even I would not have survived the intense energy of the attack, had I not known the weakness of the technique. However, this does confirm my suspicion that you hold important information on your person, one that my employer would very much like to get their hands on." His eyes glowed bright blue, as the Mako within them surfaced. "Return to Shinare unharmed, or return to Shinare a broken man. It is your choice." "I rather die." At the last syllable, the man tossed something to Naruto, which exploded into black smoke before the blonde boy could have caught it. With a quick arrow, the boy dispelled the suffocating smokescreen, but the Wutai is nowhere in sight. He must be a very important member of Wutai's court. In his mind, the Kyuubi's thoughts mirrored Naruto's own. If he had to make such a pathetic attempt at escaping from us. Indeed. Naruto agreed. If he has chosen the gateway to hell, then so be it. With that, the blonde once more took flight after the running Wutai. He had no idea, however, that this chase would ensnare yet another pawn into the game of destiny. 10-year-old Yuffie Kisaragi hummed a cheery tone as she congratulated herself on her brilliant escape from Wutai. That place was so boring. Father would not let her do anything fun, she thought, her lips forming a cute pout of defiance as she recalled the memories of her stern father, who had always ruled the clan and his family with an iron fist. Deep inside the young girl, she knew that her father cared very much for her safety, but other things are preoccupying the girl's attention, like the sight of Midgar. The technologically advanced city loomed before her, a far outcry from Wutai, a place that seemed to have been frozen in time. Yet at the same time, she did not like the city. It smelt awful, a burning, acidic stench that offended her every sense. But even worse was the realization that the land itself is dying. Back in Wutai, the forest and plants, nature itself thrived, as the people of Wutai strived to keep the old ways. They were a people in harmony with nature, who took only their share from the life-giver and nothing more. Yet the people of Midgar are different. They pillaged the land until there is nothing left, and they gave nothing back in return. Her father had repeated this over and over, each time the subject of Midgar or Shinare arose. And now, they are even taking the life of the planet itself. The people of Midgar are fools. Gato had said roughly, reading over another report of battle. A cluster of idiots that sought only to hasten their own end. It was true too, if Yuffie had been old enough to understand. Ever since Shinare first began their Mako extraction program, all those years back, the planet had been dying. Monsters of the land, great fiends that preyed upon the race of men, had been increasing in number and strength. Large sections of forests withered away in mere years. The climates shifted and changed in patterns far too rapid, and Mako itself had become scarce. If Mako is the life of planet, then what could a sudden decrease in its quantity forebode? It is a question few wish to answer. The planet is dying, because her children are suffocating it. Miss Yuffie, thank the heavens I found you. From behind the young princess of Wutai, a wizened-looking old man appeared in swirling mana. Behind him, several more ninjas had also made their presence known, having been dispatched by Gato to find and retrieve his only daughter and heir. Raijin! She squealed in delight as she embraced the old warrior. The ancient shinobi, once the feared thunder god of war, smiled at his young charge. To his enemies, he might be a dealer of death, but for the young princess, he felt nothing but a grandfatherly love. The girl was like the grandchild he had never had. Raijin, what's that? Yuffie questioned with a puzzled look on her face, pointing to the outskirts of Midgar, where occasionally, a flash of light could be seen. Raijin narrowed his eyes as he stared at the place, and then turned sharply to the ninjas behind him. Take the young princess and go. Now. The ninjas, sensing urgency in their master's words, nodded as they grabbed the hands of an unwilling Yuffie. Let me go, you big lugs. She wailed as she tried fruitlessly to escape the iron grasp of one of the ninjas. I will tell my daddy on you. The ninja who had his hold on Yuffie stared at the princess impassively. If Lord Gato deems that my action is punishable, then so be it. But whatever happens, we cannot allow anything to harm you. Forgive my trespassing. Yuffie may have been about to argue or throw a temper tantrum, but no one ever found out. For that moment, a figure landed in their midst, a very familiar figure. Zanku? Raijin asked in surprise as he surveyed the beaten-looking man. Could this battered-looking man possibly be the same Zanku that had been hailed as one of the greatest ninjas in all of Wutai? If so, then what kind of foe had the power to crush the fire demon himself? Raijin. Zanku looked surprise, which soon turned to fear as he discovered the form of Yuffie standing a few feet away. Princess, what are you doing here? Never mind. Raijin, taking her and go. I will stall for time. Yuffie seemed confused by this. Uncle Zanku, what are you talking about? What's going on? She was interrupted when a voice as cold as the frozen glaciers cut through the air. You have nowhere to run, Wutai. Go! Zanku roared as he pushed Raijin back, before drawing his dagger and sought to confront his pursuer. He should have known that even in his best condition he was no match for the prowess that is Naruto, but in his current state, he could not even put up a decent fight. He felt the sword plunging into his chest, and then he knew no more as his world faded into a bloody crimson. The child turned as faced the remaining ninjas, his face a mask of indifference. The sword wound he had delivered was not fatal, and the man would no doubt survive. Though given what he knew of the interrogation squad of Shinare, the Wutai would probably wish he hadn't. Who are you? His voice sounded mechanic as he raised the question. Before Raijin could speak, a shout of anger drew Naruto's attention away. The little girl who had stood behind the old man was now kneeling at the fallen Wutai's side, her face stained by tears. What did you do to Uncle Zanku? She demanded, still too young and innocent to know the concept of death. Uncle. Naruto's mind processed the information, and his eyes flashed a murderous intent. Then you are of Wutai as well. Your trespassing is a clear violation of the temporary ceasefire agreement. Such blatant disregard for the terms of the ceasefire will be considered an active declaration of war on your part. Raijin paled. He knew all too well that at this moment, Wutai stood at the brink of destruction. If they were to be brought to the point of war again, the city of ninjas will truly vanish from this earth. No! He cried. There must be another way. Anything but war. Naruto studied the old man's face for a moment and answered in the positive. Very well, then you as the offenders must be put to death. With that, he attacked. XXXXXX. It was truly a massacre. The ninjas were not at all prepared for the ferocity or the power of the onslaught. Many of them were cut down before they had a chance to draw their weapon. Once the remaining shinobis realized what had just occurred, they quickly formed a protective circle around their princess. It seems the child is the most important member, Naruto stated calmly as he summoned several fireballs into his hands. As if armed with minds of their own, the orbs of burning flames arced out from the blonde's outstretched fingers and slammed into several ninjas who had leapt into the air to attack him. The ninjas were consumed by fire completely before they had landed. Nothing more than their charred clothes fluttered onto the ground. Raijin closed his eyes tightly, not wanting to see the massacre of his comrades. They were like lambs to the slaughter, and the blonde boy before them was like the devil himself. Quickly, he mouthed the incantation of the teleportation spell. Gathering every drop of mana in his body, he knew that he had to deliver the princess safely at all cost. Wutai can do without a few ninjas. Wutai cannot do without their leader, or the one person that brought him happiness. He was too late as he felt a burning pain in his chest. Looking down, he discovered to his horror that an enormous nodachi had pierced his heart. As life began to leave the old man's body, he could only gaze back one more time at the girl he had loved so before collapsing onto the earth. His soul fled to the darkness of the shades. Sorry. His dying words never made past his quivering lips as his eyes were dulled forever by death. He had failed. Naruto stood amidst the carnage, his eyes glowing eerily. All around him, the ground were baptized in the deep crimson of blood, though not a single drop had fouled his clothing. There were only 3 people left alive as Naruto began to move, the unconscious Wutai that he had been pursuing, himself, and the girl in front of him. As he raised his sword, he knew that soon, there would be only 2. Yet when Yuffie gazed at the face of the demon that had killed so many that she had loved, no fear had shown on her face. Tears ran down her cheeks, mingling with dirt and blood. Her hands too were stained with crimson as she had placed them over the fallen figure of Raijin, the man who she had called more than once grandfather. Why? She sobbed as she questioned Naruto, who found his limb frozen, not with excitement nor fear, but an alien sensation he did not understand. Why did his chest hurt so when he gazed upon the grieving visage of the young girl? Was he injured, or did the girl possess some sort of power he had not been privy to? For once, the Kyuubi did not make himself known. You monster! The last word was hurled like a speeding javelin towards the stock-still boy, and this time the pain was such that he actually reached up and clutched his heart, as though it was the most natural thing to do. Why did he not use a kura? The boy wondered as the pain receded from his detection. He had used it for every other injury. Yet somewhere deep within the boy's conscious, he had recognized that such a pain could never be cured by any spell. With a deep breath, Naruto turned and sped towards the city again, leaving behind both the girl and the fainted Wutai. Though his face remained as stoic as ever, a close observer would have recognized the raging conflict that is even now taking place within the blonde. For even as he drew his trench coat tighter about himself, his hand is shaking uncontrollably still. Minutes later, Yuffie had been found and taken back by another search team, and Naruto had reached the heart of the city, where he once more reigned in his blossoming emotions. And as the sands of time flows once more, the gears of destiny slowly began its unstoppable grind. Naruto observed his opponent with careful calculation, his Muramasa, 1, shifting slightly in his hands. Slowly he moved, circling his foe like some predator of old, waiting for an opening with which he could launch his assault. The battle needed to be decided quickly, a single strike to the vital point. At 11 of age, Naruto is at a serious disadvantage brawn-wise. Speed must be the deciding factor. With fluidity uncommon in the soldier ranks, Naruto brought the long nodachi behind him, allowing one side of the cold metallic surface of the sword to rest against his back. His right hand, which had been gripping the hilt of the blade, tightened. He could feel his muscle tensing as he got ready to strike, storing up energy for that one explosive moment, in which rests victory or defeat. The Buster Sword came crashing down, missing him by a hair's breadth as the young swordsman leapt away, bring his own blade forward in a diagonal slash. As his opponent tried to raise the gigantic blade to defend him, Naruto had launched a roundhouse kick, the sole of his shoe slamming into the Buster Swordsman's knuckle. The man hissed in pain as he dropped the blade and charged at Naruto with his bare hands. Naruto sidestepped the right hook with grace, a taunting smile hanging upon his face, which now bore an uncanny resemblance to the soldier commander Sephiroth. As he had expected, the superior leer he had donned had driven his opponent wild, the man's movement becoming irregular and uncontrolled, leaving a great deal of his body exposed and open. It was then Naruto went for the kill. His blade, which he had once again brought behind him, streaked forward like lightning, its point pressing painfully into the Buster user's neck, drawing a trickle of blood. Yield. The blonde commanded, his eyes unreadable. Or die. The Buster user gave the blonde swordsman a smirk of defiance. You don't think I'd give up that easily, do you? With that, the ground beneath Naruto gave away, and the boy leapt from the sinking earth. Though his face is still that maddening mask of void, surprise showed in the young man's eyes. Quake, he said, recognizing the spell. A weak one, but effectively utilized. You must have been preparing the attack the entire time we were fighting. The Buster user nodded as he picked up his discarded blade, sparing no breath. It had been rather difficult, concentrating on two things at the same time, but he had managed, though barely. Another few seconds of fighting, and the magic had been gathering would have spun out of control. Though to be fair, the Buster user thought in slightly annoyance as he stared at the bottomless chasm that formed before him. To call the spell weak is a little insulting. Not everyone is a magic freak like Naruto, who could pull an Ultima out of his, but if needed. Let's get this on. The Buster swordsman growled as he held the sword diagonally to the ground, its tip digging into the soft earth. With a shout he charged, the Buster sword dragging behind him, its point leaving a long ditch in the ground as the man ran. As Naruto's Muramasa descended down towards him, the Buster user swung his own blade upward, deflecting the otherwise deadly blow. Using the momentum to his advantage, the Buster swordsman performed a backflip and landed a few feet away. Even as he uprighted himself, Naruto had charged, and the two fighters were soon lost in a flurry of blows, accompanied occasionally by the sound of slashing and the contact of metals. The Buster user gritted his teeth in annoyance as he tried to force back his younger foe, using his own incredible strength as an advantage. Unfortunately, he was not able to keep up with the almost eye-blurring speed of the long katana, and felt several times the sword scoring against his skin. Naruto, on the other hand, was not fare much better, as each time their weapons collided, the impact had sent a wave of numbness up his arms. It was only a matter of time before he would be forced to part with the taller swordsman. Again the blades met, and again Naruto felt his own sword jarring his hands painfully. This is not good. By now, Naruto felt the slightest twinge of annoyance burrowing its slithering way into his heart. Victory is not so important to him, but this infuriating feeling of continuous suppression, a trapped and caged feeling on the other hand, is getting to him. Since he had spent his day with a certain black-haired soldier, Naruto had slowly broken the shell of lifelessness that had surrounded him all his life. He had begun to understand the concept of joy and sorrow, the ideas of happiness and grief. But he had also come to understand the powers of anger and hate and frustration. He could summon the great king of dragons, Bahamut, or he could consign this place to its destruction with a flare spell. But that would not do. This is a friendly spar, a measurement of his achievements. This is a test of his physical capabilities, and that is the way he will have it remain. Let's us end this, Zack. He addressed his opponent and sparring partner calmly, breaking the stalemate exchange of blows. Zack grinned at his younger friend and nodded. Feeling tired, are we? The first-class soldier taunted. But as he tried to step forward, he winced in sudden pain. Ding, looks like you got me better than I thought. Well, alright, we'll take a break. Besides, I got to take a look at how our buddy Cloud is doing, so have fun doing whatever you're doing, Kay? And with that, the two left the decimated sparring grounds. XXXXXX. Cloud Strife is not having a good day. For the umpteenth time, the blonde questioned the wisdom of having Zack and Naruto for friends. True, as their companion and comrade in arms, Cloud had access to things forbidden to the common masses, and he was also able to hone his skill under some of the best soldier, not to mention Sephiroth himself, when the silver-haired sword master was not out on a mission. Yet having those two for friends also meant that his life was constantly hanging on a thread. This survival training, as Zack had so graciously dubbed it, is, as far as Cloud was concerned, created by a madman. For no one of sane mind would possibly consider put anyone in this god-forsaken place. The concept of the course is simple, like most difficult things in life. All Cloud had to do was stay in that patch of artificial jungle, about 3 or 4 miles in radius, for a week, and during that time he must fend for himself in ways of food, shelter, and the occasional dangerous foe that had wandered into his territory. The key word being occasional. The raven-haired Buster Swordsman had said absolutely nothing about a seemingly endless army of blood-thirsty robots on the prowl. Then again, with Zack, you never get the full story. With a sigh, Cloud brought up his defender, too, and deflected an incoming stream of bullets. The Gatling bot before him made a clicking sound as it spent the last of its ammos, and then began to beat a hasty retreat. These things may not be alive, but they are smart. No, you don't. Cloud growled as mana pulsed in his free hand. Extending his palm towards the fleeing machine, the blonde swordsman launched his spell. Thunder! Blinding bolts of lightning rained mercilessly upon the machine and its surroundings, destroying all that had been caught in its brilliant path. The incredible energy of the spell fused sand to glass and turned trees to nothing more than scorched ash. The robot had received the majority of the punishment, and now little more than scrap metal had remained. Unfortunately, Cloud had no time to celebrate his victory as 3 more robots, all heavily armed, stomped onto the scene, their cannons pointing warningly at him. Biting back a curse, Cloud readied himself, although he knows all too well that his sword would do little against plasma cannons such as those. But before the yellow-haired swordsman could formulate a plan, he heard several slashing sounds in the background, and his would-be attackers fell harmlessly to the earth in pieces. A lone soldier stood before him, wearing the traditional dark blue combat uniform, buster sword in hand. Zack! Cloud called, lowering his sword in relief. If Zack is here, it means that he could finally get out of this place in one piece. Zack turned to Cloud and flashed him an infamous smile, one that promised much trouble. So Cloud, good to see that you made it. Before Cloud could answer, Zack had interrupted him. Anyway, love to stay and chat, but we really have to run. And to emphasize his point, the teen jerked his right thumb back at the place from where he had come. As Cloud stared at the broken trail left by the Buster user, he thought he could detect some movements of to the distance, mechanical movements. You moron! Cloud groaned as he realized what Zack had done. You just brought the whole friggin' machine army on our heads. Zack looked a little embarrassed. Ah, come on, he said, trying to cover up his mistake. It's not that bad. I mean, with the two of us, we could take on whatever they throw at us. Just think of this as an extension of your survival exercise. However, he did not finish when several very well-armed combat robots emerged from the destroyed trail, their mechanical eye whirling as they locked on to their 2 targets. Zack, I hate you. Cloud growled as he brought his sword forth. His words were soon lost amidst the roar of guns as the robots opened fire on the 2 swordsmen. This is going to be a very long day. XXXXXX. Atop a cliff that overlooked Midgar, stood a single figure. The figure wore a black clock, held closed in the middle by a long silver zipper that ran the entire length of the wear. A hood of the same material, connected to the collar of the cloak, was pulled over the stranger's face, so that his identity remained an enigma. Twin chains hung down the cloak at the base of the hood, one on each side of the zipper. A third chain lay in between them, connecting the two ends of the cloak's collar, forming an upside-down arc. 3. From beneath the shadow of the hood, twin glowing eyes watched the world below him. This place was a sanctum to him, untouched by the hands of men. It is here that he could be alone with his thoughts as he ponders upon the meaning of his existence. Once perhaps, he did not question the reason for which he was brought to this world, once he had followed orders like holy right. But as time passed, as he had come to see more of the world beyond the lab in which he had been raised, doubt grew in his mind. So far from the laboratory of his birth can give rise to strange thoughts, doubts. Doubts about the experiment that had made him what he is, doubts about his purpose, and doubts about his own existence. Death, it seems, was the only reason for which he was created. He was born to bring death to the world. He was the sword that Shinare wielded against those that opposed them. He was not unaware of this, his purpose made clear long ago, and yet he could not help but feel a strange emptiness, as though there should be more than that his existence should have a greater meaning. This is my life, Naruto whispered to the silent winds as he continued to behold the city that once bore him. Although he could not explain it, the words felt hollow and decrepit. A lie. What life is there for one who dealt only death? He still remembered that girl, no older than himself. Kneeling in a pool of blood, with tears streaming down her face, she had called him a monster. It had hurt then, and it hurt now still, whenever he recalls that memory. Why does it hurt? Naruto did not understand. He had killed tens of thousands, his hands dyed red with blood. He had walked through carnages that should only appear in men's darkest nightmare, a carnage he himself had caused. He was called the Angel of Death, the Grim Reaper who took life with every breath. So why did that single memory stand so vivid in his mind? Those ninjas were no different than any of the others he had faced, yet the voice of that little girl pierced his very soul. Was it because of some unknown power the girl had placed in her voice? Or was it because he knew that those words spoke by that sinless voice was the truth? A truth he did not wish to face. Monsters, Zack had told him once, is a creature born without soul. Its existence rendered meaningless, it seeks only to destroy. Was he the same? Naruto wondered as he began to walk away from the slope. Did he too lack a soul that made him human? Was he really nothing more than a monster dressed in mortal skin? Or maybe, just maybe, the pain he had felt in his heart came from a soul he did not know he had. Was that why the voice of that girl haunted him so, because deep down, past the Mako, he was still human? The thought brought a soft smile to his face, a temporary refute from the pain. He had learned to smile more often now, his friendship with Zack and Cloud slowly melting away the armor of ice that had encased his spirit. He still had trouble laughing or crying or displaying the emotions that rose from extremes, but he is learning and improving. Naruto. Behind him, a sudden voice spoke up, calm and soft. Commander Sephiroth. Naruto turned and acknowledged his mentor. The silver-haired swordsman stood a few feet away, one of his hands resting upon the hilt of his masamune. I did not anticipate your presence. Sephiroth chuckled and turned away from Naruto. I was observing your practice session with that soldier, Zack. You have improved a great deal since I last saw you. Then he made a gesture of dismissal. At any rate, I have come to tell you that you are to accompany me on a mission to check on a Mako reactor. Of course, I shall get ready right away. Naruto replied coolly. Where are we going? Nibelheim, came the soft answer. And although none of them knew it yet, that small mountain town would change their fate in ways not even the gods could have foreseen. It is there that the destiny of the planet was passed from the ancients to human hands. Whether destruction or salvation awaits that world, became the choice of those that dwelled upon it. XXXXXX. Several days later. This is awesome! Zack shouted in the confine of the moving vehicle, pumping his fist to emphasize the point. Of course, he was the only one that seemed excited by the prospect. Sephiroth and Naruto had, like always, kept to themselves, silent and composed. Cloud, on the other hand, looked apprehensive, his hands somewhat sweaty, the defender's sword tied to his back. "Come on, you guys," Zack said as he turned to his less than responsive companions. "We finally got a worthwhile mission." It was true in some ways. After the war with Wutai was over, there was not much else to do for the soldier but clean up the mess left behind. Being as they were a people created for conflict, such peacekeeping duties did not sit well with those legendary enforcers of Shinari. Turk would have been better equipped to handle such trivial matters. But now with this mission ahead them, things are beginning to look up. Mako reactors usually attracted monsters' attention, and where there are monsters on the prowl, there are sure to be actions. "Calm yourselves," Sephiroth spoke at last, his green eyes cold and distant. "This is not a joyride. We have words that certain monsters and shady individuals have been prowling around the vicinity of the reactor. It may be possible that remnants of the Rising Dragon faction are behind this, so be on your guard. If you get into trouble, I will not be there to save you." Rising Dragon Syndicate is a Wutai military group established several years before the fall of Wutai. An independent organization that reports to no higher power, the RDS have actively supported Gato in his fight against Shinari, supplying Wutai with technology, materia, and ultimately soldiers. However, when Wutai fell, the RDS did not disband, but became a rebel group that continued to resist Shinari's takeover attempts. Because of this, many Wutais saw the Rising Dragon Syndicate as heroes of sorts, and because of the high resentment that the younger generation of Wutai held for Midgar and Shinari, the ranks of the RDS only grew after the defeat Wutai suffered at the hands of their most bitter enemies. Although their members are mostly ordinary civilians with no real power, they have nevertheless managed to cause much grief for the average populace of Midgar and the surrounding areas. It seems that unlike Avalanche, the eco-terrorist bent on overthrowing Shinari to restore the planet, the RDS had no specific goal in mind. As long as it upset the order that Shinari tried to maintain, it was fine with them. For the past year, they have engaged in everything ranging from large-scale demolition to sabotage and vandalism. Bah! Zack shook his head with a laugh. "Those prissy? Don't make me laugh." Though arrogant, Zack nevertheless had a point. While the RDS had terrorized the masses and have become a menace to society, to the battle-hardened soldier who had faced death on a daily basis and whose hands are stained with the remains of the monsters that wandered the land, these rebels are nothing more than clowns. So what if they killed a few civilian or blew up some public building? In the many years of Shinari's founding, human life were never very high up the list of valuables. Sephiroth smirked at the raven-haired teen's display. Even if the boy had just celebrated his 18th birthday, he is still little better than a buffoon. A powerful buffoon, but a buffoon nonetheless. A soldier is supposed to be collected, impassive, and reserved. Zack, however, seemed to be rather lacking in all these areas. It was some sort of miracle, or a divine joke, as Sephiroth is vehemently convinced, that the youth even made first class, let alone one of the most powerful first class out there. "Do not underestimate your foes." The commander of the soldier began, brushing away a strand of silver hair from his face. "There are reports of several high-ranked ninjas joining the syndicate, and if they were to show themselves on this mission, it could prove to be an undesirable complication." Zack grunted and turned to Cloud, hoping for a more receptive audience. "So, Nibelheim is your hometown, isn't it?" The blonde swordsman looked a little green as he stared back at Zack. Whether from motion sickness or anticipation, it was hard to tell. He nodded, hoping Zack would drop the subject. Actually, he had hoped Zack would keep silent, but knowing his friend, he went for the next best thing. Unfortunately, Zack was infamous for his inability to read people, so Cloud's wish was not granted. Somewhere out there, the spirit of the ancient is laughing in the life streams. "What are you going to doing, eh?" Cloud sighed and decided to answer. He didn't have to, but the Zack would just pester him until he did. It was better if he saved Zack the trouble. "I guess I'll go and see my family and friends, that's all." Zack's sweat dropped anime style. That's rather anticlimactic. Naruto could not help but roll his eyes. The expression of exasperation is something he picked up from Cloud, and in his dealings with the Buster user, the blonde, Naruto, had employed the expression an awful lot. Not everyone expect parades and fireworks. he said softly, his voice cold and detached. Zack shrugged as the coldness flew right over him. He had learned to ignore the tone of Naruto's voice for quite a while now, knowing that the blonde did not use it on purpose. The experiment that had gave him unimaginable strength also destroyed his ability to produce even the simplest of a smile. He may be learning how to have emotions, but his people skill is still non-existent. Well, one step at a time. Well, I don't expect firework either, but I at least thought that he had, a childhood sweetheart that he could show off to. Naruto simply shook his head. Zack's mind seemed always to be revolving around the female gender, for reasons he could not comprehend. He remembered a few months ago, Zack had forced him to get some new threads, namely, the cloak he is now sporting. He had no idea why, for as far as he could see, cloth is simply something that human needed for warmth, and possibly to avoid breaking the law by running around naked. When Zack heard this, he had launched into one of his hour-long speech about how clothing is important in attracting the opposite, and some of the same, section. Thankfully, Cloud had walked in and reminded Zack that Naruto had not yet hit PBR2I. Then there are the stacks of adult magazine that Zack had thought to be well hidden under his bunk, but whose location are known to every soldier and Turks, most of whom would take the liberty of borrowing one or two issues when they need to relieve themselves. However, what Naruto had not expected was that Cloud's face colored ever so slightly at the mention of a sweetheart. It was surprising since Cloud was usually a no-nonsense kind of person, and Naruto had fully expected him to scoff off the comment. Zack had caught Cloud's look of embarrassment, and began to grin like a lecherous old man who had just gotten a peek at a girl's unmentionables. Well, Cloud, you sly old dog. Out with it. Come on. I'm gonna need name, description, and phone numbers and address. Old habit, sorry. Just ignore the last part. Cloud blush deepened somewhat, and the swordsman scratched his face. Well, it's not really a sweetheart, just this girl I made a promise to a few years back, when I first left for Midgar. At this, his eyes grew distant in remembrance, and a soft smile graced his face. We weren't really friends, he explained, and Naruto smirked a little at Zack's look of disappointment. But since everyone was leaving Nibelheim to find jobs at other places, we started to hang out more often. Then just before I left, I sort of made a promise to her that if I ever became successful and she should be in some sort of trouble, I'd rescue her. Something along that line. Naruto and Sephiroth were both silent and plain uncaring as they listened to the story. Sephiroth because he had no time to waste in childish affairs such as this, and Naruto because he simply don't understand the situation. Zack, however, walked over to Cloud and clapped him on the back soundly. Real smooth, Romeo. So tell me, is she hot, this girl of yours? He did not finish as the car came to a sudden stop and an earth-shaking roar sounded outside. What the hell? Cloud cried and was on his feet at once, the defender sword out. Zack had also drawn his own weapon and readied himself for an attack. Both Naruto and Sephiroth had summoned their respective swords and listened for any sound that may indicate the problem. Seconds later, a distraught Shinare guard stumbled into the back of the carriage, bleeding profusely in one arm. We are under attack. A monster! He stammered before fainting due to blood loss. Again the roar sounded, this time closer and much more angry. Sephiroth turned to the others. Naruto, come with me, Zack and Cloud, go and secure the vehicle and the materials. This may or may not be a trap, so proceed with caution. Zack nodded seriously, knowing that the time for jokes has passed. Grabbing Cloud, the two of them leapt out of the car and headed for the driver compartment, followed a few moments later by Naruto and Sephiroth. A dragon stood outside, its flames erupting from its nostrils. Its emerald body towered over the truck, which looked like toy by comparison. With a blood-thirsty war cry, the dragon swung his mighty tail and swatted away several Shinare soldiers that had shot at its seemingly impenetrable body. Then, before the soldiers could get to their feet, the dragon opened its maw and a blast of blistering fire exploded from its throat, consuming the soldiers whole. When the flames had died down, only ashes remained. This is an odd creature. It does not seem to be native to this land. Be careful of your actions, QB spoke up softly. The creature at the back of his mind had been silent for quite a while after the incident with the little Wutai girl, but had gradually become vocal again. Naruto was just about to agree and surrender his control to the Dark Kyuubi when Sephiroth moved. The soldier commander's blade flashed out like chained lightning, strike with blinding speed at the monster's vital spot. Blood exploded as his blade made contact with flesh, and the dragon screamed in pain and fury. "Don't be fooled by his appearance," Sephiroth said as he landed, his blade untouched by the dragon's foul blood. "It is not as strong as it looks." Naruto nodded as he once more took control of his body. Mana swirled around his katana, and soon his sword became encased in ice. To imbue one's weapon with an element is a feat only the most accomplished mages would attempt, and it is a feat Naruto had fully mastered. It seems against a creature who so favored fire, ice would be the best choice in battle. Naruto charged at the dragon, his swords raised, its ice armor forming misty clouds around it. He jumped just as the dragon's tail swung towards him, and circled behind the great beast. With another jump, Naruto landed on the base of the dragon's tail, and plunged his sword deep into the beast's skin. The dragon screamed again and thrashed around to rid himself of this unwelcome foe. Naruto held firm, and grabbing the hilt of the sword with both hands he began to run up the dragon's length, pulling his blade along and creating a massive gash in the monster's back. As Naruto pulled the sword out and jumped away from the creature, the dragon gave one last anguish howl and fell to the ground. Sephiroth seized this opportunity and leapt high into the air, and then brought his sword down, and buried deep into the creature's skull, killing it instantly. Before he could recover his sword, however, several daggers whistled through the air, and landed next to the silver-haired swordsman and exploded as they touched the ground, enveloping Sephiroth. On the other side of the dead dragon, Naruto swung his blade with a speed that made it invisible to human eyes. Several clink could be heard, and 3 daggers dropped out of the air. "Show yourselves." From the burning fire, Sephiroth emerged unharmed, though his eyes were narrowed in barely suppressed anger. From the shadows around them, no less than 12 men had emerged, all of them dressed in the attires of the Wutai ninjas. In their hands they carried a variety of weapons, swords, daggers, maces and staves. Slowly they approached their target, and formed a circle around the two. "Remnants of Wutai, how pathetic." Sephiroth sneered as he swung his blade lazily, causing several of the shinobis to jump back in fright. Seeing this, Sephiroth laughed. "Such fear in your eyes as you beheld me, and still you would dare to confront me? You're either very brave, or very foolish. Or perhaps a bit of both." One of the men gritted his teeth in anger. These two that stood before him, he would not forget their faces in 1,000 years. How could he, when each night those 2 demons haunted his dreams? He still remembered that dark and stormy day, when those 2 had descended onto the battlefield, like the angel of death who had come to harvest the souls of the living. They were cut down like wheat before a farmer's scythe, and their blood covered the entire battlefield. They were the demons that dwelled in the darkest pit of hell, evil given physical forms. "Silence! It is you who shall perish this day, and atone for the thousands you have slain," he screamed, partly in righteous fury, partly in fear. Naruto chuckled silently, his mouth contorted slightly in his mirth. "Thousands?" the blonde asked as he watched his foe's face. "Fear and anger are powerful weapons when used against your enemies. Indeed, I have killed thousands. But where 1,000 men had failed, do you think 12 could succeed?" The same ninja roared as he drew out his weapon, twin short swords that had been strapped to his belt. "Shut up! Die!" And with that, the 12 shinobis charged. Naruto dodged the swipe of a kunai, and slammed his fist into the attacker, who grunted as fire consumed him whole. But Naruto did not stay and watch as a second attacker ran at him, his katana swinging wildly. A sword user? Naruto thought as he dodged the initial strike, and then did something that shocked the man to his core. The blonde grabbed the blade, the sharpness of the edge cut into his skin and drew blood, but Naruto did not seem to feel the pain. "Then die by your sword, fool." Currents of electricity ran up the sword and then through the man's body, frying his brain and organs. The man gave an unintelligent scream and fell backwards onto the ground. A simple cure later, and the wound on his hand was nowhere to be found. Beside him, Sephiroth was cutting down the shinobis like flies, his sword a silver arc that danced between them, claiming their lives with its blazing kiss. Only a single minute has passed before Naruto reached the last of the shinobis. Though the man had lost an arm and a leg, he was still alive, barely. His hands wrapped themselves around the man's windpipe. Naruto brought the dying ninja close to his face. That was rather a disappointing performance, wouldn't you agree? Naruto asked softly. He wanted to see the despair in the man's eyes, a trait no doubt given to him by Kyuubi or his darker side. The man only grinned a bloody grin up at Naruto and mouthed the words, "You fell for it." Then his eyes rolled up to his skull and he died. Now, banishment, screamed a voice as a man leapt through the trees and headed towards the two swordsmen. Too late did Naruto realize that the shinobis they had just killed were meant only as a distraction, long enough for this spell to be completed. Banishment is one of the most potent time and space spell, creating a mini black hole and sent its target to another dimension, from where there is little chance of returning. Just as he was about to attempt an escape from the effect of the spell, Naruto felt his body froze in his track. For even as mana swirled wildly in his hands, Naruto saw the face of the caster, and with it, the floodgates of memories opened wide. It was the face of Zanku, twisted by hate and injuries he had received at Naruto's hands. Why? She sobbed as she questioned Naruto, who found his limb frozen, not with excitement nor fear, but an alien sensation he did not understand. Why did his chest hurt so when he gazed upon the grieving visage of the young girl? Was he injured, or did the girl possess some sort of power he had not been privy to? For once, the Kyuubi did not make himself known. "You monster!" The last word was hurled like a speeding javelin towards the stock-still boy, and this time the pain was such that he actually reached up and clutched his heart, as though it was the most natural thing to do. Why did he not use a kura? The boy wondered as the pain receded from his detection. He had used it for every other injury. Yet somewhere deep within the boy's conscious, he had recognized that such a pain could never be cured by any spell. Again he lived the scene, as vividly as that day. Then a voice snapped him out of his flashback, and then it was too late. "Naruto, what are you doing? Move." Slowly the boy opened his eyes, and saw first Sephiroth, whose sword had skewed Zanku, then he saw the light of the banishment spell washing over him, and he knew no more. Though as his consciousness was stripped away from him, he could not help but experience a strange sense of déjà vu, as though sometime in the past, he had been in a similar situation. Blackness. The old man smiled kindly down at the emotionless child, whose eyes are as empty as the void that existed before creation. Soft winds blew around them, gently stroking the grass and tree leaves. Though the child could not understand, the old man had an aura that made the child feel comfortable, a warm, safe feeling. "Who are you?" the child asked, his voice, still as sweet as an angel, yet lacking in emotion. The old man chuckled. "That is not important. A better question is, who are you?" The child pondered upon this, his eyes frowning in thought. Then he looked up, and a rare confusion could be found in his gaze. "Who am I?" he asked. Again came the chuckle, not mocking, but understanding and kind. "You're the one who will save the world." The old man smiled and placed 3 small orbs into the child's hands. A green, a red, and a yellow orb. "Take them, you will need them in the future," the old man said as he straightened up and ruffled the child's hair affectionately. Then he turned and began to walk away. XXXXXX. Cosmo Canyon. Bugenhagen turned to face his companion, a worried look on his ancient visage. "It has begun, just as you say it would, but was it wise to entrust the 3 master materia to that child?" Beside him, another old man smiled. Had Naruto been here, he would have recognized the old man as the one from his dream, the one who gave him the 3 materias. "Of course, I would entrust him with the world. After all." The old man chuckled. "Who better to wield them than the child of the planet himself?" Bleakness. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, and was greeted with an unfamiliar sight. Standing near him was a pretty girl of about his age, with long pink hair flowing past her shoulders and emerald eyes full of worry. Where am I? Naruto groaned as he slowly uprighted himself. Who are you? The pink-haired girl smiled in relief. Phew, when I found you in the park, I thought you were in a coma or something. Anyway, my name is Haruno Sakura, I am one of the students at the academy. Then she made a wide sweep with her hand, bringing to Naruto's attention the ancient structures that stood about him. The place felt weird, it felt peaceful, at ease. It was almost as though the place was part of the land itself, and Naruto could feel scent of leaves. This may look like Wutai, but it certain isn't. This much Naruto was certain. For one thing, even Wutai was not this close to the land, and besides, after the wall, the city was devastated by the numerous assaults launched against it. Then the words of Sakura caught his attention again. This place is called Konoha, the hidden village of Leaf. Why does he get the feeling he had been here before? 1. Muramasa. A similar sword to the one Sephiroth wields, slightly shorter and wider, that's all. 2. Defender. A sword somewhat larger and thicker than the Buster, used both as a shield and a sword, hence its name. 3. The Organization 13 cloak from Kingdom Heart 2, if you need a visual. 1 year later. Naruto stared at the village of Konoha wordlessly, though a soft smile could be observed upon his face. It was so different from the oppressing air of Midgar, where he had spent 10 years or so. The air was calm and fresh. There was no suffocating scent that lingered in the air of Midgar carried. Trees, something of a rarity in the technological city, blossomed all around him, a sea of greenery that surrounded Konoha. Staring at Konoha again? A voice behind him made the boy turn around. A silver-haired shinobi smiled and waved, his other hand holding an orange book. A forehead protector was pulled over one of his eyes, so that only a single black eye grinned back good-naturedly at the blonde. Unlike most ninjas who had passed Naruto by on the streets, Kakashi knew that the boy could probably destroy the entire Fire Country if he had wanted to. Possessing a strange power called magic, Uzumaki Naruto had already demonstrated the power of a Kage, a very strong one at that. Perhaps even as strong as the fourth before his death. When the boy was first brought before the Hokage, some misunderstandings soon lead to a conflict between the blonde and a short-tempered Anbu. The battle, if one could call it that, was over before it had begun. As far as Kakashi knew, the unfortunate shinobi is still in intensive care. After that, the Hokage had sent away the other ninjas and talked to the boy privately. Though Kakashi did not know what transpired between them, it was clear that a deal had been struck, one that seemed to be beneficial to both parties. Then the Hokage had called for him to test the boy's power. Therefore, Kakashi had done so, under the assumption that Naruto was another one of those prodigies like Itachi Uchiha. Boy, did he turn out to be wrong. Very wrong. Kakashi counted that spar, as Naruto had called it, the closest he had ever come to stare death in the face. It had ended with him lying in a crater, most of his bones shattered to pieces, and a single katana, one that Naruto had brought out of seemingly nowhere, pointing to his throat. Kakashi was beaten completely and utterly. At first, he was able to keep the boy at bay. Naruto was skilled no doubt, but his speed left a lot to be desired. The boy was fast, faster than some Chunin even, but next to that of a Jonin, it pales in comparison. Then an oddly colored aura flared up around the boy, and he had shouted something called slow. A blinding white dome had covered the entire area, and when it cleared, Kakashi discovered to his horror that Naruto was now moving at a speed that was all but a blur to him, which of course, resulted in a rather bloody beating at the hands of the blonde. It was no joke, either, for Naruto's strength was only a few notches below that of one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunami. The ground where the two fought is still covered in craters the last time he had checked. Even scarier was the fact that the boy had apparently used no chakra to augment his strength. Being the infamous copycat ninja, however, Kakashi had become extremely interested in that slow of his, which looked like something that would be very useful in his line of profession. So later, when the medics have finished patching him up, he had approached the boy and asked about it. Naruto had told him that slow is not a jutsu, but something called a spell. It, the blonde had explained, slows down time within a limited area, causing everything caught in its field to move at a much slower rate. Of course, since those of Konoha had never ventured into the realm of time, it was rather futile for Kakashi to try to understand the principles of space and time manipulation. Nonetheless, Naruto did teach Kakashi a few useful tricks, and in exchange, the copy ninja had taught the boy chakra manipulation and control, something the boy was not familiar. Eventually, the two became close associates in their exchange of ideas, each able to benefit in the presence of the other. As time went on, Hatake also came to know how fortunate he was during that spar, something the two of them never repeated again. It had been a Sunday afternoon, a few days after Kakashi had gotten words that he would become a Jonin sensei again. He had found Naruto meditating in his usual spot, the top of the Hokage monument, and like always, struck up a conversation with him. Soon the subject of strength came up, and Kakashi had explained the various ranks of ninjas, the missing nins, the kages and such. Then he had asked casually about how Naruto compared to them. Ever since the spar, Kakashi had the feeling that the blonde-haired boy never went full out during his battle with the Jonin. His doubt only strengthened after seeing the strange and powerful techniques the youth had at his disposal. Naruto had considered for a moment, then admitted that in his normal condition, he was probably at the level of a Kage, something that had not come as a surprise to the son of White Fang, for he had already suspected as much. The next words Naruto spoke, however, shocked Kakashi to his core, and made the Jonin very careful around the boy for some time. Though if not for certain complications, I could destroy the Fire Country, were Naruto's words. Kakashi, sen, Naruto frowned as he added the honorific, something he was not used to doing back at Midgar. Still, he had best follow this land's customs, if he wishes to stay away from needless trouble. Kakashi was one of the few ninjas Naruto had made acquaintance with when he had landed in the elemental country of fire, and he had been the one who had helped Naruto to settle in the village of the Leaf, not to mention introduce him to mana, chakra control. While the mana level of these ninjas is much lower than that of a soldier, they were able to control their smaller quantity with unmatched precision. The timing, the release, and the distribution of the mana were made for maximum efficiency, with almost not a single drop of mana wasted. Furthermore, it seems because of such precise control, the shinobis of Konoha, or any other hidden village for that matter, is capable of doing things that even Naruto found difficult. For one thing, they were actually able to increase their body's limitation by conducting raw mana through their being, increasing their speed, strength and stamina, and unlike power-up spells, this kind of augmentation will last as long as the user has enough mana to sustain it, a permanent booster spell of sorts. Unfortunately, this means that techniques such as Dispel would be devastating when used against the ninja population. Since a shinobi continuously supply his various body parts with mana chakra, and since the likes of Dispel drains away all active mana around a person, if a ninja was hit by such a move, it would continuously drain away his mana supply until he either close off his mana source, or until there is no mana left in him. Still, despite its weaknesses, if used in short bursts, this practice could still give Naruto an upper edge against a foe. Moreover, he would need all the strength he could gather if he were to find a way home. The only other person who had managed to return after being hit by a space distortion spell is a man by the name of Zeon, the previous soldier commander. However, the spell that he had received was an incomplete one, so it still left traces of itself behind. Using these faint traces of mana, Zeon was able to locate the position of Gaia and open a wormhole leading to it. However, for Naruto, no such luck exists. All traces of the banishment was gone, and with it any way of determining Gaia's location in the vast space. While Naruto could just rip open the fabrics of time and space then hope for the best, there are worlds out there many times worse than the one he had landed in. Sometimes it is best not to push your luck too far. He was stranded for the time being. Ryu, for your thoughts? Kakashi stood next to Naruto and stared down at the blonde, who was deeply engrossed in thought. Not much as of now. Naruto admitted. What is it you wish to consult me with, Kakashi-san? The boy was cold, too cold. He had reminded Kakashi of the Uchihas. No, Not like Uchiha, the skilled Jonin corrected himself. They were cold in a haughty sort of way, acting cold towards others due to their arrogance and the belief of Uchiha superiority. Naruto, on the other hand, is cold in a way that suggests a complete disregard of life. There was no pity in his eyes, not hate or anger. When he fought, those eyes were like the orbs of death, twin pools of eternity that gazed back from the abyss. Even Kakashi had trouble controlling the tremor that raked through him the first time he had seen those eyes. Only a silver of humanity is hidden beneath those unnatural cerulean orbs. Well, just to talk, you know. The Kapinin chuckled softly and leaned against the rail of the monument, raising the book to his eyes. Anyway, I won't be seeing you as much, now that I have a team to look after again. Naruto knew the concept of teams, but did not think much of it. Teamwork was important, but it held one back from gaining the true potential. As long as one relied on others for strength, he could never attain greatness. This is why in Soldier, there is only associate and no teammates. Besides, judging from what Kakashi and the Hokage had told him, these genins, junior ninjas, only partook in the most degrading missions in a so-called effort to build up teamwork. Pathetic, really. Ninjas are killers, murderers for hire. The sooner these children can understand that concept, the better. Pulling weed out of some old women's garden is never going to achieve anything other than make the genins soft and weak. How could Konoha expect their younger generation to accept their role as dealers of death if all they did was waste their time on menial labors? Congratulations, I suppose. His words were soft, but he did not hide the scornful gaze in his eyes. Kakashi shook his head slowly. Naruto was not the only one who held the current training system in disdain. He himself had often wondered at the wisdom of making genins look after stray cats when they should be learning how not to freak out once they were forced to kill. Psychology seems a far more important subject for these genins to learn. Who are they? Naruto's question reached his ear. Ah, the usual. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, still absorbed in his book. Occasionally he allowed a perverted giggle to escape from his mask, an action that reminded Naruto surprisingly of Zack. Naruto shrugged. Kakashi was infamous for 4 things. 1. His chronic tardiness is legendary. 2. He was considered one of the strongest jonin in the village. 3. He was a jonin sensei who had failed every team he had so far. 4. He was a known pervert to whom Aika Aika Paradise meant the world. Interestingly enough, on a later date, when Naruto introduced Kakashi to something called a holosphere, a device capable of projecting extremely realistic 3-dimensional images, along with Zack's stash of adult videos, the poor jonin had to be rushed to the hospital for a massive blood transfusion. However, I digress. Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Maki Nezo. Kakashi continued. Not a very promising lot, I'll say this much. Uchiha is considered a genius by most people, but he is too caught up in his revenge for his clan, you know, the Uchiha massacre. Naruto nodded. Kakashi had told him of the massacre, of which one Itachi Uchiha had been responsible. And the others? Well, Maki Nezo is an idiot at best. Kakashi sighed. He is the biggest prankster in the village. However, because his parents are filthy rich, he usually gets away with that kind of stuff. And I guess their arrogance must have rubbed off on him. That boy could give the Uchihas a run for their money. An arrogant fool. A rather dangerous combination, if truth be told. Naruto summarized. He would do well to quickly adjust himself, or his life may end well before he accomplishes anything of recognizable importance. Kakashi dipped his head in agreement. He liked talking to Naruto, even if the youth was many years younger. At age 12, Uzumaki is already far more wise and observant than most adults, able to zero in on the important details and notice things most people would skim right over. Many times the boy had provided important insights on cases that had even Kakashi baffled. Agreed. The Cyclops ninja grinned as he flipped another page. And then there is Haruno Sakura. Graduated with top marks, but from what I can tell, her chakra supply is downright awful. Still, with such limitations, she probably would develop an impressive chakra control, if time allows. Well, If she could get over her silly infatuation with that Uchiha boy. Naruto shrugged. It doesn't seem as though this team has much to offer, from what you say. Kakashi acknowledged with a sigh. A fool, an avenger, and a fangirl, I could not imagine a worse team if I tried. The Haruno will follow whatever the Uchiha said without so much as a second thought. Mizo and Uchiha is like oil and water, and the Uchiha is so bent on his revenge that he doesn't give a DMN about his teammates. This is a KIA waiting to happen. At this, Hatake Kakashi's face darkened, as though ensnared by some private memories he did not wish to share. Well, Naruto frowned in thought. While what you speak of is the likely truth, there is still a chance that they might surprise you. Coal can transform into diamonds under extreme pressure, perhaps these three can do the same. Then he smiled. Not a wide smile, but at least Kakashi could tell the boy is smiling. Who knows, I might even observe the three of them. It should provide sufficient entertainment. Kakashi chuckled at the boy's acid humor. Hi. The silver-haired ninja agreed. Feel free to watch if you like. Naruto nodded and walked to the edge of the monument. Kakashi was already informed of his ability of flight, but it still made the silver-haired jonin queasy to watch. Something about being able to fly without wings just doesn't sit right with the man. I suppose you gave them the usual speech, right down to the part about the consumption and regurgitation of nutrients? Naruto asked as he turned to face the ninja. Kakashi's single eye formed an upside-down U. Oh yes, I told them not to have breakfast. You know that's one of my traditions. They will hate you, doubtlessly, Naruto said, and leapt into the air. Though I suppose given your rather degrading view of them, the feeling is quite neutral in your part. XXXXXX. Tenten's eyes twitched dangerously as the bun-haired girl's right hand came dangerously close to the concealed pouch where many of her weapons are stored. By all that is holy, if her green spandex teammate Rock Lee does not cease his meaningless screaming this instant, she will forcefully put the boy out of commission. Beside her, one Hyuga Niji, the prodigy top student of his year, is valiantly, but in vain, trying to block out Rock Lee's loud and moronic proclamations, a desperate attempt to save what remained of the white-eyed genin's sanity. Currently, the boy's eyes are tightly shut as he debated with his inner self, weighing the pros and cons of listening to Lee's rambles versus sealing the idiot's chakra pathway. Oh wait, the guy can't use chakra. Damn it. Niji found it hard to think. Why is it? If I don't punch this log 500 times, I will run 10 laps around Konoha on my hands. The energetic genin screamed for everyone within 5-mile radius to hear. Most of the people looked in a mixture of confusion and horror, before doubling their pace, wanting to get the hell away from the phantom sound, resulting in several car crashes, numerous ninja collisions, and other property damages too countless to mention. The perpetrator, on the other hand, having no idea the public disturbance he had caused, continued his practice, cracking the wooden stake before him with his powerful punches. As a boy born with the inability of using chakra and thereby ninjutsu and genjutsu of any kind, Lee had only one other choice, to become a pure taijutsu user. Since he first set this goal for himself, the boy with the massive eyebrows has pushed himself to the limit trying to reach his dream. In fact, his sensei Guy, the self-proclaimed green beast of Konoha, had remarked on more than one occasion that Lee was a genius of hard work. While many a ninja may perceive the equally thick-browed jonin as something of a moron, to gain his recognition is not an easy feat. Of course, having Guy for a sensei, especially with the closeness of the bond the two of them shared, it was little wonder why Lee not only inherited many of his teacher's powerful moves, but also rather abnormal behaviors that had been known to disturb even the most battle-hardened shinobis. Therefore, Lee went on his training, completely oblivious of his two teammates' intention on painfully subduing the boy. The killing intent the two genins had emitted had completely flown over the boy with the bowl-cut hair. Of course, before their bloody plan could be carried out, a single poof announced the arrival of their sensei, who had gone to the Hokage's office to get Team 9 a mission. Hello, my youthful students. The green beast of Konoha has returned at last, and with a C-ranked mission, so all three of you may prove your youthfulness. Let your youthful flame burn brightly, screamed the jonin at the top of his lung. Tenten's twitch increased in pace. Niji's hands made a throttle motion. As for Lee, Guy-sensei, I shall prove my fire of youth for you. Lee. Guy-sensei. Lee. On and on they went, until the exchange of emotions ended in an extremely disturbing scene of passionate embrace as the two spandex-clad ninjas hug each other. Somehow, logic be damned, the background had suddenly turned into that of a sunset beach, complete with crashing waves. Niji could actually hear the screams of agony emitted as his brain cells committed suicide in droves, the image of tight spandex pressing against each other overloading their nucleus. Tenten, on the other hand, felt her stomach revolt and the need to hurl at the spot. Luckily, she had gotten control of this impulse and managed by sheer will of force to push back the wave of nausea. This should be made illegal. The thought echoed in both Team 9 members' mind. More than once they wished that this were the Middle Ages so that the two of them had legal excuses to burn the two green ninjas at the stake. By the time the two of them parted, the better part of an hour, and Niji's brain cells, have passed away. Finally, Guy turned to his two remaining students and addressed them. This is an easy infiltration mission. We are to head to one of the villages in the land of rice fields and steal some business paper. I trust you are all up to the task, my youthful students. Tenten inclined her head ever so slightly, Lee shouted something incoherent and pumped his fist, and Niji was Niji. Before they could head out, however, something walked into the clearing. Two of something actually. There, standing before them, was the infamous Kopinin Hatake Kakashi, and by his side stood a boy of perhaps 11 or 12, dressed in a black cloak not unlike those worn by the ANBUs, though a great deal more elaborate in its design. Ohio, Guy-san. The lazy one-eyed jonin greeted, though his attention seemed to be focusing on a small orange book in his hand. Kakashi! Screamed the other jonin in surprise and excitement. How are you, my hip rival? Before he could finish, Niji spoke up. Sensei, should we not proceed with our mission? Why, you are right, Niji. We must proceed with the important mission entrusted to us. Screamed Guy in his usual style, before striking one of his good guy pose. But when we return, I shall challenge you to a duel. Kakashi glanced warily at the green-suited ninja. Whatever. The Kopinin waved his hands dismissively. Oh, what a cool response from my eternal rival. Guy began to weep at his rival's hip gesture. Excuse me, Kakashi-san, but your students will not enjoy the already 4-hour-long wait. From beside Kakashi, Naruto spoke up softly, drawing all attention to himself. Unlike most people, however, Naruto remained as stoic as ever under those searching gazes. Who is this, Kakashi? Guy asked, measuring Naruto up and down. A student of yours? The Cyclops ninja shook his head as he flicked a few silver strands of hair from his eye. Naruto-kun is a good friend, isn't that right? Naruto frowned. Good associate seem a more appropriate term, since I do not agree with certain behaviors of yours. Ignoring the shocked glances the two of them received, Kakashi and Naruto disappeared on the spot. However, Guy had noticed that no swirling of dust and leaves accompanied their teleportation. It was as though somehow, both Kakashi and the blonde-haired boy had vanished into thin air. Even stranger, the green beast of Konoha could not even trace the Churka movement. XXXXXX. The Uchihas had always been one of the most prominent clan in Konoha's history. Since their rise to power during the founding of the hidden village of Leaf, the Uchihas had involved themselves heavily in areas of politics and military, going as far as to establish the Konoha military police force. As a clan that specialized in fire elemental jutsus, the Uchihas have been considered by many one of the strongest clan in Konoha, if not the entire world. However, their ticket to fame lies not in their powerful techniques, but in their inheritance. For each Uchiha is born with a bloodline limit known as the Sharingan. The Sharingan is a blood limit that lies within one's eyes. Once activated, the user can copy almost any form of jutsu and use it as his or her own. Furthermore, the Sharingan, the mirror wheel eye, grants its wielder incredible perception, allowing him/her to track movements of great speed, and even seeing through and reverses genjutsus cast upon the user. There are even rumors of other powers that lies within a Sharingan master's grasp, though the Uchiha clan is reluctant on confirming those suspicions. Opposition often arises when one obtained a great power, and in the Uchiha's case, it is no different. The Sharingan eyes become coveted powers, and there have been disturbing reports of various Uchiha members murdered, their eyes stolen. Furthermore, the ability of the Uchihas to steal jutsus has always been viewed by other ninjas in a negative light. Indeed, throughout time, the Uchihas have been called thieves and scoundrels, honorless robbers who pillage the hard-learned techniques of others without so much as a "by your leave" or "thank you." Such shameless roguery had been the source of resentment for many ninjas, both inside and outside of the Fire Country. As one could see, even the mighty Uchiha clan is not without its enemies, both within and without the walls of Hidden Leaf. The most significant of their opposition is none other than the Hyuga clan, whose bloodline limit, also a Dujutsu, is just as powerful if not more so than the Sharingan. In addition, since the head of the Hyuga clan also sat on the Council of Elders, the relationship between these two powerful houses are rather strained throughout the ages. The truly ironic thing, however, is that the destruction of the Uchihas did not come from the unseen enemies that the Sharingan users have tried so hard to balk, but from one of their own. 5 years ago, one Itachi Uchiha had massacred his entire clan in order to test his powers, or so the now-missing Nin genius had claimed. Only one person other than the traitor Uchiha was left of the now-fallen clan, Itachi's younger brother, a boy by the name of Uchiha Sasuke. Ever since his elder brother's betrayal of the village, Sasuke had pushed himself to the limit, trying to gain the power needed to exact his revenge. Yet no matter what he had done in the past 5 years, Sasuke found himself unable to escape the shadow that Itachi had cast over him. So he pushed himself even further, until vengeance became the only thing that mattered. So hateful was he of the older Uchiha that what was once a noble and righteous goal has been twisted by the dark whisperings of the voice of wrath. A black seed was planted in the young Uchiha's mind, a seed that would one day sow his destruction. As of now, Sasuke knew none of this, nor did the village that had raised him on a pedestal. As the last remaining Uchiha still loyal to Konoha, the people of the Hidden Leaf had practically worshipped the ground the young Uchiha had walked on. Everything was delivered to the boy on a silver platter, and everyone went out of his or her way to respect the heir of a mighty legacy. Yet at this moment in time, the high and mighty Sasuke was getting his pre-verbal but handed to him, and once again, the haughty youth was reminded of the fact that he was not Itachi. Kakashi was toying with him. It was the one thought that drifted across the youth's mind, as he was pulled underground after performing the grand fireball technique. Damn it. If he was Itachi, then the stupid Jonin won't dare humiliate the young Uchiha like this. At the thought of Itachi, the sinister claws of envy and hatred once more ensnared Sasuke's mind. Even more infuriating, however, was the fact that Kakashi had brought along with him a boy of his own age, but one who addressed his soon-to-be sensei as an equal, and perhaps in some ways, a superior. The blonde who now watched the scene with marked disinterest was cold and aloft. It was though all of creation mattered not to him. He watched the world behind those cold and dangerous blue eyes, missing nothing, but liking nothing. The blonde reminded Sasuke of Itachi in so many ways. With gritted teeth, Sasuke tried to pry himself from the hole. He had to get those bells. He just had to pass this stupid test. There is no way in hell he was going to fail. He is an Uchiha. XXXXXX. The survival training had gone terribly. Nezo, having tried to cheat in the exam by stealing the lunches beforehand, had been tied to the stake, his teammates warned not to share any food with him. Needless to say, such an ordeal did not suit the pampered boy at all, and it was quite a long time before Nezo had managed to calm down from his shouting, and that was only because he had ran out of saliva. It was only by pure luck that Sasuke had, to shut the boy up, offered his own bento to the Maki, who, being the spoiled prince that he is, had accepted rather ungraciously. This action caused Kakashi to appear suddenly before the trio, a thunderstorm raging behind him, and announced in a deceptively kind voice that all three passed. He then proceeded to explain the how and why of this exercise, putting great emphasis on the importance of teamwork and the trio's own faulty traits that prevented them to move as one. During this mini-speech, Naruto had observed that of all three now genin shinobis, only Sakura seemed to have paid attention to Kakashi's words. Sasuke had scoffed off the advice as something that would hinder him, and Nezo obviously have the attention span of a nail. A KIA waiting to happen indeed. Naruto silently repeated Kakashi's words in his mind. Right, now go home and get some proper rest. Tomorrow we'll start off with some D-rank missions. Kakashi said and dismissed the gathered genins. Then he walked back next to Naruto. Seem like they passed. He said in a conversational tone. I did not foresee this. Naruto admitted. It seems that the idiocy of Maki truly did work in their favor, if only by serving as a source of annoyance. Kakashi chuckled in agreement. Well, I still have some paperwork to take care of in Hokage's office, so I'll see you sometimes later. With that, he evaporated in a puff of smoke. Naruto continued to stare a few moments longer at the site where Kakashi had disappeared, and then began to walk away. Before he could get a few steps, a figure emerged from the trees and jumped in front of his path, blocking his way. It was the raven-haired boy he had seen during Kakashi's test, Uchiha Sasuke. However, the boy looked rather angry and excited at the same time. May I be of assistance to you? Naruto inquired, though the boy's expression boded nothing good. Fight me, was all Sasuke said as he threw several shurikens at the surprised blonde. Even as Naruto dodged out of the way, Sasuke charged towards him, fist raised. With lightning speed, the Uchiha jabbed at Naruto's chest with his left fist, which Naruto caught with ease. Growling, Sasuke tried to punch the blonde a few more times. Each attempt was met with just as much success as his previous one. At last, feeling tired, Sasuke leapt back from Naruto, panting slightly. Why? Naruto spoke, his face a blank mask. Sasuke said nothing as he charged again, using every taijutsu he could think of against the unknown opponent before him. Yet like his punches, his prized speed and taijutsus were as child's play before the other boy, who did not even move from his spot as he countered them. Sasuke could almost see the mocking laughter dancing within Naruto's eyes, despite the fact the two never made any eye contact. It was like Itachi all over again, only this time, Itachi seemed so much stronger. Suddenly, he was pulled back into that nightmarish world, when his brothers stood amidst the flames, covered with the blood of his family. He remembered again those cold Sharingan eyes that made him relive the massacre of his clan repeatedly until he thought that he'd gone mad. Such painful memories aroused a fury within the youth Uchiha's heart, one that burned as black as the deepest canvas of the night. With a roar of hate, Sasuke formed several seals and shouted, Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. From his mouth, a massive ball of flame was exhaled, enveloping the boy before him in its blistering heat. However, almost as soon as Sasuke had used this technique, he began to regret it. He had lost control to his rage again. He kept forgetting that he was not facing Itachi, but someone who had never done him any wrong. Yet one look in those cold and merciless eyes, and somehow, the image of his brother seemed to merge with that of the blonde, until there were no differences between the two any longer. He wouldn't die. Sasuke thought in self-comfort. He had used a great deal of chakra behind the technique, but it was not truly fatal. The boy might suffer a few burns, but nothing life-threatening. Besides, no one would care if some nameless boy were hurt in a sparring practice against the genius Uchiha, right? Before he could answer that rhetorical question he himself had posed, a soft voice sounded within the burning sea of fire. I see a black aura surrounds you, Uchiha, one that spoke of the death and destruction that would follow in your path. From the roaring flame, Naruto emerged unscathed, his cloak whipping in a supernatural wind. His eyes, which were glowing a brilliant blue light, focused on Sasuke, who found himself staring into the darkness of creation itself. And yet, it is but an ember compared to my own. Slowly Naruto walked before Sasuke, who was still transfixed by those eyes. A lesson you would do well to take to heart, Uchiha Sasuke. He whispered, his voice death. Do not challenge powers of which you have no understanding of. With a blur, Naruto struck Sasuke squarely in the stomach. The raven-haired boy gave a grunt of pain, his visions blacking out completely. A sickening crunching sound could be heard as an unconscious Sasuke was launched backwards, breaking a great many trees in his flight, until it was cut short by a massive boulder some 50 feet away. Luckily for Sasuke, no permanent damage was done. Naruto had pulled back a great deal of his strength, or else the genius would have been sent off with a lot more than a broken rib. Naruto was still emotionless as he strolled away from the scene, his mind going over and analyzing all that has happened this day. The meeting with Sasuke he had not foreseen, but already his computer-like mind has considered this new factor and prescribed a new course of action. It seemed obvious to Naruto that the quickest and easiest method in dealing with the Uchiha would be to end his existence. The thoughts of vengeance have taken far too deep a root to be purged out by conventional means, and there is a definite lust of power in the boy's eyes when the two of them had fought. It may be much better if the village was without the presence of this troubled youth. A weapon Uchiha maybe, but he is a weapon that would willingly turn on his masters, as long as more profitable opportunities could be observed elsewhere. Still, he supposed that it was fair to give the Uchiha a chance to redeem himself. The human mind is truly an amazing thing, and one whose actions could never really be predicated. Maybe Naruto was wrong, maybe Sasuke would turn out to be the savior of the shinobi village. Only time will tell. Should the thought of betrayal arise even once within Sasuke's mind, Naruto would not hesitate a moment in eliminating this potential threat. For such is the agreement he had made with the elderly Hokage. In exchange for shelter and other necessities, Naruto would protect Konoha to the best of his abilities, until such time that he has found a way of returning. The power of a soldier is something to be feared indeed, as elemental countries will soon learn. A cliff overlooking a section of Konoha forest. Naruto watched the scene below with marked disinterest. Had it been another ninja, or even a civilian, they might have found the plight of Team 7 to be humorous, but humor is an unaffordable luxury for the blonde, an artificial creation of science and magic for who even the faintest of smiles is a rare commodity. And though slowly, the frost that held his heart prisoner is loosening its frozen grasp, he still could derive little joy from the chaos that lay before him. For the life of him, the boy with the sun-kissed hair could not understand the logic, the purpose for the three genins, future assassins and spies, to partake in so menial and derogatory task as the recovery of a domestic animal. It seemed to him that such a meager retrieval mission did not rank very high on a shinobi's list of duties, nor did it serve any greater purpose other than warrant needless frustration amongst the three youth. As far as he was concerned, the sooner these children learn of the brutalities that accompanied their chosen profession, the better they would prepare for whatever trials waiting ahead of them. By the time the young soldier had turned 9, thousands had died by his hands. At an age when other children still nestled in the warmth of their parents' beards, he had single-handedly stayed armies and brought down entire cities. At an age when other children still experienced a life of little horror and fear, a life of bright lights and laughter, he had assumed the mantle of an angel of death. These ninjas, though differs from him in their degree of power, serve but the same overall purpose. So why is it that the three young shinobis below him still indulged in so trivial a task? Perhaps it was because the members of Team 7 are, despite their differences, still human, and he, Uzumaki Naruto, was something else entirely. Though they dwelled in the same dimension, sharing the same plane of existence, their worlds remained eons apart. With an inaudible sigh, the young swordsman sat down upon the rough surface of the cliff and watched in silence, not understanding why Kakashi's team would content themselves with chasing after the same feline for the 7th time in the same week, especially since from his vantage point, the cat looks perfectly happy where it is. Maybe it is a ninja thing. Meanwhile, Sakura prayed reverently that both the cat and its owner would have the decency of drowning themselves in a large lake, or, if failing that, die horribly in a fire. For God's sake, her previous teacher, a Chunin by the name of Irika, had never once in his life told them that their days as genin would be spent doing such meager and meaningless tasks. Certainly, as the lowest-ranking shinobis, she and her teammates are expected to work their way up from pitifully easy D-rank missions, but is there any reason why she would be forced to capture the same DMN animal for the 7th time in the same week? Only thing right now keeping her from skinning the cat alive out of sheer spite is the thought of the generous payment they would receive at the day's end. The task is infuriating, enough to drive any sane man mad, but she supposed the money later on would make up for it, maybe. Biting back a curse, the pink-haired Kunoichi dodged the low-hanging branch that, or so it seemed to her, appeared out of nowhere. Oh sure, this exercise is supposed to improve their teamwork, but, at the thought, Sakura threw a sly glance at her no-so-secret crush, one Uchiha Sasuke. Although she was not the most empathetic of persons, but even she was able to tell that the handsome boy was not in the best of moods. Dark shadows clouding his refined features, his eyes burning with utter loathing, the Uchiha prodigy had the look of one who was ready to commit murder. If not for the fact that Sasuke had wanted to keep a perfect mission record, Sakura was certain that the Uchiha survivor would have had no qualm in sending the little beat to hell with a katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire style, great fireball technique. And for once, the little beast in context was not referring to Nezo. Speaking of Nezo, Sakura thought as she ducked and dodged through the foliages, glancing around for sight of the brat, where the hell is that? Oh wait, never mind. No doubt the poor excuse for a ninja is still in that ditch, struggling in a futile attempt to escape. Allowing herself yet another sigh of hopelessness, Sakura turned her attention towards the supposed sensei of their squad. Hatake Kakashi is a shinobi of legendary renown whose name is feared and resented far and wide by the enemies of the Leaf. The son of the White Fang, and a shinobi rumored to have penetrated and copied over 1,000 jutsus, Kakashi was held by many as one of the greatest jonins of his generation. Unfortunately, as a teacher, Sakura knew she really should feel grateful that some god in heaven had taken a liking to her and placed her under so powerful a ninja, but really now, could she really feel any sort of gladness under the guidance of a pervert so fixated on that abomination? At this moment in time, every ounce of the silver-haired shinobi's attention is focused solely upon a small orange book that went by the name of Aika Aika Paradise. It was a book that contained within its pages some of the most perverse content known to the race of men, and a book that Kakashi particularly worshipped. Yet somehow illogically, impossibly, despite the fact the man is paying absolutely no attention to the terrain that's stretched out before him, he is still able to avoid each and every obstacle that intruded upon his path with a grace and facile that was downright insulting to the pink-haired teen. It's almost like the man had a third, his second eye being covered up and all, eye somewhere that Sakura did not know about, and upon further reflection, did not want to know about. The human body is home to so many disgusting organs. So her attention returned to the mission at hand, and Sakura began to pick up her pace, trying to end this exercise while still retaining some of her slowly fading sanity. Even as she weaved between the towering trees, the rather pretty Kunoichi could feel that at the back of her mind, her inner persona is demanding blood. Demand that cat, demand it to hell. XXXXXX. 5 days later. You wish to see me? Naruto asked softly as he appeared before the Hokage, his face a blank mask of indifference. There were no telltale smoke or scattering leaves to announce his arrival. The boy had simply appeared amidst a wave of dissipating chakra. I would assume that the subject in discussion is one of some importance. Sandaime gauged the boy with his piercing gaze, a gaze that would have turned the eyes of the bravest of his ninjas, but one that did nothing against the freezing surliance of Naruto's own. The boy had been a godsend for Konoha. Of this much the elder Hokage was certain. His strength and skill, far surpassing what a boy of his age should retain, had proved to be an invaluable asset for the village of the Hidden Leaf. Although hardly a year has passed since the boy had arrived in this foreign land, and yet already he had rendered more service to the Land of Fire than most ninjas in their entire lives. The capture of the traitor Mizuki, the execution of a number of Iwanins, the recover of several forbidden scrolls. These accomplishments are but the tip of the iceberg for young Naruto. It made him feel guilty that he should call upon the youth's service yet again, disturbing the quiet and peaceful life the boy is leading, but there is no choice. The council had particularly demanded it of him. It seems that a number of those senile old fools had gotten the notion that their precious Uchiha, or would that be Sharingan, is not being provided with sufficient essimelin, stuck as the boy is with D-ranked missions. So they petitioned the Hokage to allow Team 7 more difficult tasks in order to unlock the full potential of the Uchiha survivor. So, seeing no real harm in this, the Hokage relented and gave Team 7 a fairly easy C-ranked mission, which, incidentally, is what led Naruto to be in the Hokage's office at this time. The mission seemed to be a simple one on the surface: the protection of a bridge builder from occasional bandits and marauders that prowled about, until such time that the man could finish his construction project in peace. Yet having looked through the underlying political and economical situation of the Land of Waves, there seemed to the Hokage to be far sinister forces afoot than simple brigands. For one thing, Tsuna's bridge, one that, upon its completion would connect the Land of Waves with the mainland, clearly placed him at odds with a businessman that went by the name of Gato, a man who had monopoly over the small island country for some time. Obviously, if a new pathway is built, it would have robbed much of Gato's influence in the country, and that is not something the wealthy criminal mastermind could condone. No doubt in his attempt to eliminate this threat, Gato would be willing to employ any actions necessary, including dealings with shinobis, and in particular, Nukanins. Although Team 7 would find little trouble defending the old man from simple low lives and scrums of society, attempting to confront other ninjas is quite another matter. I see. Naruto spoke at length after the Hokage lapsed into silence. You wish me to render them assistance if such becomes needed? The Hokage nodded. Several agents of mine operating near the Land of Waves reported to me shinobi activities in the vicinity of that area, one of those coming from a man by the name of Momochi Zabuza, formerly one of Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananin Shu, the 7 shinobi swordsmen of the mist, as well as an A-ranked missing nin. If he is indeed under the service of Gato, then Team May 7th will be in mortal danger. Naruto nodded as he stared at the file one of the ANBU handed him. Upon it is the picture of Momochi Zabuza, carrying his enormous Zanbato, and behind Zabuza is the figure of someone Naruto could not quite make out, though judging by the form, seemed to be but a child. So, Zabuza is it? Out loud, Naruto chuckled softly, an action he had seen Sephiroth done many times before, not because he was pleased, but because he was interested by the subject, and whispered to himself, I wonder, how will his Zanbato stand against the might of my Muramasa? Staring at Naruto's elegant and regal face, the Hokage released a bated breath. The boy seemed willing, though his face remained unreadable, the first for the senior fire shadow. I would not have asked you to do this if I could help it. He sighed. But if I were to send one of my shinobis to aid Team 7, other nations might see this as an act of aggression on Konoha's part. And seeing as how the relations between the various villages are tense as it is, such a provocation could serve to spark conflicts anew. Enough. Naruto silenced the man with a wave of his hand. He was one of the few men who could speak to the Hokage in such a manner without the least consequence. I know of such complications well. My time in your library is not ill-spent. You owe me no debt for this service, seeing as how I am already in yours in the first place. It is but simple repayment for your kindness and shelter, nothing more. With that, Naruto vanished from the room, almost as though he had never been there in the first place. The office once more lapsed into silence, before the Hokage reached into his robe and took out his treasured pipe. Lighting its contents, the old man took a long drag of tobaccos, before he turned to gaze at the sky outside, where he could just make out a small speck soaring into the distance. Well, now I could finally rest easy without those foolish elders getting on my case. With Naruto as their bodyguard, not even 10 Zabuza could have given them trouble. Taking a look around at the towering paperworks that still waited for his approval, Sarutobi gave a long groan. How he hated paperworks. XXXXXX. Along the road to Wave. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he surveyed that land that stretched about him. A fierce battle had taken place here, of this much he was certain. The land is scarred by craters and marred by winding fissures. Countless trees were snapped in half by some unseen force and swept into the nearby sea, not to mention the wild mana signatures that still lingered in the surrounding atmosphere. Judging by the various kunais and shurikens that lay scattered about the road, the blonde felt it safe in assuming that at least one of the participants of this mortal combat is of the shinobi order, and as for the other, Tracing a finger across one of the fissures, something akin to anticipation flashed across his indigo eyes. These are sword scars, the kind left behind by some blade of gigantic size. A buster sword, perhaps, or a Zanbato, Momochi Zabuza had been here as well. Still, he could yet detect the mana traces of Kakashi, which seemed to suggest that Team 7 had escaped from the encounter alive, if not unharmed. As for Zabuza, at this the boy's eyes glowed a ghostly azure, for he could still sense an alien presence in the air, one that was faint, but definitely present. The demon of the mist is alive as well, if only barely. So now all that is left for him to do is to seek out Kakashi's team and protect them from within the advancing shadows, as was instructed to him by the Hokage. The Uchiha is a valuable asset to the village, and if at all possible, no harm should befall the only true Sharingan wielders still loyal to the leaf. How very troublesome! Naruto muttered as he took flight again towards the direction of the wave country, hoping that before he should arrive, Team 7 would not entangle themselves in any deeper complication, nor come to any further grief. Many miles away, Shikamaru suddenly sneezed loudly, frightening away the cat that his team was supposed to capture, and earning himself a good smack over the head from a very annoyed Ino. Nice going, JRK. The blonde ex-friend and rival of Sakura growled in a dangerous voice as she turned to search for the missing beast. Even Choji shot his friend a daggered look before joining Ino in her search, incensed that he should be subjected to future physical activities. The lazy Nara blinked several times and grumbled to himself. Troublesome women. XXXXXX. Dinner at Tazuna's house was a funny affair. Having arrived bruised and battered, bleeding from scratches and wounds that covered them from head to toe, it was a testament to the shinobi's endurance that only hours later, all 4 members of Team 7 found themselves fit enough again to gather around the supper table for a long-deserved dinner. Well, to call it dinner is a bit generous use of the term, for it was really nothing but a rather scrawny steamed whole fish and a few dishes of wild vegetation that grew around the village. Even Sakura, whose daily meals are fairly bland and tasteless, found the food difficult to swallow. To be fair, by wave standard, this was akin to a feast, and Tsunami, Tazuna's attractive daughter, really outdone herself in making the ingredients editable. So Team 7 chalked it down without complaints. Well, almost without complaints. Nezo, in one of his many less tactful moments, would no doubt have blurted out some hurtful and offensive comments, had not Kakashi, in all his wisdom, stuffed the boy's mouth with a chopstick full of rice before any harm could be done. Then the team is introduced to Inari, the 10-year-old grandson of the bridge builder, who, after one glance at the ninjas, proclaimed their inevitable doom at the hands of Gato. Sakura bristled, Nezo growled, and even Sasuke looked affronted. Fortunately, Kakashi managed to hold back the 3 genins before they inflict some painful lesson upon the boy. It was quite a normal day for a ninja, really. Well, until soft footsteps sounded outside, at any rate. At the gentle noise, all activities ceased almost immediately and the room lapsed into complete silence. The inhabitants waited with bated breath as Kakashi made a quick hand gesture. With a soft puff, the Kapinin vanished in a whirlwind of dust and leaves. Naruto! Kakushi's eyes opened wide as he recognized the hooded figure sitting atop Tazuna's modest little house. The boy opened his startlingly blue eyes and gave the silver-haired jonin a curt nod of confirmation before settling slowly back to his meditation. "What are you doing here?" Kakashi probed uncertainly. He knew as well as the Hokage that as a special independent agent of the Hidden Leaf, it was Naruto's duty to eliminate all possible threats to Konoha from within the village itself. Which means that the boy had no business whatsoever doing all the way out in this godforsaken land, and Kakashi certainly did not believe that Naruto had come here for sightseeing reasons. Naruto just isn't human enough for that sort of thing. A mission from the Hokage. Naruto explained simply. To oversee the safety of the Uchiha. Ah. Well, that certainly explains it then. Thought the jonin somewhat bitterly. He knew that the council practically raised the Uchiha upon pedestals of gold, but he had no idea that the depth of the council's obsession with the Sharingan was such that they would have sent one of the most powerful men in the entire world as the boy's bodyguard. "You're mistaken," Naruto said suddenly, as though he could read Kakashi's thoughts like an open book. I am merely sent here due to the underlying politics of the area. Kakashi nodded. As a country independent of shinobis, the Wave Country would remain a neutral faction should ever war arise. If, however, an agent of Konoha, Kakashi is a teacher, and so does not truly count, could be observed in the area, other nations may very well see it as an act of territorial expansion, and so may err in their assessment of Konoha's intentions. Naruto, on the other hand, is a face completely unknown to all the elemental countries, and so his presence within Wave would cause very little alarm. So I guess you'll be joining us then. Kakashi said at last as he looked up from his thoughts. No. The reply was cold, though not unfriendly. No. It would be for the best that my presence does not come to detection until such time that it is needed. I will observe and follow your team in secret, and lend my aid when I deem appropriate. Naruto folded his arms across his chest. To his surprise, Kakashi noted that when Naruto spoke of the genins, he did not refer to Uchiha, but to all 3 ninjas in training. Please, carrying on as you would have in my absence. With that, he vanished again, so completely this time that Kakashi could not even pick up a single chakra trail. So even Naruto is in this, huh? After a moment has passed, Kakashi looked up towards the sky, where hung the new moon, in all its pale and freezing glory. This certainly is the best piece of news I received in days. XXXXXX. The day after, Kakashi spent preparing his team for their eventual encounter with Zabuza. He led his team to the outskirts of the village, where he proceeded to demonstrate to the 3 amazed genins tree-walking. Yet although the silver-haired shinobi managed the feat effortlessly, the genins found themselves hard-pressed to advance even a few steps up the looming growths. To the surprise of all, it was Sakura who was able to master the exercise, well before both Sasuke and Nezo. It seems that her meager supply of chakra had allowed her a far greater control of it, exceeding both that of Nezo's and of Sasuke's. Unfortunately, while her control is admirable, her stamina left a lot to be desired. So after exhausting all of her chakra, the pink-haired girl instead headed towards the construction site, where she could keep an eye out for Tazuna, or any sai of Zabuza as well. Nezo had quit fairly early. As a boy raised in luxury, he was utterly used to the hardship that accompanied the shinobi life. About half an hour after Sakura had left for Tazuna, the boy, still unable to get but a few feet above the ground, threw a tantrum and left, leaving Sasuke to practice alone in the forest. The days afterwards were rather like this, consisting of training and more training, as slowly and slowly, both Sasuke and Sakura managed to improve their abilities little by little, while Nezo making no progress at all. Kakashi had scolded the rich boy for his laziness and lack of determination, but all the spoiled brat did was wave his hand dismissively and claimed that he did not need the training, since he is already so strong. Also, Team 7 learned of the tragic story behind Inari's inconsiderate behaviors, and despite the boy's venomous words, they, though with the exception of Nezo, could not help but feel sorry for him. Even Sasuke showed some sympathy towards the child, since he of all people knew well what it meant to lose a kinfolk, especially someone like your father, before your very eyes. Yet there is something else that occurred in these days, something that not even Naruto had foreseen. It was something insignificant, perhaps, but to him, it was a turning point in his life, even if he did not realize it now. He had spent the day meditating in the field, and consulting the Kyuubi for his advice. The fox was quite generous with his words, and although the Biju could not comprehend much of human feelings, the gist of his words held great wisdoms within nonetheless. So time passed around him without his noticing, until a soft hand stirred him from his concentrations. A beautiful girl stood before him, dressed in simple homespun dress, her hair flowing freely past her shoulders. "You'll catch cold sitting here like that?" Her voice was soft and melodious, like the song of a nightingale. She smiled brightly as Naruto blinked several times, adjusting to his surrounding. Haku studied the boy before her with calculating eyes. She was a good judge of character, and just by looking at someone, she was able to piece together much about that person. The boy is extremely handsome. His face seemed to have been carved by angels themselves. His features, his movements, Even the way that he carries himself held within them an air of regality and grace, as though the boy were some sort of nobility, or even in possession of a lineage of kings. It was then she noticed his eyes, and was taken aback by the sight. His eyes were cold indigo, twin chips of ice that burned darkly in the cool air. They say eyes are windows to a man's soul, and yet in the boy's eyes she could read nothing. They were guarded and harsh, revealing nothing of the boy's heart that lay beyond. There was only emptiness, a void, stretching before her, threatening to consume her in its freezing grasp. Then the boy spoke up, and the spell was broken. "My gratitude for your concern, though it is unneeded," he said as he rose to his feet, dusting off imaginary dirt from his fluttering cloak. "It is almost impossible that I would be afflicted with disease such as the one you speak of." Haku blinked. How unusual a response. She was not expecting this at all. "Well, in any case you're welcome." Yet even as Naruto turned to leave, Haku caught up with him again. She did not know what came over her, she simply acted on impulse. She had to know more about the boy. Who is he? What is he doing here? And more importantly, why is his gaze so cold as to be annihilating? It was as though his heart was encased in a coffin of ice, where it remains an eternal prisoner. She remembers well that nightmarish time when her own heart too had been frozen, before he found her and took her in, before he gave her a purpose again. Perhaps the boy was no different, perhaps that is why she ran after him. Could it be that he too shared her pains? She had to find out. "I never did learn your name," she gasped as she finally caught up with the boy, who turned and beheld her in puzzlement. "Mine is Haku, by the way." "White that suits you." Naruto rolled the name around on his tongue several times before speaking, his voice still as cold as the dead winter, though Haku thought she could feel a trace of warmth buried deep underneath. "My name is Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto." XXXXXX. Hours later. "I am terribly sorry to have imposed on you." She was quiet, soft-spoken, gentle and delicate, a far outcry from Sakura's assertive natures. "There is no need," Naruto said as he plucked the medical herbs from the ground and placed it in Haku's basket. To those who associated with him before, this seemingly normal action could well be sigh that the dread apocalypse has come, and even the blonde youth knew not why he would have aided the girl squatting beside him. It felt right for some odd reason. It was as though his body acted independently of his mind, as though some greater existence is pulling his strings for him. There is something about the girl, something strangely soothing. Naruto could not pinpoint the reason, but he felt comfortable around her, more so than when he stood beside Kakashi, or even Zack. Speaking of Zack, had the soldier witnessed this scene, he would have no doubt walked away, wanting to give the two young lovers a chance to be alone. Sadly, Naruto, having no comprehension of the concept of love, or in his case, attraction, puzzled still over the odd sensation he experienced. The QB was of no aid either, for as great as the fox is, even he had no knowledge of love's mysterious workings. "So what are you doing in the middle of nowhere at the crack of dawn anyway?" Haku asked, wanting to strike up a conversation and learn more about the enigma known only as Naruto. Normally shy and reserved, Haku would have never done anything so bold, but in the blonde's case, there are exceptions to be made. Naruto frowned as he stared into Haku's eyes. "The same could be asked of you. Though for your information, I am meditating on certain events that have occurred in the past few days." Haku raised an eyebrow. "Meditating? Are you some kind of ninja and samurai?" Naruto shook his head. "No, I am neither ninja nor this samurai you speak of. I am a mere wanderer, who happens to have certain associates within the ranks of the shinobis." There was something the boy was keep hidden from her. Haku knew this, and yet so well guarded was his secrets that she could not but mark the tip of the iceberg. The more she learned about the boy with the sun-kissed hair, the more she found out that she did not know him at all. Though neither a ninja nor a samurai, the boy's form radiated his power, and that cloak which he donned is anything but common. He is like a puzzle, one that Haku is nowhere near solving. "So I guess you're pretty strong then, if you could be friends with people like that," she said at last, when the boy once more withdrew into his silent sanctuaries. "But are you truly strong?" Truly strong. Naruto echoed her words. At age 12, very few entities could have stood against Naruto and lived, and fewer still could match the boy's blade and magic. Yet somehow, the blonde had a feeling that this was not the strength the strange girl spoke of. Do you have anyone special in your life, someone you are willing to give up your life for? At this Haku smiled, as though recalling some distant and misty memories. When Naruto gave no response, she continued. When people are protecting something truly precious to them, they can become as strong as they must be. A long moment of silence passed between the two teens, and at last Naruto finally spoke up. If before his voice is as the dead of winter, now it has become a raging blizzard. Though still the same emotionless tone, his words were chilled marrow itself. No, I do not have someone like those you speak of. Was it his imagination, or did Haku's eyes soften at those words? You have no one? She pressed. When Naruto nodded his reply, a sad smile appeared on her face. I was that once, before my precious person found me. So if you believe enough, someday your precious person will find you too. And with those words, the two of them parted, Haku walking back towards the way from whence she came, and Naruto was left pondering at the words she left behind. What did she mean, precious person? And what is this true strength that she spoke of? He asked no one in particular as he leaned back as stared at the clear sky. Then his face once more became shrouded in ice, and whatever emotion Haku may have brought on faded like the morning dew. Haku, what a strange individual. I have a feeling that I would encounter her once more, before long. Let us see then the truth in her words, and the truth in her strength. XXXXXX. They met several times after that day, at the same spot where fate had drawn them. Always he would wait for her, standing amidst the fallen leaves, as still and silent as a statue. Always she would come, sometime to gather more herbs and plants, and other times simply to speak with the stoic swordsman. They talked of many things and never of themselves, or the secrets that they hid from each other. Yet no matter what became the topic, always the conversation would steer back to the subject of a precious person. Did you find your precious person yet? Always she would ask with a smile so innocent, so pure, like freshly fallen snow. No. Always came the same emotionless response. You'll find one soon. And her reply remained the same as well. There was something about her, something Naruto could not explain. Her eyes are so light, so serene. No murderous light could be found in that placid depth, only a strange kindness and longing. Naruto did not know why, but each time he parted from her, he felt hollow, incomplete. It was not the unbearable feeling of loneness of separation that so pained him, for he had been alone since his birth, and will remain alone till death do claim him. Each time Haku left him, there rose a feeling of taint. White, that was the meaning of her name, and a more fitting one could not be found. She was like the virgin snow, untouched by evil. Her smile hid no daggers, and her eyes concealed no betrayal. She was like an angel, in whose grace all sins are washed away. And with her parting, those sins, those heinous crimes returned with a vengeance, and the horrors that he once embodied, now met him. Was this what the demons of hell felt, as they gazed upon the angels above, gazing upon those blameless faces that they could never become? Haku had told him that all children are born sinless, and in those short moments, he wanted to believe the fragile girl. But could there be redemption, forgiveness, for Naruto, an affront and blight before God? Somehow the thought hurt him. It was a strange sensation, a burning, twisting feeling in the chambers of his heart. It was an alien experience, and yet at the same time, it was so very familiar. Monster! A fragmented thought resurfaced from the sea of memories, a single tear-stained face branded into his mind. Those words had hurt then, and Haku's absence had hurt now. But why did it hurt? Why could he feel such agony, when no wound was inflicted upon his body? Why did he feel such torment, when he was target to no magic? The scars of the flesh fade with time, but the wounding of the heart cuts to the very soul. Though none could see it save for the fates themselves, a single, almost invisible crack appeared upon the surface of the icy coffin within which lay the blonde boy's heart. XXXXXX. Most of your strength has returned, Zabuza-sama. Haku said in a soft whisper, as she stood beside the missing nin of Kiri. The demon stared down at his dripping fingers, between which he had crushed an apple. Slowly he chucked and rose to his feet, dropping the pieces of the shattered fruit to the ground below. Grasping the hilt of his massive blade with the other hand, the man easily brought the gigantic weapon behind him. Excellent, he declared. Let us get going, Haku. Of course, Haku answered. Yet there was something strange about the girl, something almost like hesitation. There was reluctance in her movement as she neared the door, as though she did not wish to step outside. The boy, Naruto. A faint blush spread over her cheeks as she thought of the handsome youth, standing so quietly amongst the forest, his hair and cloak whipping about in the winds. Would Naruto still treat her the same? Would their relationship even endure, if the blonde found out about this side of her, a merciless killer and assassin? Haku knew it was strange that she should even have these thoughts. From the vantage point of any denizens of this world, the two of them could be barely associates, let alone more NTMT. And yet Haku didn't want to look at the world from others' eyes. It pained her to do so. Though she would not admit it, Naruto had become something important, precious to her. He was the only person willing to speak to her, to listen to her dreams and her fears, to listen as she poured her heart, or what little she dared reveal. Zabuza-sama was a precious person to her, yes, but he was so far away from her, a distance that she dared not reach. Naruto was different. He is cold as the frozen north, as harsh as the Arctic winds, and yet him Haku could reach. He was different from Zabuza, he was Haku's friend. It sounded stupid, but Naruto is the only friend Haku had in the world, the only one willing to befriend her, despite her curse. The thought of losing him would have broken Haku. What if Naruto learned of her secrets? What if Naruto learned that beneath the angelic interior was a demon waiting to be released? Would he abandon her then, as her parents did? It was too painful even thinking about it. Haku! From beside her came Zabuza's coarse voice, shattering her thoughts. There was something about the girl this day, thought the demon of the mist as he studied his tool, something that troubled him deeply. For once, the emotion that displayed upon the girl's face is not one of serenity, but of turmoil. What could have changed the once placid Haku so greatly? Whatever it is bad news. A tool is no longer useful if it attained humanity. Is something the matter? No, it is nothing of importance. Haku said quickly as she tried her best to regain her composure. Zabuza frowned, watching the girl's retreating form. Something is definitely off with his subordinate, something that he could not quite put his fingers on. He will have to question the girl once their task at hand is finished. Halfway across the wave country, Hatake Kakashi looked down upon his own hands. It seems that I have completely healed. Zabuza would most likely be on the move again. Still, with Naruto here, there is not too much to worry about. I hope. Inari stood outside, crying his heart out. The dinner was a complete disaster, to all parties involved. The boy is quite at fault, no doubt about it, having once again thrown one of his tantrums at the exhausted sight of Sakura and Sasuke. Unfortunately, this time, Kakashi was not quick enough to prevent a rather thoughtless comment from Nezo that ended in the boy fleeing from the house, tears trailing behind him. It was quite some time before the young boy noticed someone standing near him, staring at the pale crescent moon as it shone down upon the earth. He could not make out too much of the figure, save for the long blonde locks that flowed past his shoulders. For a while neither spoke, then the figure turned his gaze upon Inari, and it was all Inari could do to stay rooted to the spot. Though the apparition seemed no older than the genins inside his house, the boy standing before him seemed to have hailed from another plane of existence altogether. His eyes were as bitter ice, freezing, and yet burning to the touch, and all about him the air hung thick, unnaturally so. Who are you? At last Inari found the courage to question the stranger, his muscle tensing in preparation for an escape. Strength, what does it mean to be strong? The figure asked as he returned his gaze to the uncaring moon. His voice was low, as though speaking to himself. To protect someone precious, that is where true strength comes. To protect someone precious is to be truly strong. Inari stared at the stranger in surprise. Somehow, the words spoke to him. They seemed to resonate with something inside of him, something someone told him a long time ago. If something is precious to you, protect it with all the strength you got, even at the risk of your own life. Dad, he whispered, clutching his cloth tighter about himself. Is what you said true? Then, all this time, have I been running away? Mama, Grandpa, they were all precious to Inari, and yet all he ever did was cause them pain. He should be protecting his precious persons, but instead he had made them suffer needlessly. I'm sorry, Ted. Inari murmured, trying to keep back the overflowing tears as memories flowed back to him, reminding him the horrible tribulations he had caused his family to endure. I won't run away anymore. I protect them even at the risk of my life. Yet when he looked up again, the stranger was gone. Are you okay? Kakashi stared worriedly at the young boy. He had reprimanded Nezo severely for such reckless words, and yet no amount of scolding could undo the hurt that Nezo had caused. But to his surprise, Inari was smiling weakly. It wasn't the smile that had taken the Sharingan master by surprise, it was the light of change shining in the boy's eyes that had shocked him. They were full of a conviction that Kakashi knew all too well. He had seen it in the eyes of so many great shinobi. It was the will of fire, through even death itself. I'm fine now. Inari's smile grew brighter as the two of them headed back towards the house. I know what I must do now. Really? At this, the silver-haired Jonin raised an eyebrow. This was certainly more than he had expected. Many a man wanders through life, having lost all sights of themselves, and yet here, a mere 10-years-old boy had found his own path. Yep. Inari declared, somewhat loudly. An angel showed me the way. Unbeknownst to the two figures, Naruto watched the exchange from above in silence, marveling at the irony of it all. An angel indeed, he thought grimly, demon is a more appropriate term. Yet if he is indeed a demon, why then would he have aided the boy in his self-search? Why did he reveal his presence to the boy? Because you wanted to be forgiven. A voice said in the back of his mind, a voice belonging to neither the fox nor himself. Forgiveness? Is that what he wanted? To wash away his sins, one small stain at a time. Haku had changed him in at an alarming rate. Years of frost had begun to melt away, slowly restoring the human that lay beneath. He could still not be called wholly mortal, but stronger and stronger, his frozen heart began to beat. XXXXXX. Inari sobbed quietly to himself as he sat, hugging his knees close about himself. He was still so useless, so weak. He can't even defend his own mama, when she most needed him. If not for his cowardliness, she might still be free, instead of being taken hostage by Gato's sword-wielding thugs. They stormed the house looking for someone that they might capture, someone that they could use as a trump card against the ninjas, and the old bridge builder who the ninjas protected. Granted, it is a dirty trick that they are concocting, but it remains throughout history as a DMN effective one. These shinobis holds themselves as more or less heroes, and self-righteous fools like them could never allow an innocent damsel to die before their very eyes. Now can they? Even if the ninjas do not relent, it is doubtful that Tazuna would allow any harm to come to his only daughter. Either way, things would work out perfectly for Gato and his criminal empire. One thing led to another, and soon Tsunami found herself making a desperate bargain with the two samurais. In exchange for her cooperation, they would allow Inari to go free and alive. Without any other choice, for the woman threatened to bite through her tongue, the two men agreed and sent Inari to the family kitchen, where he now sat crying. Why was he so dim and weak? Inari questioned as his fist clenched tightly, his nails digging into the flesh. He promised to become stronger, promised to have a stronger resolve, and yet in the face of danger, he found himself nothing more than the child he had been before, pathetic, helpless, and alone. He couldn't do a thing to help his mother, he couldn't even protect her from lowly criminals like those two swordsmen. Why is he so dim and weak? Everyone else is so strong, so awesome. the small boy thought sadly as the faces of his family and the ninjas resurfaced. His grandpa, Tazuna, who wanted to restore the wave country, even at the risk of death. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura. Even though the battle against Gato is something they did not need to concern themselves, these shinobis of Leaf nevertheless spite the evil that threatened Wave. These people, they were so strong, because they fought not for personal gains, but to defend an ideal. I won't run away anymore. I protect them even at the risk of my life. He said that, hasn't he? He made a promise, no, an oath to himself. He won't run away anymore. He will stand and fight. Can I be strong too, Daddy? With that thought, the young boy stood up, a new light burning in his eyes. Without hesitation, Inari charged out of the broken doorway, running full speed towards the samurais that held his mother prisoner. It's a pity, you know. As Inari reaffirmed his resolve, one of the samurai had chuckled as he stroked Tsunami's face. That the boss wanted her unharmed. With a face and body like that, she'd make a fine lay. The other man laughed lecherously, though his hands still held on to his weapon, in case the woman made any sudden movements. Well, once he's done, there still might be something left of the last for us, eh? Tsunami said nothing, her eyes gazing steadily forward, her lips pale with disgust. Yet no fear flickered across her face, even as the two men discussed, with great vigor, the various things they would have subjected her body to. She will not allow them to see the terror in her heart, to give them the satisfaction of knowing that they hold power over her. Then her eyes opened wide as she detected movements from behind her, and a single scream escaped her mouth. No. But too late, already the two samurais are running top speed towards the boy, their face alight with a joyous savagery. Finally, after so long without blood, their weapons could once more sate their thirst. Yet even as their shadows descended upon Inari, thin red lines appeared all over their body, lines that grew and branched, until it covered their whole bodies like some misshapen web. Their movements ceased even as they tried to unsheath their blades, and there, before Inari, the two men stood still, as though they had been turned to stone. Suddenly, without warning, there came a sound as fleeting and unreal as a passing nightmare, chilling and merciless. The voice was soft, and yet all that was present heard its words. It was as though some ethereal and unseen phantom had whispered next to their ears, though they could not feel a thing. You who are a disgrace to the path of the sword, die by the art you so tainted. The voice was neither full of hatred or anger, yet it was more settling than either. Sword art flash. As the word fell silent, the eyes of the two samurai widened as their souls fled from their body. A single second of absolute silence passed, and the two men's bodies exploded into bloody mists. When the red haze has settled, nothing remained of them but droplets of blood that clung onto the earth and stones. I have discovered your associate's location. It would seem as though they are currently under siege by two other mana signatures. One of them remains alien to me, but the other one should be very well known to you. Kyuubi spoke up suddenly, as Naruto had once more dismissed his blade. The blonde nodded as he took to the skies, wondering whose presence the fox might have sensed. The number of individuals that are well known to the boy is far and few in between. In fact, now that he thinks on it, only 3 human in this world could have made the claim. One is the Hokage and the other being Kakashi, and the last. Is it you? Haku. So fate has chosen us to meet in combat. Naruto mused as he flew, his cloak billowing behind him. So be it then. Show me, Haku, this strength you claim. Show me the power that comes from your precious person. XXXXXX. Arrow. Sharingan. Kakashi sighed in relief as the heavy mist Zabuza had gathered was blown away by a sudden gale, just in time for him to intercept a bone-crushing blow from the mist Nin. Though he managed to guard against the blow, the force of the punch nevertheless sent him skidding backward, right next to the black-cloaked form of Uzumaki Naruto, who watched Kakashi rise to his feet with amusement, or at least as close to it as the feelingless boy could muster. Sakura gasped as her eyes opened wide in recognition. She remembered this boy. It was the same one she had found unconscious in Konoha Park. But what on earth is that same strange and handsome too, piped in her inner persona, doing in a place like this? More importantly, why is her sensei looking at the boy with a mixture of relief and annoyance? Took your sweet time, huh? Kakashi asked as he dusted the debris from his Jonin vest. Although from the crinkling of his eye, it is not too difficult to tell that he is not truly angry with the stoic boy. Forgive me, Naruto said as his hand glowed green, and soon a soothing light covered the Jonin. To the amazement of all, Zabuza included, the wounds on the Jonin healed at a visible rate, the gashes and bruises closing and disappearing before their very eyes. Certain matter arose that required my intervention. A medicine? Zabuza wondered as he took several steps away from the conversing duo. If the boy is indeed a master of the healing jutsus, then this battle may well be against him. But still it made no sense. The medic techniques that Zabuza had known all focused on only specific areas. To be able to heal the entire body, as the strange youth had demonstrated, would have required unfathomable chakra, as well as unrivaled control. If the boy is that good, then not even Zabuza could have stood against him. Besides, judging by his weapon, the boy seemed to be proficient, a master at swordplay, effectively doubling his threat. Then there is the strange jutsu the boy had displayed, the one that banished his fog. Zabuza had never even heard of an attack called arrow before, let alone understand its strength and weakness. The unknown is a shinobi's greatest enemy, and Zabuza have no intention of fighting against a foe he knows nothing about. He had been confident in his battle against Kakashi, because Haku had analyzed the Sharingan user's performance, but against this boy. Blizzard. Massive pillar of ice rose up from the earth, converging towards the astounded swordsman. With a loud curse, Zabuza jumped upward, in order to avoid a bloody death. Yet even as he sailed skyward, Zabuza felt a shadow casting over him, and lifting his eyes, saw to his horror the descending form of Naruto. He had barely enough time to raise his Zanbato in defense before the long Nodachi slammed him back down to earth below. Zabuza could feel his blade cracking under the monstrous strength of Naruto's blow. He could feel his bone giving away. Sheet! He growled as he watched the boy running towards him again. Without a second to spare, Zabuza launched into a series of hand gestures. Just before Naruto's blade reached him, the demon of the mist finished the last seal. Kirigakure no Jutsu. Hidden mist technique. For the second time that day, the fog rolled in, thick and blinding, engulfing the battlefield in its heavy presence. And for the second time came the whirling storm, scattering the mist from the still incomplete bridge. Unfortunately, the mist had merely served as a distraction, in order to buy Zabuza more time. For even as the haze faded, the demon of the mist stood triumphantly upon the rolling waters below Naruto. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Water release, water dragon missile. As though responding to his command, the water around the man surged forth, rising and twisting, forming into the shape of a massive serpentine dragon. The aqua creature gave a roar of fury as it charged towards the blonde, an unstoppable tidal wave of destruction. Yet no worry reached the boy's eyes as he pointed his right hand towards the raging dragon. As though with that single gesture he could tame the frenzied beast. Blizzard. The effect was instantaneous. Slowly, from its snout first, the water that created the dragon froze solid, until the once menacing serpent became nothing more than a gigantic ice sculpture, one that glowed rainbow beneath the sunlight. Before Zabuza had time to recover from his shock, Naruto came at him again, catching him unawares. Steel met steel as the two swordsmen clashed, and once more Zabuza felt the large Zanbato in his hand trembling at the force of the blow. With all the might that he could muster, Zabuza swung, pushing the boy back several steps, where he stood, hovering a few feet above the water. Then Naruto moved. This time the boy, with a wave of his hand, dismissed Muramasa, much to Zabuza's surprise and anger. In a battle between the swords, to sheath away one's weapon before the battle is done is either an act of surrender or a grave insult. However, the man had no time to feel slighted, for before he could make a move of his own, the boy charged, forming an orb of purest chakra in each hand. Yet it was not that alone which surprised and even frightened Zabuza, but the fact that his opponent could command two elements simultaneously. For on his left hand, Naruto held a blazing sphere of fire, and on his right, a sphere of Arctic cold. Without a word, the twin spheres left his open palms and flew at Zabuza, almost as if they possessed a mind of their own. The missing Nin barely managed to escape the impact as the twin orbs collided, creating a massive explosion more devastating than he could ever hope to achieve. Panting, the self-proclaimed demon managed to land on the bridge again, but before he could perform a single jutsu, or even speak a single word, a nodachi pierced his chest. The missing Nin gave a gurgling death cry, and fell back into a puddle of water. A water clone? Naruto frowned at the sight, remembering the technique that he had seen in the Hokage's library. If this Zabuza is only a second-rate replica, then the real Zabuza must be behind me. A wall of ice rose up behind Naruto, just as a massive Zanbato streaked towards the blonde. The crystal glacier shattered beneath the impact of the attack, leaving its summoner unharmed. As the ice wall faded into nothing, several more Zabuza came charging at the boy, all of whom were promptly banished into puddles of water as spikes of ice exploded from the earth all around Naruto, like the sudden birth of some strange and deadly flower. Demon! The real Zabuza growled in frustration as he stepped into view. There was no way to win against the boy at all. Each time he attempted something, the boy simply countered it with those insane techniques that he had never even heard of. Hell, if he is not careful, he might not even survive the bout. Whatever the boy is, he is a hell lot more dangerous than even Kakashi. How the hell did I get into this mess again? Yet his reveries were cut short as Kakashi's voice sounded above the silence. Naruto, go and help Sasuke. I may not be in my top shape right now, but I can handle Zabuza well enough. As you wish. Before Zabuza could speak, Naruto jumped past him and into the prison of mirrors beyond. With a curse, Zabuza picked up his sword and turned to face Kakashi, his eyes radiating silent fury. It seems I was no match for your friend. He growled as he dropped into a fighting stance. But fighting against you should be a different matter. XXXXXX. Is this the first time you've seen a comrade die before your eyes? Haku asked calmly as she stepped from her mirrors and focused her gaze upon the two boys. She had been surprised by how fiercely the Uchiha had fought against her, to the point that he was able to awaken his own bloodline limit. A battle is a battle, and though she respects him as a ninja, it did not change their relationship. But for some inexplicable reason, she could not bring herself to deliver the killing blow, only induce the raven-haired teen in a comatose-like state of rest. He should recover soon, and by then, it would be all over. Such is the path we ninjas must tread. Nezo's glance shifted from the advancing presence of Haku to the dead, Sasuke, and suddenly, the rich boy dropped to his knees and groveled before Haku, much to the girl's disgust. Please, don't kill me. The boy whimpered as he retreated on hands and knees. I can't even fight. I'm not a threat to you, honest. You killed Uchiha, right? I mean, he is actually kind of dangerous to you, but I'm a failure at this shinobi stuff and I promise I won't try anything if you spare my life. My parents are filthy rich. I'm not lying. And if you let me go, I'll pay whatever you want. Haku's expression changed from one of pity to the deepest loathing. His friend, his comrade had just sacrificed his very own life to save this boy, and yet this scum would beg for mercy from his comrade's assailant? Her eyes narrowed. Haku summoned several needles between her delicate fingers. There was not a shred of mercy in her eyes as she regarded the boy. Die. The needles flew true, or would have, had not a blinding flash silver interceded their path. A single nodachi stood quivering before her, its blade buried deep into the earth. The sword is massive, even for a nodachi, as long as the Zanbato Zabuza wields, perhaps even longer by several inches. The surface of the weapon is unadorned, though several points of dim light seemed to shimmer within the sword itself. Though the blade looked unmarked and untainted, the well-worn hilt of the nodachi told quite another tale. Around the sword lay the scattered pieces of the Sinban needles that the deadly steel pierced in its flight. This is enough. A voice sounded behind the startled Haku, who, upon turning, found herself staring into those hypnotic azure eyes that she had come to know all too well. Shame washed over the girl as she stepped away from Naruto, drawing several more needles in the process. He found out, as she feared he would. What would happen now to her? Yeah. Kick his butt. Nezo, upon seeing the sight, leapt up with joy, all his terrors forgotten as he beheld the sight of his savior. I told you I'm someone important. See, they even sent a... Even before he could finish the sentence, a blast of lightning smote where he stood, sending the unfortunate genin crushing into one of the ice mirrors, effectively rendering him unconscious and silencing his wretched words. Do stay quiet, Naruto muttered and turned to Haku. Again, his eyes revealing none of the hurt, the betrayal Haku had anticipated. There was only a sense of hard-to-make-out peace that surrounded the boy. Haku! Why is he so calm? Haku wondered as she removed her mask hesitantly. Why isn't he angry that she had practically lied to him about everything? All this time, her words had been hollow, whispers of untruth that she could not follow. Yet he was not angry despite all that. But why? Haku found her lips move despite her mind. Why did you come here? You weren't supposed to see me like this. Tears trailed down her cheeks as her words grew weaker and weaker. It tore her apart to have to lie to Naruto, for in the short times that they were together, their friendship had turned into something more for Haku. Something that was almost like love. Yet what occurred next no one, this world or the next, could have believed. In an act of gentleness that was utterly alien to the boy, Naruto reached up and brushed away the falling tears. Why do you cry? He asked puzzled. Though Haku had awakened the shadow of humanity inside him, he still could not understand the mental tortures that humans put themselves through. Yet somehow, for reasons totally beyond his comprehension, instead of calm down the poor girl, it made her tears flow all the faster. Then, without realizing what he is doing, Naruto gathered the girl into his arms, where she leaned against him, her frame raked with sobs. I lied to you. She stuttered as she managed to control her emotions once more, though she seemed reluctant to leave Naruto's embrace. Is this love she is feeling, or simply a sense of belonging? I said children are born without sins, and yet... Naruto frowned. He honestly did not see how this could have inspired such sorrow within the once placid girl he had met in the woods. For that matter, why did his body react to Haku's sadness in such a manner, when his mind was still processing the various solutions that he could take? It seems to the swordsman that more and more, his body is acting independently of his mind, which, in his case, is not a good thing. Luckily, it seems that these moments occur only when he is around females, primarily Haku. Perhaps it is a natural reaction due to his biological structuring, the blonde thought, trying to identify the cause for his irrational behaviors. While he has never had the talk of birds and bees, Naruto did not truly need it. All that information, along with history, mathematics, physics, chemistry, politics and more are stored within his brain, as a result of the various experiments that molded him into the weapon that he is today. Or maybe, just maybe, it is the result of the unconscious influence left behind by Zack during the times they traveled together. Despite being somewhat of a womanizer, Zack always considered himself a knight and champion for the fairer Issei, and always stressed the point to Naruto as well, though the latter was far too impassive at the time to give the thought a daemon. Perhaps the words left a deeper impact than any of them had thought. Whatever the cause, when Naruto spoke again, the harshness of his voice is noticeably suppressed, though not without some effort on his part. I did not befriend you because you are sinless, Naruto said slowly, feeling Haku's warm form tensing in his arms. I befriended you because in spite of your sins, you looked at the brighter side of life. In spite of your taint, you retained the purity and innocence that I was never allowed. Haku pulled away from him and delved deep into those oceanic depths. Is this true? She asked in a trembling voice, hoping against hope that moments from now, the scene would not shatter into dreams. Naruto nodded in confirmation. Why did humans feel the need to repeat their questions in order to secure their faith? Haku showed Naruto a teary smile as the ice mirrors began to dissolve around them. Then all of a sudden, her eyes opened wide as realization hit her like a speeding train. Oh my God! Zabuza-sama! In her encounter with the blonde, all thought of the man that had saved her was forgotten. And the knowledge of this upset her immensely. How could it be that the existence of someone who she had known for mere days overshadow, even so much as to bury the presence of someone who she had served her whole life? Was Naruto so important to her that already he has replaced the place of Zabuza in her heart? Yet even as she dashed full speed towards the two jonins, she felt Naruto's hands holding her back. No. In a voice much colder than before, Naruto held the struggling girl still. Their battle is one much higher than your current level. Your intervention would only result in needless injury. Remain here, I will see to it that their battle is ended without bloodshed. Haku nodded, placing her faith in the boy that was both close and distant to her. She did not know why she felt so great a trust towards the reserved blonde, but she did not really care for the reason either. XXXXXX. Naruto could not have picked a better time to appear, according to Zabuza as he later recounted the encounter. The demon of Kiri was held down by the various ninkins Kakashi had summoned, totally defenseless to whatever jutsus the copynin might throw his way. And it so happens that the shinobi in question is in the process of forming one of his most powerful techniques yet, the lightning blade Raikiri. You're willing to sacrifice this place and everyone in it, just to advance your own ambitions. That is not what a true shinobi does. Kakashi growled as visible chakra cackled around his right hand. Both his eyes, the normal and the Sharingan, are wide open, and both are fixated upon the trapped missing nin. Spare me the lectures, Kakashi. Zabuza snarled in rage, trying but failing to shake the dogs loose from his body, though his efforts are doomed to fail. I am fighting for my own ideals, and I am not about to be stopped by soft fools like yourselves. I see. Kakashi sighed as even more chakra gathered in his right hand, his fingers bent, as though clutching some invisible object. The dust around his feet swirled wildly, their movements induced by the power of the Raikiri. Then your future is death. At full speed, Kakashi charged, leaving behind a trail of lightning in his wake. The earth parted and gave away beneath the awesome force of the jutsu, and the very air seemed to burn before its unstoppable path of destruction. One of the primary weaknesses of the Raikiri lies in its need for its users to travel in a linear line, thereby exposing him or herself to many possibilities of danger and counterattack. But against a foe whose actions are immobilized, the Thunderblade Jutsu means death itself. So this is it? This is the way I die. Zabuza chuckled scornfully as he waited for death to come. He was not a coward by any definition, and he will not face death in any way save for with open eyes. Yet inches before him chest, Kakashi's hand, and by extension the Raikiri was stayed, not by the man's own will, but by the hands of the same cloaked boy he had encountered earlier. I apologize for this, Kakashi-san, Naruto said as he dispelled the jutsu without so much as turning a hair. But I am afraid the man you call Zabuza shall not die today. I do not need your pity. Zabuza roared in rage as he broke from the hold of the ninkins and charged towards Kakashi. He may be a missing nin, but he is still the demon of the mist, still of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Nananin Shu. He has no sunken so low yet as to accept pity from a mere child. If I must go down fighting, then so be it. Kakashi sighed as he easily sidestepped the exhausted Mist Nin's attack, and appearing behind Zabuza, buried one of his kunais deep in the man's arm, rendering it useless in combat. Now you can't use your arms, and your chakra supply is long dry. Kakashi stated coolly as he regarded the defeated shinobi before him. Zabuza may have committed unimaginable atrocities in the past, but he fought each battle with a determination and will that could be found on very few ninjas these days. Give up, Zabuza. Heh. A voice suddenly sounded behind the combatants, a voice dripping with malice and cruelty. Zabuza's eyes widened as he realized whom the voice belonged to. He made a fine mess of you, didn't he? Gato chuckled darkly as he stepped into view, and behind him stood some 50 samurais, thugs, and other lowlifes, all regarding the ninjas as though they were already dead. There has been a change of plan, I am afraid. The multi-billionaire laughed jovially, his eyes, however, remained mirthless behind the glasses. Or to be more precise, your plan. Zabuza's eyes narrowed in barely contained fury as he spat out the words from between gritted teeth. So you planned this all along then, Gato? Gato snickered at the accusation, his hands resting on the expensive walking stick. But of course, demon, I am a businessman after all. You Nukanins are all the same, brainless fools who are so eager to tear each other apart, and by the time you're done, common thugs like the ones behind me can just finish off the rest. Efficient and a hell lot more inexpensive than actually going through with my end of the bargain. You filthy slime. Zabuza growled, though at his current condition, it is doubtful that he could do much to Gato. Kakashi-san, it would appear that our fight is over. There is no more need for me to assassinate that bridge builder over there. Kakashi could only nod. Yeah. What more can you do, even if the two of you team up against me? Gato sneered at the scene with obvious contempt in his eyes. Both of you have worn each other out so that even commoner bandits could take your life. True as that may be, a voice called out, as several needle buried themselves in the ground before the criminal bosses, causing him to stumble backward in fright and surprise. But you seem to forget about me. Gato. It's Haku. Zabuza, for the first time in his entire life, looked thunderstruck. He had thought for sure, when Haku did not come for him, that some tragic fate has befallen the girl, yet here she stood, without so much as a scratch on her. At this, he shot Naruto a curious glance. Even Kakashi's single eye went wide with astonishment. Uzumaki Naruto had actually allowed his enemy to live. Not only that, but the blonde had allowed his enemy to go completely unharmed? The Kopinin silently debated with himself whether or not to change his religion as to avoid the Armageddon that is sure to follow. You! Gato screamed in true fear as he quickly ran behind his bodyguards. How the hell are you still alive, demon slot? The man could not have picked a poorer choice of word if he had tried. For even as he spoke, he found himself the target of two massive killing intent, both of which are short-lived as a killing aura washed over the field. Naruto's face still retained its frozen composure as he stepped in front of Haku, but his eyes spoke a different tale. Waves of terror radiated from his body and washed over Gato's thug. It was not the ordinary killing intent that many shinobi had mastered. Indeed, for the aura that oozed from Naruto's being possessed such intensity as to be almost material. Water frozen solid as it passed, and plants withered and died. Frost covered the summer's earth in its wake, and the air itself grew icy. Do not insult her. His words seemed to hail from Makai itself, emotionless and quiet as death. For your words, you shall burn in the infernos of hell. Bringing his blade forth, Naruto pointed the sword at Gato, and from his lips a single word escaped. A command that stirred the very elements around them. Thunder. As the last syllable is lost to the wind, the clouds above them shifted, hiding the sun from mortals' view, and casting the earth below into shadows. Slowly the blackened clouds swirled above Gato and his men, like a brewing maelstrom waiting to be unleashed. Then from the eye of the storm, a single bolt of lightning streaked downward, carrying with it the vengeance of the thunder god. That single bolt is soon joined by another, then another as it slammed into the ground where Gato stood, petrified by the event transpiring in front of his eyes. A dome of blinding light covered the earth, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder. As the light dissipated, all that is left of Gato and the mercenaries that he hired is a single smoking crater of some 30 feet in diameter, filled with molten rocks, having melted in the intense heat. My God! Tazuna was the first to express his amazement at the unholy display of power. He was not the only one, however, to be stunned by the sight. Even Zabuza felt something akin to terror as he beheld the boy. Although granted, boy is a relative term in describing Naruto. Well, Kakashi spoke at last, breaking the silence. What do we do now? Naruto looked up at the sound, and turned his gaze to Haku, who bit her lips in discomfort. She wanted to go with Naruto, but she can't just abandon Zabuza, who had saved her from death and raised her. Go with that boy. Zabuza spoke up suddenly. The life of a Nukenin does not suit you, Haku. You are always too soft, too innocent. This is no way to live for someone of your purity. You know, this battle made me realize something. Whatever we say or do, we ninjas are all too human. I have lost everything when I committed treason against the mist, but I do not want to lose you too. If I could not give you a past that you could recall with fondness, then I will make Demon sure that your future is better than what I could give you. Zabuza-sama. Haku whispered as she did her best to dam the tear welling up in her eyes. What about you then, Zabuza? Kakashi questioned. Why do you not come with us? Even if he is a missing nin in their battle, Kakashi had almost come to respect the man. Besides, as one of the 7 swordsmen of Kiri, the presence of Zabuza could only strengthen the might of Leaf, if he would swear his loyalty. Zabuza laughed a harsh, grating laugh. Do you truly believe the Leaf will accept someone such as me? Someone with the blood of hundreds on his hand? I am a monster, Kakashi, and my place is the wild. They accepted me. Naruto spoke up quietly, and even Sakura found herself listening to his words. They were melancholic, filled with a sadness that was barely detectable. It was the first time Naruto had spoke of his past to anyone, even Kakashi. What do you know, boy, of killing? Zabuza snorted, unimpressed. Whatever crime you have committed, it could not compare to mine. I have killed. Naruto said quietly, interrupting the larger man's words. Yet the way he spoke of taking a life sounded strange, as though it was no more special than eating breakfast in the morning. For that was the purpose for which I was created. Yet if the Hokage would accept me into the confines of the village of Leaf, I do not see an exemption made of you. An uncomfortable silence hung thick in the air, broken only by the sudden sound of coughing of Sasuke as he came to. Sakura gave a joyous squeal and made her way towards the fallen boy. Near him, Nezo also stirred. Heh! Zabuza shook his head in disbelief. I must be going senile for me to say this. Very well, Kakashi, you have yourself a deal. XXXXXX. Several days later. So I guess this is goodbye, then. Tazuna said as he and the rest of the townspeople saw the party of 7 off at the bridge. We of the wave will never forget the service you rendered for us. With Gato gone, we may yet be able to bring life back to this land, so make sure you come visiting soon. Kakashi's one eye crinkled, and he nodded in agreement. I'll be sure to keep that in mind, Tazuna-san. With that, the party departed, their forms growing smaller and smaller into the distance. Before they are gone completely, however, Inari dashed from his mother's side and called loudly into the mist. Hey, guess what? We called it the Great Naruto Bridge. From beyond the haze came a single reply, soft and clear. That has a nice ring to it. So this is the stronghold of the stone. Mused Uzumaki Naruto as he surveyed the fairly imposing encampment below. Unlike the crudely made structures of wood and earthwork he had envisioned, the base of operation the Iwas had constructed gleamed in the sunlight, a result no doubt of the metallic surface that covered each of the buildings. Only a fool would have imagined this being the work of some leaderless missing nin. At the moment, however, the base seemed to be abandoned in a great hurry. Weapons, clothing, and even common things such as toothpastes lay scattered all around the camp, as though someone or something had arrived upon this stronghold unannounced, taking the IWA nins by surprise. Scan. A single word left his lip, and almost immediately, information assaulted his mind. Not a single creature breathed within the base, of that much his magic had confirmed. Still, just because there is no blood here to sate the dark and ever-growing desire of the Dark Kyuubi, it does not mean this base would be left untouched. Just as mana swirled to life within his palm, however, there came the sound of approaching footsteps, growing ever louder. With a soft curse, Naruto dismissed the gathering powers, and took to the trees for concealment. It would not do to alert the IWA nins of his presence now. In all honesty, the Hokage had been quite surprised when Naruto had chosen this particular mission, one of search and destroy in nature. The reason, when it boils down to it, was quite simple, at least for Naruto. The darker side of the 9-tailed fox grows ever hungry, imprisoned within the chamber of his soul. Having lain dormant for over a year's time, the demonic creature's hunger could only be sated by vast slaughter. Specifically, the slaughter of ninjas. since for some odd reason, the presence of a shinobi, particularly the shinobis of this world, often drove the Dark One to unimaginable wrath. So, after much delegation and a near violation at the hands of a female Jonin Naruto did not care to name, here the boy stood at the branch of a tree, observing in secret the activities of what looks like two Chunins below that had just emerged from a thicket of bushes. They were a rather pitiful sight to behold. Hassled and bedraggled, their cloth torn to pieces, with barely enough to cover up the essentials. Swellings adorned their skin, the work of what seemed to be violent insects. Cut and bruises marked their bodies, with the right Chunin suffering a particularly nasty-looking black eye. And if observed closely, one might just make out the faint outline of teeth marks adorning the left Chunin's leg. Son of a snake. The one of the left swore loudly as he tenderly nursed an injury on his arm. Those leaves fight like hell spawns. The younger Chunin on his right nodded in agreement, trying not to agitate his eye too much in case it worsens. Who'd thought those leaf nins, mere children at that, would have put up so fierce a resistance? Naruto frowned upon the implication of those words. Children? What is a genin team doing all the way out here? Surely the Hokage had more sense than that, to send group of children into what could veritably be called a war zone. Naruto's eyes narrowed in thought. What once had been a simple elimination mission has, it seems, taken a turn for the worse. The presence of the leaf nin is an unforeseen factor that, if allowed to run its course, could cause a great deal of problem. If worse comes to worse, he may well have to sacrifice the team, but personally he believed he is more skilled than that. Surely the one and only protege of Sephiroth himself could not resort to compromises. First things first, to find out the location of those leaf nins. Well, it doesn't matter, growled the older of the Iwas, a sneer form upon his face. Our Jonins are heading there as we speak. They'll make short work of those brats all right. Pity though, that sensei of theirs was a babe. If the other could speak, it would have no doubt been an agreement. Unfortunately, before he could have opened his mouth, his entire body exploded into flame. Even as the sky rained down bloody pieces of what once had been a Chunin, the older of the two companions felt a hand wrapping around his neck, squeezing the air out of him. Speak, and I might allow you to live. Naruto was not one to mince his words. All right. The Chunin tried hard to hold back his bladder, though with blood and intestines dripping from his clothing, which had proved a valiant if futile feat. I'll talk. Just don't kill me. Where are the leaves of which you spoke? Naruto brought the man to eye level, so that the frightened Chunin gazed full into his twin cerulean eyes. It was as though the man had stared into the depth of hell itself. A hell of ice and frozen snow. They're about 2 miles north here. The Chunin stumbled across his words as fast as he could, but before he could beg for mercy, Naruto calmly snapped his neck. But, even as he fell to an eternal sleep, his mind screamed betrayal. The man had told him he would allow the Chunin to live. The black-cloaked man had promised. My apologies, Naruto said without a shred of regret. I only said I might allow you to live. Gutsuga, double beast Fang, screamed Kiba as he and Akamaru shot towards the opposing stone ninja in the form of a whirlwind. The said ninja, caught unawares, felt the full force of the taijutsu as he was slammed backwards by the rapidly spinning genin, right into a waiting Hinata who struck the stunned nin with a barrage of gentle fist. The dog user cheered loudly as the shinobi staggered and fell under the force of the blow, only to feel a kunai grazing past his cheek, drawing blood. Gotcha, you stupid meddling kid, screamed another Chunin who had snuck up upon the dog user, launching several more kunais towards the surprised genin. The kunais would have flown true, if not a black wall of insects rose to intercept their flight. Mushikabe no jutsu, bug wall technique. Shino pushed back his glasses as the wall of insects fell to the ground, along with the 3 kunais they had blocked. You should pay attention to your surroundings, friend. Meanwhile, one Nara Shikamaru and a Kimichi Choji were, like their fathers before them, working in a team. The unfortunate stone who was facing them was currently held trapped by one of Shikamaru's shadow techniques as Choji proceeded to beat the living daylight from the invader. A painful process, rest assured. Of the 6 genins that came under fire, Ino had arguably the easiest time. Having taken control of a weak-minded, but physically competent Chunin early on in the scrimmage, she was having a field day turning the man upon his former comrades, with her own body closely guarded by the combined forces of Shino and Hinata. On the other side of the battlefield, Kurenai and Asuma are busy at work holding back the more skilled of the attackers. Normally, a handful of Chunins could hardly be considered a challenge, but these particular Chunins are far more skilled than your average shinobis, each one definitely nearing the Jonin mark. Besides, there is also the safety of their students to consider, if the 2 Jonin teachers were to unleash their more devastating arsenal. Asuma swore in his mind as he dodged several shurikens aimed in his general direction. What in the name of hell were so many stone ninjas congregating in this place? Surely they could not all be missing nins, could they? It was unheard of for so many missing nins of the same village to appear in so concentrated an area. It would have drawn far too much unnecessary attention, especially from the village that they betrayed. Besides, how could missing nins have the funding and the connection to construct so sophisticated a base of operation within these jungles? Most missing nins, aside from the S-ranked ones, had to work from dawn to dusk just to get by. Something suspicious is going on here, but unfortunately, Asuma had no such luxury to further explore his intimation. Suddenly, several more chakra flared up in their general vicinities, and the feel of it brought nothing but dread to the 2 leaf Jonins, as well as the stoic bug user. These chakra sources felt of stone and mountains. IWA reinforcements, no doubt. Several Jonin reinforcements at that. If anything but miracles occurs, they are royally screwed. Since the 3rd Shinobi War, the stone had long harbored a grudge against their foe, and due to the economic depression the loss of the war had brought them, that grudge quickly escalated into raw hatred. It was safe to say that once a leaf nin, regardless of rank, fell to the hands of IWA shinobi, he or she could expect no mercy from his/her captor. But everywhere as far as his eye could see, the missing nin could only discern the color of blood. It covered his shirt, splattered across the rocks and earth, flowing from the bodies of his deceased comrades. And the source of the blood, of the hellish massacre, was none but a boy that seemed to the man the spawn of the devil himself. How could just one person, just someone who's not yet a man, be capable of such carnage, such mindless destruction? How could one whose eye held no lust, no anger, no hatred nor sorrow take so many lives without the slightest of guilt? The calm composure of his face, the grace with which he carried himself, it was as though human lives meant nothing to the pale-skinned blonde. Nothing but livestock. "Stay back!" screamed the IW nin as he tried to put as much distance between himself and the advancing demon. A ninja is supposed to show no fear, even before insurmountable odds. A ninja is always resolute, unshaken, and stoic. Apprehension and nervousness are alien words in the shinobi vocabulary. But such a vocabulary was reserved only for humans. It spoke nothing of a demon, a devil from the very abyss itself. Before a demon, every fear is brought to the naked light. Perhaps that is why humans called them demons in the first place. Not because they were powerful or ferocious, not because they are mindless and bloodthirsty. Simply because in their presence, the ugliness humanity strived so hard to hide is revealed to all. Desperately, the ninja reached for his final kunai, the one he kept well hidden in a small pouch. It seems laughable in the presence of so massive a blade as the one the youth carried, but in the end, we would hold on to even the faintest hope of survival. With a half-crazed cry, the ninja leapt to his feet, swinging his weapon wildly, trying to fend off his attackers. He did not even feel pain as Naruto's blade danced across his body, cutting it to pieces. Where could those leaf nins be? Naruto pondered as he glanced around, ignoring the bloody aftermath of the slaughter. The smell of the jungle was overwhelming, so much so that he could not detect the unique leaf-like essences of the Konoha shinobis. Following that group of stone had led him this far, but it seems, given the untouched flora of the area, he still have some ways to go, and by then it may well be far too late. It was then he heard a high-pitched female scream. "Sensei, look out!" XXXXXX. Looking back on it all, Shikamaru had to grudgingly admit that for once, Ino's harpy-like screams had done some good. Granted, it was her insistent screams that had first landed the group in the situation. If only she had kept her mouth shut when they came across the two stone nins, but the fact remains that if not for her scream of bloody murder, the 6 genins and their sensei's name may well be added to the list of Kia. As the warning reached his ears, Asuma turned suddenly, just as a katana slashed across the space where he had stood moments ago. Cursing himself, Asuma pumped more chakra into his blades and countered a second slash aimed to his head. He was getting slow, weak, and more than a little soft. Years of doing nothing but simple D and the occasional C-ranked missions had truly taken its toll. Hell, even Kurenai, who had been promoted to the ranks of Jonin only a few years ago, was outperforming the self-proclaimed veteran. Silently promising to himself that as soon as this fiasco was over, he'd take up training once more, Asuma threw himself into battle with renewed fervor. Godspeed Med if he's letting his student die. Amen. One of the IWA suddenly looked up from his engagement with the female Jonin, his face twisted by old scars. Where the hell are our reinforcements? He was getting tired of this. The sooner they put these leafs to their place, the better. Besides, the body of his opponent is looking rather tempting just at this moment. Liking his lip in a most lecherous manner, the stone Jonin turned to Kurenai, leering. "Tell you what, babe, I'll let you live if you'd." His words were cut short as a kunai embedded itself deep in his leg. The red-eyed woman faced him with a look of fury and disgust. "I'd rather die than let the likes of you touch me." She spat at the ground. "Then die." "Beach!" screamed the enraged Jonin, his hands moving rapidly to form a series of seal Kurenai had not seen before, not particularly surprising, given her knowledge of seals are fairly limited for a Jonin. "Take this." Doton, Retsuda Tensho, Earth Release, Earth-Splitting Spiral Palm. Before he could complete what was sure to be a devastating technique, a long nodachi pierced his chest, skewing the man to the ground. The missing nin gave a cry of anguish and surprise as his life fled him. Yet before his vision had failed him utterly, he saw before him an ebon figure stood, twin blue fires gazing at the dying shinobi from the shadows, fires that burned without warmth. Slowly the shadow approached, though no sound greeted his footfalls, as though he is but some phantom illusion, or perhaps the messenger of death himself, unseen save by the departed. The fallen ninja tried to speak, his throat convulsing with unspoken pleads, yet all that left his lung was a single shuddering breath as he took his last. Kurenai stared, mesmerized by her savior's movements. This was unreal. Everyone, at some point of his or her life, had entertained some sort of unlikely fantasy, and Kurenai, despite her no-nonsense front, is no different. She had, as a girl and even into teenhood, wished for a guardian angel, someone to watch over and protect her in her moment of need. As she left her childhood behind, so too did such foolish albeit semi-romantic dreams disperse, sinking into the sea of her long-forgotten memories. Yet as she beheld the blonde, his face seemingly carved by some angelic artisans, his hair the color of the raging sun, it suddenly occurred to her that perhaps she was not too old for fantasies just yet. The thought and the blush that came with it were repressed with a firm hand, but nonetheless it lingered. Asuma, on the other hand, was caught between relief and suspicion. It took skills to have taken down that IWA Jonin as the boys had, and his sudden arrival had gave the Leafs temporary relief, and yet at the same time, who's to say that the youth is not an enemy, in an elaborate plan to lure the two genin teams into a false sense of security? Granted, the latter possibility sounded terribly complicated and more trouble than necessary, but still, a ninja can't be too sure of his alliances. Something between fear and awe appeared on Shino's face as he moved a little ways to give the youth some birth. As a bug user, Shino is far more sensitive to the feeling of chakras than perhaps all but a selected few Hyugas. Although unlike that proud clan, Shino could not detect chakra strength directly, rather, he could deduce them with pinpoint accuracy from the reactions of his bugs. The young Aburame had long ago learned in a lesson with his father that the Kikai bugs housed within his body react to varying levels of chakra quite differently, no doubt as an embedded instinct for survival long ago. In the presence of a weak chakra, someone who could not threaten the well-being of Shino or his parasitic tenants, the bugs are quiet, carrying on their daily business as usual. In the presence of a powerful chakra like that of a Jonin's, the bugs are skittish, almost panicky, signifying imminent danger. In the presence of someone like the Hokage, and the bug behaved, quoting Kiba, like headless chickens on steroid, never mind the fact neither ninja knew what steroid is. In the presence of the boy, the bug's reaction is interesting to say the least. They were motionless. Not in the usual manner, mind, when a weak chakra presented itself. This moment, his bug is literally motionless, refusing, no matter how Shino commanded them, to move a single inch. It was an act of absolute surrender, entrusting fate into the hands of an entity the bugs dare not offend. Scary thought. Looking around, Shino decided that he was not suffering a hallucination, for that dog of Kiba's, Akamaru, had thrown itself to the ground, paws covering its eyes, trembling in terror. A Ninken's sense of chakra is sharp, almost as sharp as his bugs. If Akamaru is acting this way, then there is no doubt to him that whatever power housed within the boy is beyond even his imagining. He could probably level the entire jungle, if so inclined. Shino had no idea how close he came to the truth. Heh! One of the remaining Idabia Jonin sneered, trying to bolster his comrade's failing courage. Just some no-name kid, and here I thought those of the Hidden Leaf look out for each other. Hell, as soon as the rest of us arrive, you are all going down, whether that brat's here or not. Asuma paled. More reinforcements? The Jonins he had dealt with earlier had drained a lot out of him. The Hidden Leaf Jonin doubted that he would be able to deal with another such wave. Next to him, Kurenai is thinking along the same line. As a female, her chakra capacity isn't high by any means, and the consecutive genjutsu she had executed to confuse her enemies had taken a lot of her energy, and what remained is definitely not enough to deal with even more Jonin-leveled opponents. Reinforcements. The blonde swordsman who had appeared from nowhere questioned. A soft, merciless smile tugged at his lip. I think not. A moment of silence passed, and nothing, animal or human, came into the clearing. The Iwanins began to sweat. Where were they? The Jonins that were their backup should have arrived some time ago. Slowly, realization began to dawn upon their leader's face, and with horror did he behold the boy that had suddenly turned into a monster. Truly, I had expected better from those hidden by stones. Naruto finished, and to the Iwas, his whispers were the voice of the devil himself. Dimenu. Driven by madness or by rage, the leader of the Iwaninin leapt towards Naruto, kunai drawn and clutched in his hand. The rest followed suit, hoping to avenge their fallen comrades. Such are the follies of fear and rage, which would have men throw away their lives against enemies they could never match. Such are the shadows that enshroud the hearts of men, inspiring them to foolishness that brings nothing but ruin. All the Genins could see was a flash of silver as something arced through the air, and as it passed, the enemy shinobis dropped one after the other, blood spraying from wounds inflicted by some invisible assault. As the last of the stone ninja fell dead at the youth's feet, the silver took form in his hand as the same nodachi that, seconds ago, had been embedded in the back of some misfortunate IW. How the boy had conjured the blade, or manages such a blinding attack is not only beyond the understanding of the Genins, but of the Jonins as well. Never had they seen anyone with such mastery of kenjutsu, if one could call it that. The form, the speed, the grace of it seemed to have transcended simple swordsmanship. It seemed almost to be alive. Now. The blonde intruder spoke suddenly, much to the surprise of the Genins and their teachers. Looking back at the chaos the youth had wrought, it was no surprise that they'd flinch at his words. I assume you are the Hidden Leaf Nins who came under siege by the Stone Nins? Asuma nodded, still keeping distance with the boy despite the fact if the youth really does harbor some sort of hostility towards the 8, none of them would survive the encounter. And you would be? Uzumaki Naruto, currently independent agent of Konoha. Naruto introduced himself simply. Asuma breathed a breath that he did not know he was holding and approached the boy. Now he remembered seeing the youth at his father's side a number of times, usually engrossed in deep and meaningful conversation. Asuma assumed it to be meaningful, given the chain smoker had no idea what the hell the two of them was talking about. Granted, it could be pawn, but Asuma liked to give his father the benefit of the doubt, and it was rather disturbing otherwise to think such things of one's own father. Ahem. Glad you showed up in time, or we'd be in a real jam. Name's Asuma, by the way. I trust you are acquainted with my old man. Naruto nodded as he studied the older jonin, much to the man's discomfort. Screw what everyone said, Byakugan had nothing on this youth. Under the scrutinizing gaze of a pair of Byakugan and you may feel like you are stark naked, but under this boy's gaze and you feel like every secret you ever held or will be holding is completely and utterly brought to light without any personal preference. Asuma hated it. Your father spoke well of you, Naruto informed him. Though lung cancer is something you could do without. At this, Choji and Ino laughed, and even Shikamaru could not help but smile just a bit. Trust the Hokage to hit where it hurts. Asuma grumbled, but threw away the cigarette he had just lit for himself. Pleased to meet you, Naruto-san. Kurenai, deciding to rescue her coworker out of an uncomfortable situation, spoke up with a formal bow. My name is Kurenai, and I am just as grateful for your aid. Thinking nothing of it, Kurenai-san. Naruto returned the greeting with a nod of his head. Now then, it would be your best interest to leave this place at once. About 70 or so miles north of here is a Konoha outpost, your original destination, I believe. Seeing the nods and murmurs of agreement, he continued. However, given that a number of IWA still lurks about and is likely to attack your group out of revenge, I shall accompany you, both for your safety and to fulfill my given task. Given task? You don't look old enough to be entrusted with some important task alone. Thoughtless as always, Kiba echoed Naruto's words, completely ignoring the fact that Naruto had just single-handedly decimated an entire group of low jonin-leveled shinobi with ease. He was reminded of this fact when Ino slapped the back of his head and muttered something to the dog user. Never mind. Good. Naruto began to walk away. Follow me if you wish to live. Harsh. Choji shook his head as the group followed him without too much complaint. Between the stoic youth and bloodthirsty IWs, only a fool would have chosen the latter. XXXXXX. Fire burned low in the forest grounds as the two teams of Genin plus Naruto gathered near it for warmth. Dinner had been a surprising noisy affair, Naruto had discovered, much to his dismay. The Genins chatted animatedly as they ate their rations, as though they had never come under attack mere hours ago. How they were able to maintain such enthusiasm and such optimism is beyond Naruto, and he dared not guess, just in case it was catching. Black. Kiba growled as he choked down his mouthful of food. What is this stuff? Soldier bars. Asuma offered an explanation as he stared distastefully at his own supply, obviously not too keen to consume the stuff. It was developed back in the Third Shinobi War, when cooked meals were an unaffordable luxury. It's packed with enough nutrients and vitamins to last you a day or so. But it's disgusting, Ino complained, and Choji, the food expert of the group, nodded his approval. It tastes like... The developers back then weren't very keen on how it tastes. As long as it's humanly consumable, they are okay with it. Kurenai shrugged, offering her own history expertise. Surprisingly, the one who offered the least complaints is the one who had the most right to. Hinata Hyuga had somehow managed to eat the whole thing without saying a word. One would have thought that hailing from a family whose meals are fit for kings, the lavender-haired girl would have offered some words of displeasure, but no such comment came. Of course, Hinata's shyness may well explain her behavior. But Kiba would not allow the subject to drop. How come he's not eating this crap? All eyes turned towards where the dog boy was pointing, that is, the silent figure of Naruto, who, at the moment, is eating from an exquisitely prepared bento box filled with a variety of delicacy. It was Haku who had made this for him. When Team 7 had returned to Konoha, Zabuza was apprehended and underwent a PRD of parole before he is allowed to serve in the Konoha shinobi forces. Meanwhile, Haku, who was not subject of such treatment, was placed under the care of none other than Naruto himself. Having moved into the blonde's comfortable apartment, Haku took it upon herself to repay the kindness Naruto had shown her, despite the latter's protest. Amongst the things she took care of was his meals, which Haku had insisted on making herself. She was a surprisingly good cook, as Naruto had discovered. As Naruto bit into a carefully made mikizushi, sushi roll, a typical Japanese food, he could not help but feel several pair of eyes boring holes upon his back, eyes filled with greed, lust, and hunger. Turning, he found himself confronting several genins whose eyes are steadily fixed upon the small roll he held in his hand, thin lines of drools running down their lips. The only ones who did not participate in this debacle were the two jonins, who both stole furtive glance at the dishes now and again, Hinata, whose upbringing is too proper for such ill-mannered things, and Shino, who is Shino. Food. Kiba as he reached out in a zombie-like style. Naruto found the scene rather disturbing and so closing the lid of the bento box, sent it into the nether realm where most of his items are kept. Food, like sleep, is nothing but a luxury for the young soldier. He could go on without either for over 2 weeks' time before feeling the slightest of ill effect. The scream of disappointment could be heard for miles as the bento disappeared. Ino could not help but blush as she walked alongside Naruto. Something about the boy seemed to call her to his side, and it had nothing to do with his face, which is finer in her opinion than even Sasuke's. There is an aura of maturity, grace, and even majesty surrounding the boy that the Uchiha prodigy lacked, and while both carried themselves with marked aloofness, Uchiha's attitude simply screamed arrogance, whereas Naruto's aloofness becomes of him, as though one would almost expect such detachment in the youth. The more time Ino spent around him, the more she felt herself drawn to the blonde swordsman. It was though the youth is a puzzle, one that she could spend her entire life solve and get nowhere. Although, a voice whispered at the back of her mind, she would hardly complain if she did indeed do just that. Ino blinked hard, and tried to keep the blush from her face as the voice of Naruto drifted over to her, discussing something with Kurenai-sensei. Where did that thought come from just now? Well, it doesn't matter, nothing can shake her faith in her Sasuke-kun, right? For the first time in years, Ino wasn't sure. Hinata tried not to stutter as she spoke to the boy. She failed spectacularly as usual. In fact, if anything, her stutters only grew worse around the blonde youth, though for some reason, he didn't seem to take notice of it and continued his conversation with the Hyuga heir as usual. It began simply enough, when the white-eyed girl had spied her savior sitting alone upon a massive boulder, eyes closed in deep meditation. After hours of walking and fending off 2 groups of IWA Nins, the group had settled for a temporary rest to regain their strength. Slowly, Hinata approached the boy with much care, wanting to thank the strange blonde for saving her and her team. She had kept as quiet as she could, her footfalls soundless as she neared the boy, yet before she could come within striking distance, those piercingly cold eyes snapped open and regarded her once, before closing again. "What may I do for you, Hyuga-san?" The boy had questioned with something akin to respect. "This one wanted to thank." The girl stammered pitifully, her tongue and mind refusing to work properly in the youth's presence. Yet the youth only nodded in understanding as he opened his eyes again, fully focusing them upon Hinata. "Understood. I appreciate the gesture, Hyuga-san." Her face turned bright red as she tried to continue the conversation, for reasons that still eluded her. "That is, you could just call me Hinata." Naruto considered this for a moment, and nodded again. "Very well, Hinata-san. Do you have any further agenda?" "It went down, or up, depending on your view, hill from there." Hinata couldn't remember talking this much in her whole life to anyone, most of whom would have told her with no amount of uncertainty that such things does not become a Hyuga heiress, never mind some random person who she hadn't even known for 24 hours. She still kept most of her secrets, of course, like her relation with her father and sister, but what she had talked about was still rather private as well, her likes, her dislikes, silly and frivolous things in her mind. Yet never once did Naruto rebuke her, or even interrupted her. His expression showed clearly that he didn't care much for it all, but never once did he stop paying attention. "Hey, Argiato Uzumaki-san," Hinata said at last, when her sensei began to call for her name. "Boring you with my words?" Naruto smiled. Ever since Haku moved into his apartment, he found himself growing more human each day, thanks to Haku's relentless efforts. Whether she knew of it or not, that girl had made a place for herself in his still closely guarded heart. And as he now gazed upon the crimson visage of the Hyuga heir, the boy could not help but see the striking similarities between the two. Both were of such purity and innocence, such gentleness and delicacy. Thought Haku carried herself with distinctive more confidence. In time, he is sure Hinata would too. You have nothing to apologize for, Hinata-san. He rose and jumped down beside her. I have enjoyed our conversation. If it is possibly, Hinata's blush grew all the deeper. However, upon this word, Hinata's entire being froze, as she half wondered if Naruto too would take back his kind words and shatter her dreams as the others did. To her surprise, no such insults came, and the other half of her mind berated the girl on doubting Naruto. In the future, please refer to me as Naruto. For the first time in years, Hinata smiled a true smile as she walked alongside the boy she had just befriended. Shikamaru didn't understand it. No matter how hard he tried, he could win. How is this possible? He knew there were other shogi players just as skilled as himself, his father being one of them, and yet even against his old man the Nara genius had never lost this badly. It was as though Naruto could sense his thoughts, and each time he made a move, the blonde would calmly deploy the necessary counter, rendering his well-formulated plan useless. He was, to put it lightly, being led by the nose. Each step he took played right into Naruto's hands. And Shikamaru hated this feeling of helplessness. For once the lazy prodigy focused every ounce of his concentration upon the game, beads of sweat rolled down his face. Never had anyone drive him to such a state that would require every fiber of his intelligence not to win, but for mere chance at survival. Naruto's eyes narrowed as well as he stared at the game board in concentration. The Nara is good, he'll give the boy this much. Several times the genin is able to foresee a well-hidden trap and steer his pieces clear before it had time to spring. Nonetheless, the boy is losing, if only by a few pieces. The genius of Shikamaru had served him well against others in the past, but against Naruto, it did nothing. For as brilliant as the boy is, he is yet to grasp the true mastery of the game, a game of psychology. It was a game extending well beyond the pieces on the board. Capturing the pieces are simple, as is winning the game, but dive beyond that, to delve into your opponent's mind, to understand his motives, his thoughts, his strategies, to predict each and every move he will make, and in turn to turn such knowledge against him, that is the true mastery of such a game, a mastery Naruto knows all too well. By the tone of a person's voice, by their slight gestures, by their expressions, he could understand you more accurately in the space of a few minutes than most of your friends could in their life. Of course, such uncanny deduction ability is kept hidden, lest it should inspire further fear and distrust in others around him. Checkmate, Naruto stated calmly as he moved his promoted rook, dragon, into position, firmly trapping the king of Shikamaru. The lazy genius gave one last desperate look at the board before bowing his head with a loud sigh, conceding defeat. Never imagined the day I'd see him lose at shogi of all things. Choji whispered to Ino in awe as the two watched the game in silence. His attractive teammate gave a firm nod, disbelief written over her face as well. In all her never, she could never recall anyone beating the boy at this game, not even her beloved Sasuke-kun. And yet this fameless boy, someone she had never even known existed before now, had seemingly crushed Shikamaru with such insulting ease. A familiar voice smirked at the back of her mind. Things are getting interesting, aren't they? PFT. Sniffed Kiba for the third time as the genins apprehended their sixth attacker on the same day. He was not particularly skilled by any means, his power only that of a low Chunin, maybe even a genin. And while with such DSPLN, none of the genins are a match for the man one-on-one, with their powers combined, the man's fate could be nothing but defeat. What a bunch of weaklings! Shino could only shake his head at his friend's seeming unending arrogance. How could he recover that air of superiority so swiftly, when mere hours ago the boy had nearly met his end at the blade of a nameless jonin? The said jonin had been disposed of quickly and cleaning by a single sword slide from Naruto, a feat that still made Shino on edge. He was not made nervous by the youth's skill or grace, though they were by far the most impressive the bug user had seen. What upset Shino was the ease with which the youth took the man's life. Shino is not the most compassionate of humans by nature, preferring solitude and silence as his companion. Yet the idea of killing did not sit well with the quiet boy, a fact many would have found surprising, given so stoic and unmovable was his disposition. Of course, one must not mistake Shino to be kind by any stretch of the word. It is simply that the thought of taking a life that did not belong to you seems to him an injustice. After all, what rights do you have of ending someone else's existence, when you yourself are just as sinful, just as guilty? And so while he will not hesitate in killing, especially to defend his comrades in arm, he cannot, and will not, take pleasure in such act. Judging by his friend's expressions and the expression of 2 adult jonins in the current group, the act of killing did not please them either. In fact, many times, Shino was certain he could make out Kurenai-sensei, her eyes shut tightly as she decapitated her foe in a particularly gruesome manner. It was a good sigh that she still could feel guilt. Such, it seems, is not the case with Naruto. He is, to his credit, not some bloodthirsty loony who radiated killing lust, but the knowledge of that did not appease Shino any. The boy, no. The swordsman seemed almost incapable of guilt, of sorrow at the taking of a life, hell, he seemed incapable of even pity. When his eyes, cold and soulless, beheld the body of the slain, no emotion seems to register, just understanding that another foe had fallen. Certainly it would be unfair as to denounce the boy downright cruel, though the sheer carelessness with which he slew his opponent still made Shino more than a little uneasy. At times it felt awkward and sometimes frightening, although the expressionless bug user would never allow anyone to know of it, to go to sleep knowing that beside you existed one who would snuff out lives without regret or a second thought. Still, as of now, such an enigma is the only thing that stood between the 8-leaf Nines and certain destruction. So thought Shino as his mind wandered back to Kiba, his loud-mouthed associate, who was proclaiming again how the Iwas would rue the day they messed with him. Perhaps being a fool had its advantages. Shino smirked at the idea. At least they are not at all bothered by the prospect of trusting in a cold-blooded murderer. Murderer? An angel of death seemed the more appropriate title. When are we going to get there, anyway? Kiba questioned suddenly, after a glare from Ino caused him to drop the subject of the missing Nines. 70 miles seem awfully long. At our present speed, taking into consideration the layout of the forest, Asuma sighed as he took a long drag on his newly lit cigarette. We should arrive sometime this afternoon, if not earlier. Still, be on the lookout for IWA Nines. We cannot allow our guard down just because we are so near our destination. Agreed. Kurenai, who had walked behind the group a little ways, caught up with them. Once we reach the Fire Country border, we should be safe from the attack, but until then, we are fair game for the missing Nines. Ino declared loudly, causing Hinata, who was trudging next to her at the time, to jump in fright. Why are these missing Nines so intent on targeting us anyway? Not missing Nines. Naruto, who, though kept away from the group, had obviously overheard the conversation. These are loyal IWA Nines. Shikamaru and Asuma most nodded. It was just as they had supposed. Although the others, including Kurenai, seemed a little confused as to what had transpired between the three. Seeing the look of confusion dawning the others' faces, Asuma decided to explain. See, the ones attacked us back there are not missing Nines as we had previously assumed, but shinobis who are in active service to the Hidden Rock. His words were, as he had suspected, greeted by incredulous stares, and so he continued. They are posing as missing Nines in order to congregate in this area without causing a political rife. If IWA Nines were to discover in the area, it could lead to open warfare between the leaf and the stone, something that Sasuke could not afford now. However, if the operation was discovered, but only operated by missing Nines from IWA, then such calamity would be avoided. Even if we have reason to cast our suspicion upon Hidden Rock, without solid proof, we cannot act upon them. He signed again and made an abstract gesture. Basically, a brilliant plan. They would amass forces in secret in order to mount assault upon the land of fire, and should they fail, no blame could be founded upon their village, due to their missing nin status. He turned and stared at Naruto in thought. Am I correct, Naruto, in assuming that such is reason why you have come to investigate this matter at the behest of Hokage, my father? XXXXXX. Kurenai raised an eyebrow. The strength of the youth is proven to her, and her comrades beyond the shadow of a doubt, yet it still impressed her that so young a boy could be so trusted by the aging fire shadow. Naruto-kun is so amazing. In her mind, Hinata whispered to herself. She always knew there was something about her friend that is out of ordinary, but to think the composed blonde would shoulder such responsibility already. Beside her, Ino was thinking along similar lines, though she seemed less than pleased at those thoughts. Ino is by no means a shallow, frivolous girl. Yet no matter what she used to try and convince herself of Uchiha Sasuke's superiority, it failed time and again whenever she tried to compare the pretty boy to Uzumaki. As much as she hates to admit it, Naruto outstripped by far the so-called prodigy in every area she had thought up. He is a better fighter, a better strategist. He carried himself in a more noble, regal manner than the Uchiha survivor, given the latter's near nobility status. Hell, he is even the better looking of the two, if that amounted to anything. Ino felt the irresistible urge to scream in frustration. Why the hell is she letting Naruto get to her like this? For heaven's sakes, she knew the boy for barely a day and a half, and already he is invading her every thought. Each time she tried to remember the face of her beloved Uchiha, somehow, inexplicably, the sun-kissed blonde's cold visage would surface eventually, replacing the scowling image of the raven-haired prodigy. But the worst thing about this whole ordeal is, Naruto did absolutely nothing to cause this at all. What the hell is this guy made of? She questioned for the 16th time. How is it possible that the young teen could attract the attention of every friggin' female without even trying to? Ino certainly isn't the only girl to have become interested in the glacial youth. She had caught, more than once, Hinata Hyuga staring dreamily at the boy, when the young heiress thought no one was watching. Heck, even Hinata's Jonin-sensei, Kurenai, had stolen a few glances at the boy once in a while. Whatever Naruto is giving off, it, like everything else associated with the boy, firmly outranked Sasuke. Minute. See? Even now, her thoughts are still on Naruto. It was only when Naruto spoke up, did her inner rants come to a stop. XXXXXX. Not quite, Asuma-san. Naruto explained as he touched an obstructing tree branch, turning the protruding growth to ashes. It was not an investigation mission that I am charged with, but one of destruction. Silence greeted his words, until Shikamaru decided to speak, his voice oddly spooked. You mean? Naruto nodded. Correct. My mission was, and still is, the elimination of the Iwas found near the fire border. Kurenai felt her jaws drop. Why would the Hokage, one of her most respected figures, charge a mere child to do such monstrous deed? Why would the old man allow so innocent a youth to stain his hands with bloodshed? It seemed so far-fetched, even in a shinobi community. Such a notion to her is barbaric, cruelty beyond imagining. To rob a child of purity, what kind of monster would? Wait, a kid like you? Choji seemed to have thought along the same line as the rather large boy blurted out, in a strange mix of choking and laughter, as though he didn't quite believe the youth's words. Hardly surprising. He and his teammates might have faced and even dealt out death, but in the end, they would not even have dreamed of purposely seeking out such atrocious deed. That sounds ridiculous. Naruto smiled softly, though the smile did not reach his eyes, which remained frosty azure. Be that as it may, such is indeed my mission. Kurenai wanted to protest, to question the wisdom of allowing someone so young to taste not only death, but carnage. Even the semi-legendary prodigy Itachi, who lead his own ANBU team at the age of 13, were never charged with so grim a mission, and even then madness still claimed him. What would become of this child, exposed to the follies of humanity so early in his age? Do not allow my appearance to fool you, Kurenai, for innocence can be deceiving. As though sensing her disturbance, Naruto continued, his eyes resting upon the Genjutsu mistress, piercing and knowing. Though I would prefer if we do now dwell upon such matters. Was it Shino's imagination, or did such sadness overtook Naruto for one brief moment as his words fell silent? Whatever may be the case, Shino knew none of them would sleep easy tonight. XXXXXX. Target confirmed. Wait for my command. Growled the seasoned Jonin as he watched the Leafs with angry eyes. He was surprised that for two measly genin teams, these 8, 9, were able to hold back 2 full waves of assault, not to mention the countless Chunins and genins that had fell beforehand. Slowly, his vision came to rest at the head of the procession, the 2 Jonins that no doubt lead this band of riff-rafts. No doubt once they are taken down, the rest of those children are easy picking. A smile spread across the Jonin's lip as he fantasized the multitude of pain he would inflict upon those brats once they fall to his hands. He was, after all, not called the child lover, for no reason, grisly as that reason might be. In his macabre desires, the man did not notice the blond boy stop and gazed up at his hiding spot, a cold smile adorning his pale lips, before joining the rest of the group. It would be his, and many other Iwa's undoing as they would soon discover. Be careful. Naruto's soft whisper carried over to the group, who tensed immediately. When Naruto gave out a warning, it meant the enemy is ready to strike at any second. No chance must be taken. That, and the fact the group became rather jumpy at his presence, since the boy made the terrifying revelation. "QB, how many of Iwas are there?" Naruto called out in his mind, trying to reach his tenant. He is not disappointed as the machine-like voice, though like him, laced with subtle emotions, replied. 52 Jonins and 75 Chunins. The great fox frowned in concentration. I fear, due to their number and scattered location, that simple area of effect spell will not suffice, and due to this world's limitations, the more powerful spells are no longer in our command. Naruto agreed. If worst comes to worst, we may well need to call upon their aid. Indeed. QB nodded, after much consideration. Though the amount of mana required to bring forth one of their number may prove painful, it will not be beyond what healing aid I am able to lend. Still, be cautious of your actions. With that, the titanic beast once more withdrew into his sanctums, leaving Naruto in utter silence once more. Get ready, he commanded as the genin group slowed down their pace, bracing themselves for the battle to come. There are over 100 of them. What? Asuma exclaimed softly, as not to alert the watching Iwas. How are we supposed to hold back so great a force? I may be a seasoned jonin, but even I cannot do anything against this kind of opposition. Do not panic. Naruto interrupted his words. As long as you follow my instructions, you will yet survive. Prepare yourselves, them come now. As his words fell dead, there from the bushes, the trees, and from thin air, shinobis appeared, dressed in typical ninja fashion and sporting scarred Hittite of IW. There would be no doubt what these men are. Missing Nins. At least, on the surface. Before they could speak, Team 8 and 10 launched their assault, catching many of the Jonins unawares. Sometimes, it was polite and respectful to allow your foe time to speak, and other times it is a situation of life and death. This is painfully obvious the latter. Barrages of jutsu were cast in all directions, many of them hitting their marks dead on. And although the stone Nins were caught by surprise, they were seasoned fighters and so after but a moment, recovered from their shock and mounted their counterattack. Naruto danced amongst the thicket of things, his blade nearly invisible as it drew blood all around him. Ninjas fell wounded left and right, blood spurting from their chest and appendages. Those who were foolish enough to lock weapon with the blonde found themselves subjected to unimaginable forces, their kunais and swords shattering beneath the sheer brutal strength of each blow, sending them flying. A single shinobi dashed past Naruto's offense, and just as he was about to plunge his kunai into the Dmed brat's chest, fire erupted where Naruto stood, incinerating the man's body. As the fire quelled, bolts of lightning shot out from the young swordsman's blade, weaving amongst the frightened shinobis. As they ran for cover, massive pillar of ice rose unannounced, impaling many who did not manage to dodge in time. They died with surprise in their eyes. "Demen!" Asuma swore as his trench knives slashed through his foe, cutting the man in half. That had been close. If he had stepped back 1 second too late, then it would have been him lying in that pool of blood. It was time to take this fight to the next level. The Jonin decided as he performed his trademark technique. Hien. At the command, his trench knives blazed with chakra, which slowly grew into the shape of blades, extending the reach of the already dangerous weapon. With a war cry, Asuma charged into a mass of Jonins and Chunins, his blades swirling around him in an azure blur. Blood flew all about him, some his and some his foes. There was a reason why Asuma Sarutobi, is the son of the god of shinobis, and these Iwanins are about to find out, in a most painful manner. In an age of kunais and katanas, very few people use such an obscure weapon as the trench knife. Of course, as the Iwas soon discovered, these buggers can be quite painful, if used in the proper manner. As a wind element by nature, Asuma is an all-out offensive fighter. Coupled with his chakra-laced weapon, the man could slice apart boulders, let alone flesh and bone. As the last shinobi fell dead, Asuma looked up from the massacre, over to where Naruto stood, a massive lotus of ice blossoming around him, upon whose petals were embedded the body of numerous enemy shinobis. Well, at least the boy kills with style. Asuma shook his head. Father, what kind of monster did you unleash? XXXXXX. Kurenai, being a genjutsu mistress by trade, preferred long-range combat, where her techniques have longer time to take effect. Unfortunately, when it comes to short-range, especially hand-to-hand combat, the red-eyed woman is rather lacking. Certainly, she could hold her own against any man when it comes down to it, but unlike most of her associates and companions, her arsenal of techniques is not quite suited for such situations. Still, for someone of her nature, she is holding up remarkably well against tides of enemies. Laying the air around her with one genjutsu after another, most of her foes became fairly easy picking once they fell trapped to her techniques. And the few that were able to keep a clear mind is soon disposed with some of the more generic jutsus, and occasionally a good knee to the groin. Suddenly, the red-eyed beauty let out a pained scream as a single kunai embedded itself into her leg. Turning, she saw to her horror a massive shinobi standing over her, his face contorted by hatred. With a savage roar, the shinobi produced yet another kunai, and brought it down with considerable force, seeking to end the life of the raven-haired woman forever. Die, you bester de leaf. Fortunately for Kurenai, her time is not yet up, for even as the dreaded weapon made its fearful descent, a single hand, unblemished and delicate, caught the giant's wrist with deceptive ease. The giant stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how anyone in this world could match his brute force. His gaze traveled from the offending hand to the face of the one who had accomplished such impossibility, and what he saw there seemed to shatter his entire world. A child no older than 12 stood beside him, restraining his struggling arm with all the ease of a man holding a feather. No emotion flickered across the youth's visage as he gazed calmly back at the man, though malice and killing intent were plain in his eyes and his action. In silence the youth pulled back his other hand, and struck like lightning. Kurenai, even with her disbun, could barely catch the blurring outline of the arm as it slammed into the burly Iwanin's chest. There was a loud and resound crunch as several ribs broke off, blood dripping from the corner of the nin's mouth. A second later, the flesh began to sizzle and peel away as Naruto's fist glowed a brilliant red. The man's dying screams is only punctured by the smell of burning flesh as fire consumed him whole. Although the ordeal lasted barely a second, it seemed to the victim an eternity. "Are you all right, Kurenai-san?" Naruto asked as he gave a cursory examine over the wounded area. The Jonin nodded and winced as she tried to take a step. It would seem the injury was worse than she thought. Before she could react, Naruto had extended a hand towards her, glowing with green chakra. "Cure!" the boy commanded as a soothing wave of green washed over the young female adult. Kurenai gaped speechless at the boy. First, the strange blonde had proven himself an unrivaled fighter. Now that same blonde had just demonstrated a technique that only the most skilled medicinines could use. Standing up, the genjutsu mistress gazed wonderingly at the retreating cloaked figure. Who is Naruto? In her mind, the same thought that had plagued her young charges again surfaced. Naruto! Asuma cried in alarm as even more shinobis began to press towards them, forcing the 8 leaf nines to form a rough circle. In his distress, the man had let go the respectful suffix that are usually attached to names, though given the current state of things, that could hardly be considered an important matter. I hope you have a miracle stored somewhere. Naruto sighed as he studied the advancing forces. Though the Iwas, now down to 50 or so, had kept their distance, they would not be kept back for long, with such numerical advantage on their side. Though the Leaf Shinobis had put up a valiant battle, they are no match for so many numbers. The Genins would be no help here. Although their abilities had served them well against Chunin, they would have been no match against the more powerful Jonins that now remained. And while both Kurenai and Asuma could hold their own against multiple opponents, they are hardly at a state to continue such a battle, especially since many of the foes now are just as skilled as themselves. Naruto sighed. Alone against these Iwas, he would have suffered no difficulty in dealing with the waves of assailants. But to ensure the survival and safety of the Leafs as well is a far more difficult matter. Unlike the former scenario, where his mind could focus solely upon the battle at hand, the latter and current scenario required his divided attention. It would seem there remains little choice for him but to call upon their aid. Kurenai felt she was dreaming. She isn't the only one. It was as though the entire world is engulfed by fire, the leaves and trees turn to ashes in milliseconds by the all-consuming inferno, an inferno whose source is none other than Naruto himself. The boy is surrounded by the terrible aura of power, one that easily dwarfed every other chakra source for miles. And yet, somehow, the chakra Naruto emitted felt strange, unnatural. It was not the blue chakra the Jonin-sensei was used to, it was a shade of the most brilliant vermilion. Not the red of the Kyuubi, mind, which called to mind the memories of blood and slaughter, but a red that burned most vibrantly, full of life and a terrible thirst, the redness of flames. It wasn't her. Imagination, thought the shaking Genjutsu mistress as her eyes rested upon the glowing youth. For all around him, beneath the burning chakra, the grass withered and began to burn, as did the trees and the low-hanging vines. The air simmered beneath the supernatural heat, a heat that somehow the gathering shinobis could not feel, though its presence seemed certain enough. Then came the thunderous sound as Naruto began to speak, his voice echoing across the jungles, into the darkening skies above. It was a voice of ancient flames, raging silently within its chains. I call upon the ancient deity of fire. Appear before me, and unleash thy burning rages. Come forth from thy realm of infernos, hell-fire. Ifrit! There came a loud roar as the earth before Naruto cracked and crumbled, fissure appearing across the land. From forth the wounds of earth spewed magma, spilling onto the surface, melting away all that it touched. Then, without warning, a pillar of scarlet flames shot up into the heavens, parting the clouds and bathing the world in its terrifying radiance. Within the pillar of destructive light there formed a massive, bestial shape. With a primal roar of rage the beast stretched to its fall height, scattering the flames that once birthed him. Twin massive horns sprouting from its monstrous head and angling behind him, eyes the color of raging storm, its bronze-colored body encircled by clouds of fire, it seemed to all truly a creature not of this world. A demon from the darkest pit of hell, bringing with it the fires of eternal damnation. Your will, summoner? Growled the fierce creature in question. Destroy them. Naruto said, pointing a figure at the petrified Iwas. Leave none alive. Your will be done. The creature bowed its head, then looked up again. Fire erupted from its mouth, from its extended hands, from his feet, and every part of its body, until the infernos enveloped it. Slowly a single flame-covered fist was raised to the heavens, a massive sphere of blistering heat forming in the burning palm. The Iwas and the Leaf Nines stared, mesmerized by Ifrit's awesome strength, their body unmoving as they beheld the slow expansion of the orb of conflagration. With an earth-sundering cry, Ifrit brought the sphere down into earth, creating a dome of fire that enveloped all at its appalling grasp. Nothing was left behind in its wake, neither rock nor stone or flesh. Everything within hundreds of meters became nothing more than ashes, a blackened cleaning that bore witness to the otherworldly power that was. The Leaf Nines, shielded from the blast by Naruto, the only ones to have survived this unstoppable onslaught, stared speechlessly at the annihilation their blonde companion had caused. It felt surreal, as though they were still part of some waking nightmare. Slowing, they turned, trembling, to Naruto, who knelt on one knee a little way from them, supported by only his nodachi. Smoke rose from his bodies, his robes tattered, revealing black patches of burnt flesh. As I thought, without material, I could barely control the mana flow of my body. Naruto thought as he stared at his ashen hand. I hope I would not again relish such unpleasant experience in the future. Fortunately for the boy, even as his mind wandered, he could feel the strange mana of the Kyuubi repairing his body, rejuvenating his dead cells and disseminating cellular replication. Normally, such healing process would have shortened the span of any human, but for Naruto, charged with Mako, his body structures had been altered beyond recognition, and so the powers of Kyuubi held little negative impact upon him. It would seem being inhuman had its occasional perks. Is everyone safe? Naruto questioned. The others nodded dumbly, not trusting themselves to speak. Naruto sighed as he rose. Now would be a good time to depart from them, it would seem. Slowly he rose into the air, and turned to face the travelers once more. My mission is accomplished, and the outpost is only a short distance away. Now, then, I shall take my leave of you. Yet even as he was about to take off, a timid voice interrupted his flight, a voice he identified as belonging to the shy Hyuga heiress. Arigato, Naruto-kun. She whispered, though her words nonetheless reasoned the solemn boy. Yeah, Ino said, walking up to the stuttering Hinata. She did not know why she did as she had, she did not know what nameless impulse spurred her to such an action, but looking back on it years later, she knew beyond doubts she had done the right thing. Thanks, even if you are a little holier than thou. Agreed. Kurenai smiled, a rarity for the serious kunoichi. We don't know what you hid from us and we will not inquire. But no matter what, we still owe you our gratitude and our lives for what you have done. So, taking a deep breath that brought to attention her rather generous assets, the sensei of Team 8 bowed. Arigato. Meh. Kiba grumbled, rubbing his nose with an index finger. You're not bad, I guess. Others too, following their example, soon offered their own words of thanks. Naruto looked startled by this, then, to the surprise of all, smiled. Not his usual humorless smile, mind this time, the smile had reached his eyes. You're welcome. The soft whispered continued to linger, even as the boy took off into the distant horizon. Unknown to the vanished youth, long after he departed, a single thought had remained in 3 kunoichi's mind. A thought that would prove, in the future, the metaphorical fall of the blonde. Naruto-Senkuen is hot when he smiles. Dimenu Uzumaki Naruto. Dimming XXXXXX. To make danger. Sephiroth had a good day. A day of maiming and killing and burning down random villages and leaving behind survivors who hate his guts and would eventually defeat him in some spectacular showdown or other by utilizing cheap limit breaks that shouldn't even have shown up because the limit gauge was not filled. All in all, it was a good day. Then he felt the beckoning. The irresistible urge to unfurl his wings and descend before Cloud and his party of strange and unrealistic beings that by all logic should not exist in a shower of sprinkling lights and choir music, performing a super-secret healing art Sephiroth didn't even know he had and relieve them of their pain. The silver-haired lunatic blinked. Where had that thought come from? Meanwhile, halfway across the world, which meant about 15 minutes of walking on foot, Gaia is an astoundingly small planet. Cloud and party is busy engaging nameless cannon fodder's turn. Based style and losing numerically based health. Yes, they are not losing blood or anything, because that would just be ridiculous. I mean, what kind of person bleeds when they are cut by sharp claws instead of losing HP? No siree, numbers are the way to go. At the moment, Aerith is in the middle of casting her limit break, Great Gospel, while Cloud and Tifa waited patiently for their ATP bar, the tiny gradient bar that ironically controlled their entire known universe, to fill. Strangely enough, the enemies, for reasons the author cannot comprehend, did nothing to take advantage of the fact that their foes are motionless due to cumbersome gaming mechanics. Instead, they stood where they are, glaring at Cloud, but doing nothing to harm him because everyone knows acting out of turn is blasphemous and could result in whiny reviewers plaguing the internet about how unbalanced the game is. Nope, the dragons will stay right where they are, thank you very much. Which means Aerith is the only one doing anything, while Cloud pondered on the meaning of life, and why monster drop skills when they die. Really now, why would monsters, who have no pockets or any kind of accessories to carry items in have items in the first place? However, as the blonde turned to face one of his companion who would die anyway, there seemed to be a troubling expression upon the young woman's face. Aerith, what's bothering you? Apparently, ATP bars did not restrict one's ability at conversation. Aerith frowned and continued to look up in the sky, where the angels are descending and healing everybody. One of the angels seems, "What? Yeah." Tifa joined the conversation, not wanting Aerith to hog blonde Bishanen all to herself. I mean, I thought angels have 2 wings. And they are supposed to be white. No, Aerith did not mean anything racist by that, since she is neither Caucasian or African American or Asian or Latino or any other ethnic group to begin with. Seriously. She's friggin' non-human, people. Then it dawned on Cloud. Sephiroth. Blonde swordsman screamed in half anger, half horror and revulsion. Anger because Sephiroth is crazy like that, and horror because he discovered only too late that the silver-haired pretty boy is wearing nothing, and I mean nothing under the gown. 3 pairs of eyes were blinded on that day, and had to have a 4th teammate who apparently resides in the middle of nowhere when she is not called on, cast 12 different healing spell on them. It was agreed by all that none of them would ever speak of the great gospel again. Incidentally, that, my children, is why Cloud decided to pursue Sephiroth through 2 entirely different Square Enix game franchises and a CG movie. Gaara scowled as he stared out the window into the open night, his features contorted by a sudden madness that took possession. The air smelled different here, a vast and striking contrast from the dry sandy atmosphere of Suna, where he hailed. Konoha smelt of leaves and forests, soothing, calming, alluring, a feeling that clashed powerfully with his blood-thirsty nature. It felt wrong, threatening, constricting, as though every fiber of his cursed existence fought against the strange aura, soothing and violate, exotic and nauseating at the same time. Without warning, sand streaked forth from his gourd and enveloped the feathered body of an unsuspecting pigeon. Seconds later, all that was left of the wretched creature was but trickles of blood mingling with the shifting sands. Through it all, Gaara smiled, a smile marked by lunacy and insanity. How sweet the blood smells. Inside his mind, Gaara howled in euphoria. But I want blood. And beside his ears came again the soothing whisperings of his mother, dark and smoky, full of promises of fire and slaughter, speaking softly of fell deeds in the shadows. Gaara listened with rapt attention, hanging upon every word as he stared out to the village of the Leaf, stretching endlessly before him. Slowly, the smile on his face widened, twisting his visage until he resembled the devil himself. Soon, the village of Konoha will burn to the ground, and the blood of its denizens shall become the feast that will sate his ire, soon. At the thought, his mind turned back to encounter hours earlier, and the face of a pale-skinned raven-haired youth surfaced from the sea of memories, the one who had struck Kankuro with the pebble. He had, unknowingly or not, incurred Gaara's interest, and very few individuals ever managed to survive after such a feat. If the village of the Leaf shall fall, then your blood shall be the first to spill unto the stones. His mutter fell silent to the wind. Uchiha Sasuke. Behind the sand wielder, the pair of Suna siblings exchanged nervous glances. They had stood a few feet away from the young Jinchuriki in case of a sudden and unprovoked attack. One can never be too sure with Gaara, and yet they still heard the ominous words uttered by the demon carrier, sending shivers down their spines. Kankuro, dressed in his usual black attire, was about to speak before Temari silenced the puppet user with a wilting look and gestured towards the door. Kankuro nodded and moved towards the exit, not wanting to incur the wrath of his already murderous brother. The last time Gaara had acted like this, It took weeks to scrub off the blood, and Kankuro certainly did not want to be the donor of that blood. Thank you very much. At last, the two managed to make it to the hallway of the hotel undetected, Gaara still caught up in his mad planning perhaps, where they shared a breath of relief. It wasn't that they disliked their brother much, but the looming presence of the sand user can unnerve even the bravest of men. Phew! Kankuro sighed, wiping imaginary sweat from his painted face with exaggerated relief. I thought I was a goner back there. What do you figure is eating him up anyway, sis? Besides the shikaku, you mean? The blonde fan mistress retorted snappishly, obviously in a rather foul mood. Temari, to Kankuro's knowledge, held just a touch more compassion for their darling brother than he could find to spare, and at such times when Gaara seemed more demon than human, it upset Temari immensely, knowing that she could have done nothing to aid Gaara through those dark trials. As for Kankuro, he kept his distance. It was not that he did not care, he did care in his own way for his brother's safety, just not as involved as Temari. He figured this way, his life is in less imminent danger, Gaara being already angry with him as it is. Well yeah. Kankuro shrugged, after a long and uncomfortable silence stretched on between them, and the two of them reached the lobby of the hotel, where the attendants greeted their presence. He seemed pretty fixated on that Uchiha kid, from the look of things. Temari nodded at Kankuro's observation. Gaara seemed to have taken a special interest in the raven-haired teen, not a good sign. The last time Gaara had taken this much interest in someone, to the point of monologue, all they could find of the poor BSU was his pinky. Judging by the shudder that overtook her brother, the fan user knew the teen had been thinking along the same line. No matter how good the kid may be, once Gaara had his eyes on him, he's as good as gone. While causing the death of the last, well, next to last really, but who's counting? Uchiha may cause reasonable panic and alarm within the village, but Temari is not about to impose on Gaara what he can and cannot do, especially when his killing lust is already rolling off the boy in waves. A ninja she may be, but Temari still held her life as an object of reasonable value. With another dejected sigh, she parted from Kankuro and walked out into the chilly Konoha night, hoping to grab a quick bite to eat and take her mind of the complexity that has become of her life. And don't even get her started on the Sand-Sound alliance. As far as she was concerned, dealing with someone like Orochimaru is just plain asking for trouble. If the snake was willing to betray his own village, what is to guarantee that he would not pull the same stunt twice? And on the subject of Konoha, for all she had heard of village, Temari did not think too highly of it. Certainly its shinobis were some of the best in the world, but Temari doubted that even they could have helped with Gaara's problem. After all, what mortal can possibly defeat a Biju, sealed or not? XXXXXX. A few miles away, Naruto sneezed loudly, startling Haku, who sat next to him. The two of them had, since Zabuza in his drunken state had destroyed the kitchen appliances, while preaching in a slur about the danger that his toaster ovens ate out almost every night, at least until the maintenance crew can fix the thoroughly destroyed area. As it so happens, while leafing through the phone book regarding a new restaurant, Haku had came across the tiny ramen stand, ran by a kindly old man and his teenage daughter, who, much to Haku's annoyance, often stole furtive and blushing glances towards Naruto during the course of the meal. Supposedly, in spite of its size, the stand is rather popular to a great number of Konoha nins, even those of legendary status, such as the Akimikis, Hatake Kakashi, and even the Hokage himself had occasionally dined in the humble eatery. After one meal, Haku could see why. It wasn't simply the fact that the food was good that had attracted so many souls, but rather the atmosphere which surrounded the shop. Unlike the more expensive and fancy restaurants, where resided an air of seriousness and formality, the ramen stand is a place of relaxation, where a shinobi can thoroughly enjoy him or herself without remaining conscious to his surroundings. It is a place where one can simply sit around and enjoy one, or as the younger children referred to it, chill. And as Haku could tell you, for a shinobi, whose life revolved around harrowing ventures and death encounters, such a little spot of comfort was a godsend, especially after 3 months of grueling Chunin missions. Even Naruto, whose face is as unreadable as ever, seemed visibly lax as he attacked the noodles with surprising speed. What Haku wouldn't have given for this moment to last forever. Unbeknownst to the Ice Maiden, inside the stand, a certain Ayam thought in the same parallel, although for her, she could have done without Haku, who had subtly sabotaged so many of her conversation attempts with the blonde Apollo. Unfortunately for the two females, their short moment of bliss was interrupted as another customer planted herself onto one of the empty stools. With a half-hearted greeting, Ayam proceeded to take the orders. Although even in her distraction, she noticed that the girl, no older than her, spoke with a distinct foreign accent. Now that she thinks back on it, she did witness a number of foreigners inside the village of late. Most of them seemed to have arrived recently. She had not given it too much thought at the time, of course, but now. A bowl of miso ramen, please. Temari stifled a yawn as she placed her order. She had heard of this place from one of the locals, when she asked for the nearest restaurant, and apparently the man had thought rather highly of the place. And after a sniff of the aroma that wafted from the kitchen, Temari had to admit that the man had spoken the truth. It was not until the bowl was brought to her that Temari gained an awareness of her surrounding and noticed the two others that sat next to her. One of them a girl a few years her junior, but with a face that Temari could not but help envy a little, confident as she is in her own appearance. The girl is, in every sense of the word, a goddess-to-be, with a face that would entice every man between 8 and 80. Hell, even that serving girl is quite attractive, if she understood how the male mind works. While possessing none of the feral beauty of herself, or the delicate elegance of the strange porcelain girl, the waitress had a simple home-spun allure, or what her brother might cheerfully refer to as the girl next door. Is Konoha even plentiful in beauty as it is in shinobis? It was then that she saw the boy sitting next to the angelic maiden, and her heart skipped a beat in spite of herself. If the black-haired youth from earlier, the one called Uchiha Sasuke, had been handsome, but this boy seemed for all intent and purpose a gift from the shinobi god to women. While there is still a hint of childishness in his regal features, an underlying youth in his perfectly chiseled countenance, Temari did not doubt that in a few years he would be the source of madness for every girl and woman for thousands of miles. It was all Temari could do not to blush. It was going to be a rather uncomfortable dinner, if her premonition did not fail her. Then, all of a sudden, she gritted her teeth in determination. Chances like this comes along once in a lifetime, and she'll be dead if she is going to allow this chance slip her by. Not for the first time, Temari cursed her own inabilities. So, do you come here often? Inside, she bowed with shame at such lame conversation attempts. Well, no, actually. Haku, having noticed the tall tail size of attraction, answered cautiously. It wasn't that she is jealous of the amount of attention Naruto has gotten, but no way in hell is she going to share Naruto with some perfectly random stranger. She knew, of course, that to melt the ice which encased Naruto's heart is an effort that will take more than her alone, but as far as she was concerned, Naruto deserved only the very best. This is the first time for us. The us in the sentence was pronounced with a very clear emphasis, Temari noted with interest. Also, was it her imagination, or did the waitress too suddenly develop the air of hostility? So what do you two do in Konoha? Not to be deterred, Temari continued her crusade. She is not going down without a fight, mark her words. I'm a Chunin, and he's... Haku made a rather wild gesture, suddenly realizing that she had no idea what Naruto's actual position is. Oh, she is aware of the various assignments Naruto undertook for the Hokage, the most recent of which is the security of Konoha premises during the Chunin Exam, but as far as she could recall, there hadn't been an actual title given to the stoic youth. She's going to have to talk to the Hokage about that. Haku made a mental note, not noticing that the kitchen had grew suspiciously silent as Ayam strained her ears to listen for just a bit more information regarding the blonde Adonis. A free agent, if a name must be attributed to my occupation. Naruto stated from his ramen, rescuing Haku from a rather awkward situation. He then nodded in greeting to Temari, whose blush spread a little more. And may I inquire, what is the nature of your visit to Konoha? It's Temari. Temari introduced herself hastily, a rather far outcry from her usual self. It wasn't surprising that the blonde was able to deduce her alien origin, From her clothing and speech, most likely. I'm actually here for the Chunin exam. And as she said this, she could not but feel apprehension, especially due to the true nature of her visit. If the plan is carried out, then she may well be forced to come face to face with these two, an idea that she did not relish, especially when it concerned the comely blonde. Ah. Naruto smiled, a smile that made both Temari and Ayam feel just a little faint. Haku, on the other hand, seemed used to it. Then we shall see each other again in the exam, I think. Wait, I thought you are not a genin? Temari raised an eyebrow. From the blonde's own words, she had supposed that the youth had already surpassed that particular shinobi ranking. After all, a free agent is not so easily hired by any village, and those that were are usually individuals of great capability, mercenaries of mercenaries. No. Naruto nodded in agreement. The girl has a sharp ear and a sharper mind. But I will be watching the exam nonetheless, Temari-san. I am certain you will perform most admirably. Temari beamed, then realizing the time, got up hastily. Oh dear, I am sorry, I didn't even realize what time it is. I am afraid I must take my leave. It's Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto informed the girl with a bemused chuckle. Oh, then I'll see you later, Uzumaki-san, yelled Temari as she vanished into the distant night. We should be taking our leave as well, Haku. After a moment, and finishing the last of his ramen, Naruto turned to the girl beside him. It is getting rather late. Haku nodded and stood, followed suit by the blonde. Before they could leave, Ayam, who had remained silent all the while, spoke up nervously. You will come back again, won't you? Naruto paused for a moment, and the hint of a smile flickered across his features. Of course, Ayam-san. I look forward to my next visit. With that, he strolled away casually from the stand, leaving behind a very red waitress. Tenchi, the proud proprietor of the ramen stand, chuckled as he patted his daughter on the shoulder, jerking her from her fantasy world. All right, Ayam, enough daydreaming. We still have to clean up. I wasn't daydreaming, Otusan. The brunette frowned as she began collecting the empty bowls left on the counter. I was just distracted, that's all. Well, get distracted on your time off, then. The older man grumbled. Right now, we have work to do. Don't forget that. Ayam could not help but smile in spite of herself. Her father may seem at times a little harsh, but she had learned to read between the lines. And if she knew her father, the man had basically gave her the go-ahead she needed to pursue the blonde. XXXXXX. Hey, did you hear? Rock Lee asked excitedly, leaning against the trunk of a large oak tree for support as he fitted his leg bracers. Word is, this year they are letting rookies participating in the Chunin exam. No way. Ten laughed softly as she spun a single kunai deftly between her slender fingers. I think it may have to do with the Jonin rivalry. You know they are not on the best terms with one another when it comes to their actual performance. I doubt that. Rockley replied, looking rather serious for once. They say 3 of them will be trained by Kakashi himself. The Kakashi? Niji, who had remained silent during his teammates' exchange, spoke up softly, his tone one of surprise and intrigue. Now that is interesting. There you go. Ten shrugged at Lee's words, not seeming to care too much. You know how Guy is when you mention Kakashi to him. At the thought both she and Niji shivered a little. That was a scene they did not need to see. Well, either way. The superior smirk of Niji's returned in full measure. So what if those Gakis are trained by Kakashi? A great shinobi does not constitute a great teacher, nor does it make great students. It all has a very sad sound to it. The peaceful occasion is suddenly shattered when a booming voice announced his arrival. Greetings, my youthful students. I have wonderful news. Ten and Niji exchanged a nervous look. After spending almost 2 years with the green spandex-wearing man, they had rarely seen the self-proclaimed green beast of Konoha acting with such zeal before, and those instances when they had the misfortune of witnessing such displays of extremes are usually accompanied by a long and painful session of mental and physical scarring. I have received word that Kakashi's team will be participating in the exam. Guy shouted at the top of his lungs, despite the fact he stooped about a feet. From the trio, 2 of them was wincing at the sound, while Lee hung to the man's every word. That is why I have devised a new training routing that will help your youthful flames burn even brighter. Lee looked truly exuberant as he leapt to his feet with a loud yash, while both Tenten and Niji repressed a silent groan of despair. Guy's training routings are difficult, more so than most Jonin teachers' preference. But his special training regiments are, to put it lightly, not for human involvement. How the man can stay on such routines and stay alive, let alone so dim and energetic, is a mystery that will remain forever unsolved. Tenten wouldn't have been surprised if the outlandish man turned out to be from another planet. Actually, considering his rather unique features, Tenten would have thought the alien theory being the more likely one. However, alien or not, it did not change the fact that as of now, Team Guy is about to receive what latter generations would cheerfully dub as the training regiment from hell. What? XXXXXX. Sandaime Hokage frowned as he leafed through the reports that had flooded his office, his eyes dark and troubled, and his pipe, ancient and worn, laid to the side, abandoned for the moment. For the first time in many years, the old man appeared deeply concerned, even grave about some occurrences that had drew his attention. It wasn't the news that his former student, one Orochimaru, is again on the rise that troubled the old man. He knew Orochimaru better than even the snake knew himself. He knew of the hunger that fueled the fallen Sannin's aspiration, and knew the weakness that would be his demise. No, what bothered Sarutobi is the unknown, the strange, almost supernatural events that had seemed to sprout without warning, as though from thin air. Reports came from his agents dispatched all over the world, most of them only recently written, and all of them the same foreboding tales that would have chilled a lesser man to the bone, reports of monster attacks, demons that sprouted fire and thunder from their maws, otherworldly creatures that seemed to have appeared from nowhere and left nothing in their wake. Some of the survivors had called them demons, and these poor, wretched souls had been at first met with nothing but scorn and jeers. Then, an entire city fell to the mysterious creatures, wiped out from the face of the planet so utterly that it never seemed to have existed in the first place. It was then the panic spread, and although such frenzy has yet to reach the boundaries of Fire Country, it would only be a matter of time before news of this disaster reached gossipers' ears. And after the QB incident, the Hokage wasn't quite sure if the village of Hidden Leaf is ready for another demon invasion. At last he spoke to the thin air, where he knew the ANBUs listened carefully for instructions. Find Uzumaki Naruto. Now. XXXXXX. Naruto stood up, his face impassionate as he turned to face the arrival, one of the ANBUs, dressed in their familiar attire, sporting the mask of a foxhound. The black-clad youth raised a single eyebrow, and made a gesture for the intruder to speak his piece. The ANBU swallowed nervously, an unusual action for one of the Black Ops, but Naruto's training ground tended to have that effect on most people. Although strictly speaking, it wasn't so much a training ground. Now that Naruto had finished his session, a barren wasteland seemed the more appropriate imagery. Uzumaki-sama. The ANBU began, using the respectful suffix instead of the regular san. As far as he was concerned, anyone who could be capable of such power deserved his respect, especially since he allied himself with the Leaf. The Hokage wishes your presence at once. Understood. Naruto nodded and dismissed the ANBU. So, the old man saw fit to call on his service after all. He briefly wondered what dark events had changed the senior man's mind, but decided to allow the matter to drop. Politics is not his preference. There are others more equipped to deal with the complexities of human interactions, one would think. His mission is simple enough as it is. XXXXXX. 2 days later, Haku watched the group silently, hidden amongst the exam proctors. This year's candidates look rather promising as far as she could tell. At the very least, most of them held their bladder when Marino announced his baleful presence to the group, most, but not all, as she noted with disgust. Some of the participating genins she did recognize, like the raven-haired Uchiha, the Haruno, and the coward whose name she didn't bother commit to memory. Although most of them, even those sporting leaf head protectors, remained stranger to her, not too unexpected, since she had rarely interacted with genins in the first place. When the entire classroom fell silent, Marino began his rehearsed speech, informing the Chunin hopefuls of the rules of the test. Haku had to admit, watching the man scaring the living daylight out of the brats, that Marino was an actor born. If she hadn't known the interrogator personally, she would too have fell prey to his menacing front. And judging by the silent but amused chuckles coming from her fellow proctors, Haku could tell that they too were impressed. Begin. With that, the silence of the room broke under the rustling of papers as Genins busied themselves with the 10 questions presented. And, having seen the difficulties of the questions for herself, Haku is reasonably certain that over 90% of applicants will fail miserably, unless, of course, they look underneath the underneath, which, she noted with satisfaction, several students have already done. 15 minutes into the test, and all but very few, most of whom are perfectly generic characters that can be killed off without the slightest remorse on the author's part, had commenced the information gathering. Of course, being Genins, much of their attempts are not without faults, but Haku and the rest of the proctors allowed several of such incidents slide. They are admirable for mere Genins. Others, however, are more on the clumsy side, their endeavors full of mistakes and all too noticeable movements. Doubtlessly, as Haku watched a name being taken down on one of the examiner's clipboards, these individuals will not last long in the coming challenges. 3rd row, 4th seat. She heard someone mutter, and knew it was the signal for the proctors to act. Sure enough, a fraction of a second later, the occupant of the said seat found a kunai pinning his paper to the desk with a thud, causing those near him to jump in surprise. You're out. Number 14 and number 22, you are also eliminated. The proctor spoke indifferently and scowled at the rest of the entrants, who, thoroughly cowed, hurried back to their own paper. Haku smirked mentally. Say what they will, in the end, the Chunin Exam is but an extension of the elitism ideals upon which the villages are founded. The world exists only for the strong, and those 3 shinobis have failed to prove their strength. With a quick look over at the test tables, she is not surprised to note that many of the unscrupulous activities have, if not ceased for the moment, grew all the more subtle. Good for them. Of course, subtle they might be, but certainly not enough to escape her eyes. Like telltale veins around the Hyuga's eyes, or the spinning tomos that marked the Uchiha's oh-so-noble bloodline. As though anyone could miss that of all things. Well, she supposed that as the host of the current exam, some favoritism is perhaps in order. After all, it certain would not do for 2 of the most prestigious clan to fail in such disgraceful a fashion, now would it? With a soft chuckle, she moved on in search of other, more susceptible targets. She took a mental note of the mirrors on the ceiling, but they were concealed just well enough to overlook such matters. In one of the middle rows, a rather feral boy scribbled furiously, while his dog perched on his head and barked occasionally, its small furry head waving back and forth. Apparently, such blatant scavenging is also considered acceptable. She also took notice of the pink-haired girl she had met back in Wave, Sakura Haruno. Of all the Genins present, she seemed to truly know her stuff. Never once did Haku catch her cheating, whether that is because of her brilliance or her skill. Haku wasn't too sure, and didn't care too much. It wasn't her place to question such matters. All she was paid to do was to weed out the failures, and speaking of failures, number 120, that's 5 strikes. She called out coldly, launching her Sinban needle at an almost blurring speed. The occasional sparring with Naruto had paid off, it would seem. Please exit with your team. God damn it. Number 120, who seemed to have a bit more spine than the others who had been failed, slammed his fist down hard on the table. I don't believe this. Cheated 5 times? I'd like to see you prove it. There is no way you can watch all of us, Ak. His adamant speech was hardly finished before Haku appeared before him, holding a single needle against his throat. The needle is, in any other circumstances, not very threatening, but when it is hovering inches away from your laryngeal prominence, Adam's apple, that tends to put things in a whole new perspective. That's how. She smirked superiorly. Well, she wasn't mean by any definition of the word, but in these circumstances, a little theatrics seemed to be in order. So off you go. Now. XXXXXX. Sakura watched in amazement as Haku pinned the luckless boy to the wall. She supposed it stands to reason that Konoha would employ Haku's service, especially with the backing of Naruto, who had, according to Kakashi, the ears of Hokage. Not only is Haku a prodigy of their generation, but her bloodline made her a powerful shinobi and a valuable weapon of the leaf. Still, to think that they would be reconciled here of all places. Although Haku appeared to not have recognized the pink-haired girl, the Haruno could tell from the slight widening of her eyes as the proctor caught sight of her that Haku indeed held some recollection of their past encounter. A few feet away from the girl, Sasuke also noticed the former missing Nin. Unlike his teammates, however, he did not seem pleased or surprised at the presence of the beautiful female, but rather narrowed his scarlet eyes into slits, filled with suspicion and jealousy. There are those who are stronger than me, and yet younger than you. The survivor of the Uchiha massacre again recalled his teacher's words, when they had first encountered Haku in the guise of the hunter Nin. And with those words, the once-quenched thirst of power resurfaced again with vengeance. How can some many clanless commoners surpass the noble lineage of the Uchihas? They do not deserve such power. Without warning, his pencil snapped in half. XXXXXX. Marino Ibiki? Kurenai questioned, uncertain as to why Kakashi had adopted such gloom prospect after hearing the man's name. Surely one examiner is the same as another, regardless of their positions in the Konohan ranks. Kurenai, you're still a newbie to the Jonin elite, so there are no way you'd know. Asuma sighed, trying to repress the dull ache growing at the back of his head. He did not relish the all-too-possible future of his team's failure before they could even pass the first portion of the exam. But he's a pro, all right. A pro? Kurenai tilted her head slightly in puzzlement. Pro at what? Torture and investigation. Asuma Sartobi sighed and breathed a lungful of cigarette smoke. While those won't endure any physical affliction, the psychological pressure alone is likely to crack quite a few number of them. Then, why did it have to be him of all people? What? Kakashi raised an eyebrow critically. Would you rather have Anko as the first examiner? At least with Ibiki, they will still be in one piece. Okay. Asuma's sweat dropped at the not-so-exaggerated possibilities. Good point. That man. Kakashi, after silence elapsed once more amongst the group, groaned and leaned back. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm actually experiencing boredom without those brats around. Yeah, it can do that to you once you got used to having them around. Asuma chuckled, marveling the changes that have come over his friend and associate. Well, more of the latter than the former. However, their peace proved to be short-lived as an Anbu dashed into the room. Hataki, Yuhi, Sarutobi. The cloaked figure barked sharply, catching their attentions all at once. You are expected at the Hokage's office, right now. Then, casting a withering glance at Kakashi, recalling his legendary exploits, added, Do not be late, any of you. With that, the man disappeared in a puff of smoke and leaf, in search of his next targets. The three Jonin exchanged confused glances, uncertain as to what had just transpired for the Hokage to issue such a command. Whatever it is, however, they are certain it must be of vital importance, and so without complaints, they too performed the shunshin. No jutsu, body flicker technique, and vanished from the spot. Yes, even Kakashi. XXXXXX. I have gathered all of you here today. The gray-haired Hokage spoke loudly, his voice grim and somber. Because Konoha and even the very elemental nations are facing a threat of incomprehensible strength and fatality. A disaster, if you will, that may well exceed the Third Shinobi War. The whisperings in the crowd grew to thunderous volumes as they speak amongst one another, shocked by the sudden revelation. The Third Secret Ninja War was the most devastating event to have occurred in recent history of any village, eclipsing even the Kyubi attack of 12 years ago. And yet, just when an uneasy peace has settled over the leaf after the demise of the great demon lord, the Hokage would have them believe that yet another, potentially more deadly calamity lies just ahead? With all due respect, Hokage-sama. One of the nameless council members, who too had been summoned, rose and bowed before continuing his diction. Are you quite certain? It would not do to alarm our citizens, to say nothing of other villages without incontrovertible support. Support? The Hokage narrowed his eyes in anger. The very existence of Fire Country stands on the brink of destruction, and they have the nerve to question his words? Very well, come in, Naruto. To the surprise of the occupants in the room, most of whom had never seen the blonde boy before, Naruto presented himself without words, appearing from thin air in a burst of bluish-green mana. You called, Hokage-sama? Once the commotion settled, however, the same sneer returned to the council member's face, and to the face of his comrades, many of whom had not so secretly questioned the Hokage's abilities. Hokage, surely you would not have created such panic on the words of a mere child? The Hokage said nothing, but nodded to Naruto for the impassive youth to begin. The land of Butterfly is no more. At those chilling words, the room fell deadly silent. The land of Butterfly, through its histories, has often been considered by the inner circle of scholars, cartographers and geologists as a misnomer of sorts, for unlike what its name may suggest, the country is not so much a continental landmass as a confederation of city-states located on an archipelago some 400 leagues from the mainland. Despite its size, however, the land does possess the qualities that would officially qualify as a legitimate state: independent sovereignty, a defined boundary, a rather meager population, and a functional central government, created as a coalition effort by the city-states themselves. Furthermore, according to an unnamed informant, while never acknowledged or recognized by the Five Nations, there even exists a shinobi village inside the cluster of islands, most of whose denizens are involved in the island's defenses, rather than serving as pseudo-mercenaries to their country. Of course, even with such anomaly, the land of Butterfly could well be all but negligible, save for one redeeming feature that set it apart from other such infinitesimal kingdoms. For while minuscule in size, this island country boasts an impressively strong economy based on the exports of rare metals, food products, and tourism. And yet, in less than 2 weeks' time, the entire archipelago was burned to the ground. Upon his arrival, Naruto had found nothing but ashes, silent witness to a horrifying and tragic tale. Surely there must be some mistake. The council member who had opposed the Hokage shouted, losing his composure. If disaster indeed invaded that country, would they not have sent some messages or aid requests to one of the villages? They might have. Naruto shrugged. But judging by the age of the ashes, the broadcasting towers are the first thing to be destroyed, effectively cutting off all communication to the outside. The harbors are annihilated shortly after, preventing any escape attempts. But another shinobi, in his late 30s or early 40s, spoke up hesitantly. If what you suggest is true, then are we not faced with a human invasion? Naruto shook his head. What kind of humans would stripe their victims' bones clean of flesh? He questioned, sending a chill down the spines of those present. I will not accept this insanity without proof. Again the same council member, who seemed to be eager for retirement, declared vehemently. He'd rather die than trust the words of some gaki whose hair is not yet grown. Fine. Naruto sighed and tossed to the table before him several photos, containing grisly images that should have lain buried. Then, reaching into his pocket, he produced a slightly singed tape. I managed to procure this from one of the radio towers before the fires could damage it. I believe it contains one of the last transmissions made before. His words fell silent as he placed the tape within the cassette player. The entire room listened with bated breath to the soft hissing sound of the cassette being played, and then, without warning, came the screams. Does anyone read me? I repeat, is anyone there? There, from the speakers, came the panicked voice of some faceless individual. For the love of the god. Please, someone, answer me. Help. Do you read me? We need help ASAP. They took out 3 towers now, we need backup. There were some more shouts and the pounding of footsteps, before the man continued breathlessly into the speaker. Does anyone read me? Oh God. They are here. The words were followed by the sounds of explosions and then something heavy crashing into the ground with a loud, thunderous groan. The voice, now thoroughly hysteric, came again, in one last desperate attempt to reach out for deliverance. It never came. Oh my god. What on earth is that? The trembling voice seemed to shake many gathered to the very depth of their souls. That can't be. Are those things? Oh god. It's coming this way. More crashing sound followed, as though the man was trying to escape from the grasp of some phantom shade that the audiences to his last testament could not witness. Then came his final, almost defiant shout, the shout of one who had lost all hope. God, save me. Though I walk through the valley of the shadows of death, I shall fear no evil. 3. His dying screams were drowned out by a earth-shaking roar, followed by still other shrieks in reply. And with that, the tape came to an end. Enough. Now is not the time to lament for these souls. The Hokage snapped, taking command of the situation after the macabre message seemed to have left everyone in the room in a daze. Whatever these abominations are that destroyed the land of the butterfly, they are coming this way, as Naruto had testified to me earlier. I do not know if we will survive this impeding destruction, but unlike our fallen brethrens, we will not be caught unawares. Taking a deep breath, he continued. Kyoshi, Mankura, Hiro, I want you three to each lead a team to patrol our surrounding. Report back directly to me if even a hair moved in an unnatural manner. With strength seeming far beyond his age, the Hokage barked out orders, the dying ember in his eyes igniting once more into a blazing inferno. Asuma, you are in charge of delegations. Sent out messengers, with copies of this tape to every village. Yes, even IW. Old enmities must be forgotten if we are to endure this trial. Only united can we stand, divided, and we will fall to the burning shadows that have descended to consume us all. The Hokage quickly assigned roles and duties to all those present, and clan head and ordinary jonins alike bowed to his will. Now is the time when Konoha must rally around the fire shadow. Now is the time for the Leaf's trial by fire. My councilmen, I trust there is no objection if the power of ruling falls on me temporarily? Turning to the council members who had stayed silent, the Hokage questioned, though leaving no room in his words for arguments. And none did. But now, Naruto, you are the only one with understanding of what these creatures are capable of. I want you to form an elite team capable of dealing with the invasion should it reach our boundary. If such is the fate God has bestowed on us, then let us show him what tenacious beasts we can be. There was a collective "hi" ringing throughout the room. Go! Hokage-sama! One of the jonins called out. What of the Chunin Exam? Should we inform the participants that it has been cancelled? The Hokage frowned a moment and shook his head. Carry on for now, but be ready to intercept the tournament at a moment's notice. It wouldn't do to create mindless panic yet. Understood. And with that, the room once more fell into darkness. XXXXXX. The land of butterflies. What once was a lush tropical paradise now remained only ashes, scattered by the ill winds from the far distant east, carrying with it the scent of burning and destruction. The fires that had consumed the island nation had been all but extinguished, save for a few flickering embers still clinging to life, feeding upon the fallen structures that once stood with pride upon the now silent streets, covered with marks of some titanic creatures that seemed to have hailed from the depth of hell itself. Bodies, broken and twisted, some half-eaten and others striped clean, lay scattered in the streets, clouds of flies and carrion birds circling close to the corpses, hungry scavengers searching for their feast amongst the heinous sight. A single wooden beam shifted, the earth beneath its immense weight crumbling and giving away, revealing a small leather-bound book, its coverings blackened by fire, and much of the pages eaten away by the fire. Buried beneath the ashen wood, only a single line could be read from what is left of the page. This is the way the world ends. Not with a bang but a whimper. 3. XXXXXX. I am the second chief examination officer, Mitarashi Anko. Time's a-wasting, people, let's go. XXXXXX. 1. Well, training regiment from the level above hell, actually. Those who have actually undertaken Naruto's training regiment can agree that his is closer to hell than the former. 2. To be more accurate, one clan and one remainder of a clan. 3. For plot's sake, Let's assume the ninja equivalent of the Bible and T.S. Eliot's poem, The Hollow Men, exists.